It's very nearly game time here at the European Championship, and we are ready for an exciting battle to unfold. It's going to be action all the way here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, as the drivers are ready for the excitement, the action, and the intrigue. We're definitely going to get it in spades here. The FIA Karting European Championship for KZ and KZ2 drivers about to get underway. And what a showcase it's going to be. The weather is glorious over Karting Genk, and we are in for a sizzling spectacle. Jake Sanson here with you once again as the racers are bearing up, ready for the KZ and KZ2 European Championship competitions to get underway. And of course, it's the first of 3 weekends in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. More on that later, but we're going to kickstart the day as this KZ warm-up comes to a close. Drivers just getting their starts practiced, because obviously in the world of gearbox racing, it is standing starts all the way. This is as close to Formula One as you can get without the money. It is an absolutely phenomenal spectacle, the most physical discipline of motorsport known to man. And these guys are really going to be on it from the get-go. KZ2 is bearing up and ready to get going. Pole position is the talented Tom Lulette. We caught up with him after his qualifying prowess yesterday.
Yeah, it was a difficult lap. I make a little mistake in the second corner. But after all, the sector was not bad. I think I make a good job. It's not pole position, but second it's okay. Now we need to stay focused for tomorrow. We need to improve, and we will see. I think we can manage it. It's difficult, but I think we can do it. Now we will see. We don't really test with the whole tire, so we will see. It's difficult to say now. I'm confident, yeah.
One of the toughest challenges in gearbox karting at this level is, of course, the fact that the drivers have 6 tyres over the course of the entire weekend. That is a set of 4, plus a spare for the front and a spare for the rear. It is so difficult to manage tyres over the course of the weekend, and they have these 6 tyres that they have to last them from the beginning of qualifying all the way through to the end of the superheats. It's going to be phenomenal. Here's the circuit, Karting Genk, the home of champions. 15 degrees Celsius air temperature. There is a tiny bit of a breeze in the air. It's not particularly strong, but what's making things very tricky is the humidity. It's high pressure, which means that things are very hot, and they're only going to get hotter as the day goes on. This is a real sun trap of a circuit when it's dry. In the wet, this place is slippery as you like, but the drivers have all been talking about the same thing, the high levels of grip on this 1.36 kilometer circuit, and that means that you've really got to be very smooth and very careful with the tires, because they can grain very quickly. If you even get the back end slightly loose, it takes massive chunks of rubber off the tires, and the marbles here can really catch out the unprepared. That KZ2 is very much the pinnacle of the sport. The only thing difference really between KZ and KZ2 is the 5 kilogram weight difference, with KZ being 5 kilos lighter. It's also where the legends of the sport reside. KZ2, they're on the path to do the same, and these are, without a shadow of a doubt, the most physical, the most aggressive, the most ruthless racers on the planet. The wheel-to-wheel banter in this class is absolutely phenomenal. Consider this. The gearbox drivers sit a couple of millimeters from the surface of the road itself, and they are experiencing G-forces comparable to Grand Prix drivers. Power-to-weight ratio, you are talking Formula 2 to Formula 3 level of racing anyway, and these guys are absolutely thrown around. Plus, in gearbox, you're having to change up and change down through a sequential gearbox as you go. It is absolutely fever pitch, and there are no greater racers on the planet than ones that can master this. If you can master gearbox, you can handle anything, and it is a very physical discipline of the sport. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards. He will be presiding over all of the gearbox races this weekend, with Pasquale Lupoli taking care of the Academy Trophy a little bit later on. The drivers are heading out. It is time for our first qualifying heat for Groups B versus D, and what a phenomenal plethora of drivers we have venturing out onto the circuit for the first of 12 lap races here this morning. Tom Lulet and Daniel Vazil of Romania on the front row of the grid. Then Chris Harnan and Tim Troga from Alessio Piccini and Jorge Pescador. Jean Liet and Ivan Ekelchik from Christian Habulin and Celian Galassin. Felix Arnold and Paul Lussier from Corentin Rousseau and Flint Schuring. Lucas Scheicher and Fabrizio Rosati. Carlos Martinez and Alexandro Iancu from Robin Glerum and Sim Liedmar. Dylan Davies and Matthias Simonini. Jakob Wojcik and Antoine Babarou from Lucas Raybock and Albin Carlsen. Jeremy Potain, Nathan Sharp, Nicolas Schefter and Christian Bertucca. The last driver on the grid did not get any time running in qualifying with a mechanical issue, so Christian Bertucca making his debut in the KZ2 category. We'll hear from him later in the day, but Christian Bertucca making the switch from the OK categories up into gearbox. This is such a physical discipline of the sport. Yesterday we had 3 heats for the KZ2 contenders. They were won by Tom Lulet, who starts from pole position again, Markus Kayak, the Estonian, who bagged pole position for his groups, and Thomas Imborg, who managed to fight his way through the traffic to get himself to the race victory. The men who finished second in their heats were Robert Kinderwarter of Germany, Chris Harnan of the Netherlands, and Arvid Lindblad. Yes, you heard that right. Arvid Lindblad, the Red Bull Junior. He's only been cleared to race on Thursday after recovering from his injury sustained at Franciacorta earlier in the season. He had made his return in the OK category, but with KZ2 being so much more physical, they weren't even sure he'd be ready for racing until Thursday morning. And now they are going to give him an amazing mountain to climb. He'll be out in one of the later heats. We'll pick up that story a little bit later on this morning. But for the moment, Tom Lulet and Daniel Vazil, 2 incredible drivers. They were the fastest in their qualifying groups yesterday. And Tom Lulet, the Frenchman for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, whose twin brother Gabin is going to be racing in KZ this weekend because he meets the weight limit criteria for KZ. And Daniel Vazil, the Romanian, who's been absolutely monstrous over 1 lap in the DR racing kart chassis. And that crew is giving him amazing tools to get the job done. 2020, they were strong. 2021, they got stronger. 2022, they could win the whole thing. They genuinely have a chance here with Daniel Vazil looking even more composed than ever before. And it really is about pushing it to the limit. Consistency doesn't even come into it in the KZ2 European Championship. It really is win it or bin it in this category. There are only 2 weekends for the European Championship. There is here at Genk and next month in Cremona in Italy. So you've got to get it right. You cannot afford a single mistake. If you drop a race, then you are likely to be crashing out of the final. 36 spaces available for 89 drivers in the field. This is where it is the absolute pinnacle of tension and adrenaline. Tom Lulet takes his place on the front row of the grid. Daniel Vazil alongside. Then Chris Harnan, another incredible competitor. The Dutchman, people who are already starting to talk about as the next Max Verstappen. Tim Troga, the German, in 4th position on the grid. 5th place for Alessio Piccini, the ever-present star from Birolart, and Jorge Pescador in the CRG. The flag marshal getting us ready for the off. And when the green flag goes at the back of the grid, we will start to get the lights counting down. There we go, green flag at the back. Time for the drivers to get ready. They move slightly forward so they're not stuck in position. The lights come on. When they go out, we're racing for the first time in Genk. Here we go! Great start from the front of the grid. No problem at all for Tom Lulet. Everybody is away cleanly. And as they charge down to the first corner, a couple of drivers trying to make a few impactful moments as they go through. Christian Abulin, the Croatian, making some good moves in the TB kart chassis in the middle of the pack, trying to work his way up into the top 10. A solid start. Chris Harnan safely into 3rd position behind the front row men, but it is Daniel Vazil who is stuck in 2nd position for the moment behind Tom Lulet. No change to those 2. And down to the hairpin for the first time. Drivers are jockeying for position, trying to get themselves on the inside line in the hope that they can make some places. Not the best of starts for a couple of drivers in the field, but there are plenty more that have made good progress. Fabrizio Rosati didn't exactly get the best of starts, and sliding in up the inside of Tim Troga, that is Alessio Piccini. So Piccini manages to get his way into 4th place, and they're both in front of Jean Louillet, the Swiss, but not for long. Louillet trying to get up the inside of Troga, but he doesn't manage to get there in the end, so he's got to bail out of it. 1 lap complete. Luillet, Vazil, Harnan, Pescador, there's the move on the inside from Jean Louillet, and also on the move, that is, I think that's Ekelchik. So Ivan Ekelchik, I think, got through as well. So the wild card working his way through the pack as he tries to get himself further forward. He's in the Leclerc by Lennox machine. The similar one of that is leading the race, of course, for Tom Lulet, who's looking to make it 2 from 2. So tough to win all 5 of your heats in KZ2. ultra competitive. So many different drivers to race against, and they're all so closely matched. On average, each of the qualifying sessions yesterday was covered by less than a second. And if you consider that each practice group had nearly 20 drivers in each of them, just over 20 drivers, Chris Harnan makes the move on the inside there from Daniel Vasil. So Harnan into second place. Not a lot Vasil can do about it. He just has to tuck back in behind and hope that he can get some space on the inside. But Chris Harnan, who is wowing the Stan Pex Motorsport crew, they are stunned by his level of progress. Don't forget that Chris Harnan is one of the youngest drivers out there in the field, and he is putting in an amazing display. There's yellow flags up at turn 1. We've had somebody come off the road. It's at 2, actually. It's one of the Sodi karts from CBB, so we've had a retirement. I think it's Flint Schording. So Flint Schording, the Dutchman, seems to have come to a stop on the exit of turn 2, and that's very unfortunate for the Sodi kart driver, so he is out of this race. And Flint Schording, that's not where he needed to be at all. He was on the verge of getting into the top 10. And as I said before, you cannot afford a single mistake in KZ2 because it will be punished. Here comes Pescador on the inside of Vasil. Vasil trying to shut the door before Pacini gets through. That was well handled. Chris Harnan has dropped them. Pescador's actually got a slightly dislodged Nassau by the look of it. It's leaning to one side at a very obscure angle. Not entirely sure why that's happened because I didn't see any contact, but it's just looking a little bit sideways. Don't think it'll cause any issues, but it certainly doesn't quite look straight to me as he comes through. Yeah, it's a little bit lopsided, the Nassau there. Out the inside, here comes Pacini. Dives in on Vasil. Vasil tries to get him back on the undercut. Doesn't work. So, Pacini in front of Vasil, and then it is Jean Liet from Ivan Ikelchik. And then in 8th position behind, that's Tim Trueger, the German, who is trying to work his way back. Up the inside comes Jean Liet. Dives in on Vasil at Cafe Corner. Nice move, and oh, that was nearly Tim Trueger's opportunity to get back in on Ivan Ikelchik. But Ivan Ikelchik keeping him back. There's Christian Abulin and also Paul Lussier. Christian Bertucca is under investigation. Not entirely sure what that's for. Could be related to the start of the race. Perhaps they feel he might have just jumped the gun by a couple of millimeters. Got to be careful on the start. You cannot afford to jump start it because you will get a penalty for it. Bertucca's doing his best. He's made up 3 places. He's got past Sim Liedmar, Albin Carson and Nicolas Schefter. But Tom Lulet leads the way from Chris Harnan and Jorge Pescador. Then it is Alessio Pacini and Jean Liet, Dan Vasil, Ivan Ikelchik, Tim Trueger, Christian Abulin and Paul Lussier in the top 10 ahead of Gelasin, Martinez, Davies, Arnold, Iancu, Rosati, Gredum, Simonini and Barbaru. Some amazing challengers in the European Championship. If you are any kart racer worth your salt, this is what you aspire to. You want to come racing in KZ2 because you will be up against the best, the toughest, the most extreme racers in the world of motorsport. Nothing gets close to this in terms of the physicality. They will get to a top speed of 140 kilometers an hour easily on the straights here, despite the fact that the straights are not very long. And you're having to go through the gears as you race. Constant movement of the hand off the wheel, having to go down these straights one-handed at the best of times. Very physical. You've got to be tip-top condition if you want to race at this level. Lulet, Harnan, Pescador, Pacini, Luyet. There's only 2 seconds between them. 5 laps in, 7 to go, including this one. They come down to Cafe Corner, and Habulin definitely lining up a maneuver on Tim Trueger. But Trueger is just keeping him nice and honest in the apexes. He's not really pushing harder than he has to. He's keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. They come onto the main straight again. Lulet, Harnan, Pescador, Pacini, Luyet. Out through turn 1. Pacini really starting to hustle Jorge Pescador now, the Spanish driver in front of him. They come up towards turn 5. This is an obvious overtaking point, but only if you're close enough. So many marbles on the runoff area on the far side. You take massive chunks out of the tyres in these things, and you've got to make these tyres work all the way from the beginning of qualifying to the end of the superheat tomorrow morning. So this is all about tyre management as much as it is about racecraft. You really are flirting with disaster all the way round in KZ2. You've got to have eyes on stalks, and your adrenaline pumping really can help or hinder depending on how calm you are about it. Pacini all over the back of Pescador. Back on the main straight. Lulet opened up the gap a little now to Chris Harnan. 3rd place for Pescador. Here comes Pacini. Dives in on the inside of turn 1. Gets the move. 3rd position from the Italian for Birola. Works his way through then. And so Alessio Pacini going after the Dutchman Chris Harnan. He's got some work to do, though, to catch him. Tom Lulet, 51.20. Fastest lap of the race for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team that carries the name of the Ferrari Formula 1 driver Charles Leclerc in the chassis that bears his name as well as part of the Birolart Group. And they really have become the masters of gearbox in only their 3rd season of the discipline. Very impressive stuff. Yellow flags out on Cafe Corner. Looks like we've lost another one. I think that's the Dutchman Nathan Sharp, who has retired from the race. Up the inside. There goes the move from Jean Lier. Jean Lier gets through. Nice overtaking move there. So Jean Lier is up at a 4th place now past Jorge Pescador. Down into the hairpin once again. Battles galore. Still, they coax their way through. Got to be so careful on the upshift. A few of the drivers were telling me that this first round of the championship, some drivers are still learning how to drive these karts. You don't get many race meetings over the course of a year in a KZ2. And certainly at FIA level, you only get 3, 2 in the European Championship and 1 in the World Cup later this year when they go to Le Mans. So the battles are still raging. They come through once again, charging down to the hairpin at Cafe Corner. It's a very tight right-hander, that. It's more acute of an angle than 90 degrees, so you really have to slow the kart down. And that's where you can get a lot of tyre wear. Bang on the inside comes Vasil, slides in on Pescador. That's a lovely comeback move from the Romanian. Dives in, up at a 5th place. And now Harnan has been caught by Pacidi. So Alessio Pacidi doing his best to try and make some ground here. Not so easy. Working his magic very hard indeed. How on earth is this going to play out over the course of the weekend? It'll be very tough to balance. But Tom Lulet in front of Chris Harnan by 1.6 seconds now, as Pacidi and Luye are starting to close in. Look at the gaggle behind as well. You've got Pescador, Ekelchik and Christian Abulin in the TV kart at the back. The green and white machine, the Croatian, starting to look for his way through. Oh, very cautious on the brakes for Pescador. That's going to irritate Ivan Ekelchik. That's actually held him up a little bit. And Christian Abulin may take his moment. Had a look at it. The back end stepped out as he had to bail out of the move there, Christian Abulin. You've got to time these things right, and sometimes the timing of the move is out of your control. If the guy in front decides to swarm across and hold the apex at the last moment, you've got to find a way to bail out of it without overcooking the brakes, without cooking the tyres. So delicate. Very tricky to balance all the way through these races. These guys are ultra talented, but they're having to be scientists, mind managers, as they go round at a top speed of 140 kilometers an hour at times. Crazy. It doesn't get much more physical than this. It's very much the reason why Grand Prix drivers, IndyCar drivers, will come back to the world of driving these karts in testing to keep themselves race fresh. So Lulet still stretching away as he goes into the last lap, but Harnan and Pacidi are tightening up for 2nd place. Here we go, final tour. And this is where things are going to get very interesting from here on out. The last lap begins. Chris Harnan leaning to the opposite way the kart is turning. We've seen that a few times in gearbox. He leans to the right as he turns left. That is to adjust the center of gravity in the kart to make it faster in the corners. You have to learn that dynamicism as you go. But it's a very awkward driving stance. Tom Lulet not having to adapt to it. Just keeps himself nicely planted. Absolutely wafer thin smooth as he goes through the apex. He's just kissing the curves as he goes through. Lovely balance from the Leclerc by Lennox machine. And Tom Lulet is having a very nice time of it indeed as he comes through the final turn. 2 out of 2 this weekend for Tom Lulet so far. Great start. Chris Harnan hangs on in front of Pacini. Louier just hangs on in front of Dan Vasil. He was always going to. In a drag race to the line, in these karts, you're not quite going to have enough time to beat your man to the line unless you're already level in the apex of the corner. But Tom Lulet continues his brilliant run, unbeaten across the race yesterday and today at an average speed of 94.14 kilometers an hour. That is massive in these karts. Shows you just how quick they are. 16.32 kilometers of racing. Excellent stuff from Tom Lulet. Yesterday he was flawless in his heat. Flawless again today in the morning. He's looking pretty smooth. And he was only 14 thousandths of a second off pole position outright yesterday. So it's looking pretty strong indeed from the Frenchman. It could be his day tomorrow in the final if he just keeps this sort of pace rhythmically up. He's definitely one of the favourites coming into this weekend. So 2 out of 2 for Tom Lulet of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. He gets the job done in front of Chris Harnan and Alessio Pacini, Jean Liet and Daniel Vazil in the top 5 ahead of Jorge Pescador, Ivan Kelchik, Christian Abulin, Paul Lussier and Tim Troga. Celian Galassin is 11th in front of Carlos Martinez and Dylan Davies. Then Felix Arnold in the Maranello SRP from Robin Gledum. Jeremy Potain, who fought his way back to 16th place beautifully. 11 places made up for him. Alexandro Iancu of the ACS Real Racing Squad ahead of Fabrizio Rosati in the Kart Republic. 19th place for Antoine Barbarou. And then it's Luca Schecher in the Huck Motorsport machine. Mattia Simonini and Christian Bertucca, who fought his way back to 22nd. The KSW satellite crew of Lucas Raybock. Then Corentin Russo, Jaka Wojcik, Sim Liedmar, Albin Carlson and Nicholas Schefter. Just the 2 retirements from the race in the end. Nathan Schaap from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team and the CBB Sports Sodi Kart driver Flint Schuring of the Netherlands. So that gives you a bit of a flavour of what we're going to get over the course of the day. But as things develop and as the heats continue, it's only going to dial up in intensity. We're going to get some great racing over the course of the day. A very busy schedule as well. Here, the next race coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. KZ2 qualifying heat, C versus F follows that. Then the Academy Trophy kicks off for 2022. 54 drivers from nations all over the world, covering all 6 continents in equal expert chassis and Vortex engines, will be battling away for the right to call themselves the Academy Trophy winner. Then the KZ come out for the first time of 2 today. Their qualifying heat at 10 past 12. Definitely going to be very exciting to see what they can produce. KZ2 then come out for 3 more races as they battle away. We'll have a lunch break after qualifying heat A versus D, at which point you guys watching at home, whether you're watching on motorsport.tv or the FIA Karting YouTube or Facebook pages, will be treated to some of the best bits of last year. Adria, the race that crowned us a European champion, and Kristianstad, where Noah Malel claimed his world title last season. Then we'll get back into the action again for KZ2 at 2:30 local time. 20 minutes after that, the next of the KZ2 races will progress, and then we'll have one more at 10 past 3. Then the Academy drivers will come out for the second time over the course of the day. 3:30 and 3:50 for them. That's local time here in Belgium, of course. Then the KZs will come out for their third and final heat of the weekend at 10 past 4. And that'll be their last race before they prepare for the super heat tomorrow morning. Then the KZ2s will give us 3 final races, and they could be 3 of the most intense races of the weekend because everybody knows they need to get themselves as decent a starting place for the superheat as possible. For some drivers, they'll even be fighting to get into it because there are 89 drivers here this weekend in KZ2, and only 72 of them are going to make it to the starting grid of a superheat. The other 17 will be out of the weekend by 5:30 this evening. So it's definitely going to be very intense in the KZ2 category. A busy day at the races here at Genk. And now let's hear from the man who did get the outright pole position in yesterday's qualifying session. The man who starts on pole for Maranello, the German sensation, David Trevelov.
The speed we had it all week, pretty happy with the speed. We had a very good lap, I had no traffic, but there are still 2 more groups to go, so we just wait and we'll see later if it's pole position or not. We feel really good and we feel good prepared for the weekend, and we will work it up the way up. I feel pretty confident, to be honest, but we just wait and see what happens in the races.
Well, he certainly came fighting out of the blocks in the right style in qualifying, and it turned out that that was good enough to be outright pole position. So it's definitely going to be an exciting run. The 1-minute board goes up at the end of the pit lane. Not going to be long before the drivers come out onto the circuit again for qualifying heat A versus E. The fastest group versus the 5th fastest group. So David Trevelov will take his rightful position on the pole. What an impressive career this young man is having. He ended the International Super Cup at Kristianstad last year on the podium as one of the best 3 KZ2 drivers in the world at that point. He has definitely got himself a great chance this year to become European champion. That is his target. He's only got 2 weekends to do it here at Genk and next month at Cremona. But the Maranello SRP squad really have come out of the blocks fighting fit. They want to get the job done. But the man alongside him, Dominic Reuters, has come through as the leading wild card this weekend. He is firing on all cylinders as he comes out of the blocks on the front row of the starting grid. He could cause a major upset here this weekend. As a wild card, he doesn't have a full-time entry, so he's only racing this weekend at Genk. But let's see what happens. He could come through and win the whole thing. It's been a heck of a long time since a wild card came through and got the job done in the final in the European Championships. Let's see if it can happen this weekend. So it's an all-German front row then. David Trevelov and Dominic Reuters from David Lewinsky and Thomas Imborg. Danilo Albanese and Arthur Lehuc, and then Arthur Carbonell and Linus Lagerstrom. Marco Torman and Oscar Target from Alexander Schmitz and Norton Andreasen. Andrea Dale and Andrea Bossetto from Karl Lukaszewski and Leonardo Marcellia. Michael Paparo and Alex Marigliano. Paavo Toteri and Kasper Nadolski from Ivan Klimenko and Sivert Moilant. Brandon Nilsson and Ronnie Tabakovic, Salvatore Toscano and Tom Adams, Adrian Janicki, Natalia Balbo, Yannick Himmels and Henry Johnstone. Another talented bunch of drivers as they go to battle. Quite a few out of position after some very tricky performances in time qualifying. Certainly Alexander Schmitz, Norton Andreasen and Andrea Dale would all have wanted a little bit more from time qualifying, as will Leonardo Marcellia, a long way down from the grid from where we've come to expect him, as was the Finn Paavo Toteri. They just didn't get the lap in. You got to remember that most of the qualifying groups, the drivers were separated by less than a second. So if you make one mistake in qualifying in one apex, you can lose anywhere between 2 and 3 tenths of a second. That's the difference between 20th overall and 50th overall. It really is massive to get those mistakes ironed out as much as possible. A couple more drivers that are a long way down the field than they should be. Brandon Nilsson and Natalia Balbo, the two CRG drivers. Both of them should have been expecting really to go for top 10 on the starting grid for the heats, and both the Swede and the Italian have the capability to be there. And also Ronnie Tabakovic, we haven't seen him very often because of course he's one of the wild cards this weekend, but when he does come to town, he's usually towards the top 10. So a very tricky weekend for him so far. Adrian Janicki, the Pole as well, would probably have hoped for at least a better starting position than the penultimate row of the grid. But that just means that the drivers out of position are going to have to do a heck of a lot of hard work in the overtaking ranks. And we'll see how many can do that. 317 there, Marco Torman running towards the sharp end of the field. There's the Formula K chassis going through. That's Michael Paparo in the treble 3. And there is your pole man, David Trevelov, the German star for the Maranello SRP factory team. David Trevelov very much continuing in the footsteps of Fabian Federer, who walked away from driving only recently. Last year was his last as a driver. Now very much stepping into a team management role. But David Trevelov very much carrying on the mantle. And we'll have to see if Trevelov can add the European title to his accolades. He was on the podium in the Super Cup last year. Was very much a contender. Only just eclipsed in the end by Lorenzo Travasanuto and Senna van Waalstein, both of whom have stepped up to the world of KZ racing. So David Trevelov, in theory, has the best chance ever to become European champion, but theory is never the same as practice. You've got to do the hard work, you've got to go out there and win that title. Nigel Edwards positioned there. Is everyone getting themselves ready for the start here in the FIA Karting European Championship. KZ2, ultra competitive. It never stops. And the battle is always raging. Green flag at the back of the field. The lights will come on. When they go out, we are racing again at Karting Genk in KZ2. Ready? Let's do it. Oh, barely a start at all for Dominic Reuters. There was a jump start in the 3rd or 4th row, I think, and there's a little bit of contact as Michael Paparo gets squeezed on the way to the first corner. The drivers work their way through. Little bit of jockeying for position. Several drivers in trouble. Paparo's off the road, and that's one of the Sodi cards as well. So Paparo trying to get started again, but I think that is the 386 going off. That's Arthur Lehuc, one of the wild cards that was doing such a good job initially. But Arthur Lehuc is trying to get going again, but I'm afraid it's almost done and dusted for him. Certainly he's dropped to the back of the field as the rest of the racers are now out in front, enjoying life in the battle for victory. Michael Paparo has dropped right down the order as well. He has got going again, but he's barely moving on the back straight. So it looks like his race is going to be done and dusted fairly shortly as well. And there was a couple of other drivers rolling off the road in the middle of all of that as well. But David Trevelov leads the way from Lewinsky, Albanese, Carbonell, Imborg, Torman and Lagerstrom. You've got a feel for Dominic Reuters, who has dropped all the way down to 10th position from his front row grid stop. Messed up the start. Looked like somebody behind him got a jump start, but I couldn't quite see who it was. So Arthur Carbonell and Thomas Imborg battling away. Now this is important because Thomas Imborg is down in 5th position. He took the win yesterday. Here he comes up to 4th place. Thomas Imborg very much setting his sights on the big show up front. As Michael Paparo comes into the pits, absolutely enraged and very much hopping with rage and madness at the moment. He is not a happy man at all. So David Trevelov out in front of David Lewinsky. And it's Arthur Lehuc who's actually under investigation. So the man who ended up getting spat off the road at turn 2 might just have been the man to have jumped the start. So the wildcards absolutely in self-destruct mode at the start because Reuters barely got away. Lehuc got away a little bit too quickly. At least they are certainly investigating whether that is true or not. So Albanese all over the back of the CVB Sodi kart of David Lewinsky. And then behind him his 2 teammates are Thomas Imborg and Arthur Carbonell. On the inside comes Albanese. So Danilo Albanese, who so nearly became European champion last year. It all came undone for him at Adria. But this is now a new opportunity. Last year is ancient history as far as he's concerned. And he wants to put that to bed. So now Danilo Albanese going to charge after the German star, David Trevelov. But he's got pressure from behind because Lewinsky, Imborg and Carbonell, the CVB Sport teammates, are going to be pushing him all the way. Then comes the Paralin of Marco Torman. 7th place in the background. That is the very talented Andrea Dale for the CRG team. Warning flag for Dominic Reuters. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that's for. But certainly coming into the pits to retire now is Arthur Lehuc. So Arthur Lehuc has a problem with the kart that's obviously stemming from the problems on the start. And the trip off the road with Michael Paparo. So Lehuc and Paparo out of the race. Very unfortunate for the Formula K driver Michael Paparo because he was taken off the road briefly in the run to turn 1 and then he got spat out at turn 2 as well. No luck at all for the Italian at the start of this one. Trevelov, Albanese, Lewinsky, Imborg, Carbonell. Watch for Thomas Imborg. He's going to try and make his move now on the inside of his teammate David Lewinsky, the Polish driver, part of the CVV Sport team and going very well, but watch the man in 4th. Imborg is going to be on the charge here. He took the win in yesterday's opening heat ahead of Arvid Lindblad. So he's obviously hoping that he can repeat the victory here today. But this is already lap 5 and Imborg is struggling to find the opportunity to get past his own teammate for the moment. And David Trevelov is starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Watch for the move. Well, Imborg doesn't go for it. I thought that was odds on into turn 6 on that occasion. He can't afford to sit behind his teammate that long. I suppose he doesn't really want to trip over his own stablemate because they're a very strong team in CVB Sport. They've got a massive work ethic and what they have been doing in collaboration with the Sodi Kart factory team, they've turned this team from not bad into serial race winners. So they've just got to be so careful how they go about it. Meanwhile, Marco Torman is lining up the opportunity on Arthur Carbonell and Dale is being caught by Alexander Schmitz in the KSW Birolart. Here they come. There's Tonteri. My goodness, Pavel Tonteri's been working hard. He's up into 9th place now from 19th on the grid. I told you there were going to be a few drivers that were going to be charging their way back. Pavel Tonteri's made up 10 places. Natalia Balbo has made up 9. She's having an amazing race. Great job from Natalia Balbo so far. Also good comebacks from Brandon Nilsson. He's made up 7. Adrian Janicki's made up 6. Henry Johnstone and Alex Marialano have made up 5 apiece. Andrea Dali on his own has made up 6 places too. So lots of drivers making comebacks in this race. And they certainly need to. They don't have a lot of time to fool around with. Is that Marco Torman? Sorry, that was Alexander Schmitz getting past Andrea Dale. So Schmitz has got past Dale. 6 laps done, 6 to go. Trevelov, Albanese, Lewinsky, Imborg, Carbonell, Torman, Schmitz, Dale, Tonteri and Reuters. But Trevelov is not that far ahead of Albanese. He's got to look after the tyres for these next 6 laps. You don't want to overwork them. But also got to stay as consistent as possible across the 5 heats. So Saturday is all about just banging in those results and staying out of trouble. You've really got to be as hungry as possible on Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon. So now you've just got to take it nice and steady. Look after the tyres, not overwork them. Trevelov, Albanese, Lewinsky, Imborg, Carbonell, Torman. 6 drivers, very evenly matched in terms of lap times as well. They're all pretty much in the 51.5s, except for the 2 leaders, Trevelov and Albanese. Albanese was the fastest man around the track last time around, but a new fastest lap now bangs in from David Trevelov. He gets a 51.1 under his belt. And in race trim, that is pretty quick. The lap time in qualifying yesterday was a 50.8, so to be only 3/10 away from that in race trim is truly extraordinary speed. And good work from Trefelov. He's extending the gap just a little by little. Albanese going with him as they drop the CPB Sodi karts in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Thomas Imborg all over the back of his teammate David Lewinsky. But it's almost as if he's decided to settle for 4th place. That doesn't sound like the Thomas Imborg I know. He certainly doesn't seem to be able to get quite close enough to Lewinsky to really make a challenge. Because you can't just throw it up the inside and banzai, but certainly not at least until the last lap. You've got to know that the kart is going to turn in. And when you come off the line, you're obviously going to be working with very reduced grip compared to what you have on the racing line. So there's a lot of things that have to come together for these moves to work out. Some great battles in the midfield. Trevelov's teammate has just come into the pits. That's the Ukrainian Ivan Klimenko. So Ivan Klimenko appears to be out of the race. That's unfortunate. He didn't get the qualifying performance he wanted yesterday either. So Ivan Klimenko's race is already compromised. But Danilo Albanese riding behind David Trevelov. So Trevelov working hard as he and Albanese go to battle. A very tough race between these two. But Lewinsky and Imborg, it's pretty much stalemate between these two. I thought Imborg might have had a little bit more get up and go than this. And certainly he's there in 4th position, trying to charge after the pole. But he hasn't really been able to make this race come to him. So David Trevelov out in front of Danilo Albanese, David Lewinsky and Thomas Imborg looks pretty settled at the moment. Very unusual for a KZ2 race. Certainly at this stage of the weekend, normally you've got drivers really starting to take notes out there, but Imborg obviously clearly thinking about tyre life. He has to consolidate here. If he starts to make aggressive overtaking moves, then he's going to wear the tyres out faster. Meanwhile, Albanese is absolutely rocketing. 51 flat for him on the last lap. He's caught right back up to Trevelov. So this is where we're really going to see the attack for the European Championship come alive for Danilo Albanese. He's now starting to make an inroad into the Maranello. So it's Maranello versus Kart Republic up front. Trevelov versus Albanese. Germany versus Italy. And David Trevelov doing a great job up in front. Danilo Albanese running with him as they come over the start-finish line once again. And Trevelov has managed to get that gap back up a little bit on the previous lap, having to push it a little bit harder than he was hoping to. They're both off the pace compared to their best, but they're still Albanese just that fraction quicker than the race leader David Trevelov. There was Marco Torment in the parallel, just trying to get up close to Arthur Carbonell. And behind them we have Schmitz, Dale, Tonteri, Reuters, Andreasen, Marigliano, Lagerström, Lukashevsky, Pozzetto, Marcellia, Nilsson, Target, Tabakovic and Balbo in the top 20. So some good comebacks. Henry Johnstone, the Australian's made up 6 as well. He's on a good warpath at the moment. Still 8 places made up from Natalia Balbo, 10 from Paavo Tonteri. Those are the best moves up the grid at the moment. And Tonteri might actually close in on Andrea Dali before this race is over. Last lap. And again, Trevelov has just used the last lap to really extend that gap again over Danilo Albanese. This is all about measuring the pace. You can fall off for a couple of laps until the driver behind has only got about 3/10 of a second on you. And then you really have to make a little bit more work come back to you. As Natalia Balbo gets up another place, that puts her into 19th ahead of Adrian Janicki and Ronnie Tabakovic. So Natalia Balbo was looking pretty crestfallen after qualifying yesterday, but I said to her, never give up, you never know. She seems to have taken that on board because she is pushing it. Look how quickly Trefelov has just completely dropped Albanese on the last lap. He's found another 3/10 of a second in the first sector alone to secure the victory. David Trevelov finding that pace from nowhere. Great work. David Trevelov takes the win, continues his winning run. He didn't get the win yesterday, but he manages to get one back today. And ironically, Trevelov finished 4th to Imborg, who got the win. This time, Trevelov gets the win to Imborg, who finishes 4th. So they've swapped positions. So now both men are on 4 points apiece alongside Chris Harnan, who's come up with a couple of second places. Don't forget, in these heats, you accumulate points. You add points to your tally rather than actually score points. And essentially, you add as many points to your tally as the position you finish, with the exception of the win. You take a 0 for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then it's a bit like golf. Whoever has the fewest points at the end is the one that will start the superheat from the front. So you've got to try and finish as low as possible, well, high as possible, depending on which way you look at it. So the contenders come back in after another physically demanding race in KZ2. Great racing once more. David Trevelov gets his first win of the weekend in front of Danilo Albanese. David Lewinsky is third ahead of Thomas Imborg, Arthur Carbonell and Marco Torman. Alexander Schmitz ahead of Andrea Dale. Paavo Tonteri, who makes up 10 places from the grid, the highest mover of them all. Dominic Reuters in 10th place from Norton Andreasen and Alex Marigliano. Linus Lagerström and Karl Lukaszewski from Andrea Bossetto, Leonardo Marcellia. Oscar Target, the Australian, and Brandon Nilsson, the Swede. And then in 19th position, it is Natalia Balbo. She made a great comeback there to 19th place. Adrian Janicki ahead of Roddy Tabakovic, Kasper Nadolski, Henry Johnstone, Tom Adams and Yannick Himmels ahead of Sivet Moiland and Salvatore Toscano. 3 retirements in the end, Ivan Klimenko and Arthur Lehouk, as well as Michael Paparo, who pulled off at the end of his first lap. So, big movements and big shakers in KZ2, but we're only just getting started with the KZ2 gearbox category. There is more to come from them in the next heat as we finally get to see the likes of Marcus Kayak in pole position and Arvid Lindblad in second place. That is one heck of a story, and we will pick up that one now as we battle away for position. But for now, though, let's hear from the man who got the fastest time in the third of the qualifying practice groups, and we'll start on the pole for this one. For the Ike's Racing team, it's the Estonian Marcus Kayak.
For sure, the rest of the weekend will be really good because we're starting from the front row. But like the time when I drove, it didn't feel so good. Like I felt like the other guys might have gone faster than me. And then as I finished the lap, I looked at the timing board. I was first, and I was like so happy. We managed to maintain the tires very good in the practice, so I don't think it will be a big problem for us. So I just hope to stay in the front and maybe finish on the podium.
Sounds fairly straightforward. Always a tough task, though, as the drivers are getting themselves seated and ready. But what a front row of the starting grid this one is. Marcus Kayak making great progress in the world of gearbox racing. And the Ike's Racing team from Estonia really starting to give him the tools to get the job done. Wonderful to see them up at the sharp end of the field. They deserve to be there after all their years of hard work. And hopefully this isn't just a flash in the pan. This is permanent and here to stay for the Ike's Racing team on the left of your screen. On the right of your screen, it's the Red Bull superstar, Arvid Lindblad. What an opportunity for him this weekend, making his debut in the European Championship as a KZ2 driver. Was never off the podium in OK last year. Across 5 race weekends, he was always either second or third. Never quite managed to get to the top spot, but even through adversity, he was able to charge his way back. And here this weekend, the British driver for the Red Bull Young Gun squad, and obviously, of course, for the Stan Pex Motorsport team this weekend in Gearbox, he has come straight out of the blocks and got a second place yesterday. Absolutely extraordinary. I can't remember the last time. Well, no, I can remember the last time that someone from the Red Bull awning made this much of an impression in Gearbox. That man was Max Verstappen. Dare we mention him in the same breath as Arvid Lindblad? Is definitely making as big an impact this early on in his young career. But Arvid Lindblad is just getting on with the job. He's not really letting anything faze him. He's just approaching every race as if it's a new opportunity. No pressure, just investigating and exploring the tyres, seeing what he can get out of it. Absolutely the right approach. And what a challenge it's going to be for the others. If they get beaten by a 14-year-old whippersnapper, then that's really going to cause them a little bit of a headache as they prepare for more drama and suspense out on the circuit. The 1-minute board going up in front of the drivers as they will get themselves ready to charge around the circuit once again for this out lap and then the single formation lap after that. But KZ2 qualifying heat C versus F could leave a lot of questions unanswered, but we'll certainly get a little bit more of an understanding as to how things are likely to progress. As it stands currently coming into this one, Tom Lulette has 0 points because he's got 2 wins under his belt. Kayak got a win yesterday as well, so he has 0 points, but he's only raced once. So Lulette has raced twice, and that's why he is provisionally in front of his colleague. He was also slightly quicker than him in qualifying, which is how the count back puts him in front. Third in the ranks at the moment is Arvid Lindblad with his second place yesterday and his magnificent lap in qualifying. So he is right there with an opportunity to make it all come together. He actually led in the early stages of the race yesterday, but by the end of the first lap, he was back into second position. So he has the ability. It's just all got to come together to him. And then you've got the likes of Robert Kindervater, who is currently 4th in the rankings on 2 points. Genis Civico was strong yesterday. He came home 3rd. So there's a big amount of talent in the top 2 rows of the grid. Anyone could take the win in this one. But Marcus Kayak and Arvid Lindblad will be on the front row from Robert Kindervater and Genis Civico, Thomas Schippers and Sam Luyer from Jean Nomblo and Emiliano Carrara, Giuseppe Palomba and Jesper Sjoberg from Matteo Spergel and Michael Rossina, Moritz Ebner and Yannick Julius Bernhardt from Jacob Bergmeister and Kevin Stahauer, Valentino Fritsch and Tim Gerhardt, Martin van Leuven and Renzo Albax, then Paul Ribera and Lucas Vladic, Rasmus Janssen and David Jaramin, Rowan Grinvis and Florian Kidel, Ken Algre, Luigi De Lorenzo, and at the back of the grid, Axel Bengtsson. 29 drivers, all bidding to become the superstar of KZ2 in 2022. The European Championship awaits them, but they've got to be flawless in Genk and then absolutely incredible at Cremona if you want to win the European Championship. Last year, the job was done by Giacomo Polini in KZ2. He is not competing in 2022, but last year he sealed the deal in the European Championship title at Adria. So it'll be a fascinating turn of events to see how the drivers get themselves up to speed once again. It will be a very tough mission for the drivers in front as they will battle for supremacy once again. So it's definitely been a tough fight. But we have had an amazing opportunity and some incredible battles over the years. And here in KZ2, we've got more fantastic opportunities as drivers continue to make steady progress. So let's see what the contenders are going to give us over the course of this weekend. We'll see some amazing battles all the way through KZ2. And you'll note that all of the KZ and Academy drivers are watching from the sidelines as well. It's very hard to focus on your own racing when you've got KZ2s out on track. You really want to watch and learn from these great drivers. KZ, of course, will always be learning all the time because they are in essentially exactly the same karts. The only difference between KZ and KZ2, in essence, is the fact that the weight limit is 5 kilograms higher for KZ2 than it is for KZ. There are only 33 drivers on the grid in KZ. There are 89 in KZ2. So that just shows you how many incredible contenders there are. So Marcus Kayak and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the starting grid. A couple of people have been watching the stream and asked me, why is Arvid Lindblad not racing in KZ along with Tukka Tarpanen? Well, the decision behind that will probably be because KZ2 is just a little bit more low pressure, because it's not quite under the same microscope as KZ is. And in KZ, you've got about 20 different world and European champions to go up against in various different disciplines of karting and motorsport in general. Whereas in KZ2, a lot of the drivers are still learning and progressing in the sport. So it seems like a natural avenue for drivers like Arvid Lindblad to take on. But he'll certainly wow us with some spectacular performances. So Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the starting grid, but the pole man Marcus Kayak will have the best route to the first corner. The green flag is in the air. They'll be withdrawn from the grid. Let's see how we go racing here again in Genk. Lights are on. Lights are out. Oh, no start at all for Arvid Lindblad. Manages to get going in the end, but that's cost him several places, and now he's right in the middle of the field being used as a pinball as he tries to get his way through. Kayak gets a good start, as does Thomas Schippers, I think. So Schippers has made a really good start as he finds himself up there. Giorgio Carrara seems to have made a good one as well, the Argentine. Some big movements around the outside as drivers are tippy-toeing their way through on the opening tour. But several drivers are jockeying away now, trying to make some progress. Arvid Lindblad has lost a lot of places. So now the Red Bull star, obviously trying to make his way back through. But up in second place, that is Thomas Schippers in the Thierry Del Rey Racing Mach 1. Amazing work from Thomas Schippers. And that is the wild card doing an excellent job in second place. But how long can he keep it there? Because now he's got Robert Kindervater and Genis Civico for company as they run through down the main straight. So Kayak, Schippers, Kindervater, Civico, Nomblo, Luyer, Palomba and Sjoberg from Rosina, Ebner, Spergel, Bergmeister and Stahauer. Lindblad is in 15th at the end of the first lap, so he's worked his way through. But Thomas Sipers has an investigation flag. So Thomas Sipers is under investigation. Now, the only reason I can see on this earlier stage of the race is that maybe he jumped the start. It's very easy to do from the standing start in these karts. So already it looks as though Thomas Sipers is in some dire straits running in second place. So the drivers behind him could all get a little bit of get-out-of-jail-free cards handed out amongst them. Kayak is still your leader from Sipers, Kindervarta, Savico, Nomblo, Louye, Palomba, Sjoberg and Rosina. Moritz Ebner in the Birolard is in the top 10 as he works his way forward. Lindblad has got past Julius Bernhardt to get into 14th place on this lap. So he's trying to charge his way back into contention again. So Sipers can just... the only thing he can do now is just get on with it. He can't really afford to think about the possibility that a penalty could come his way. Just got to focus on the objectives, try and race as hard as possible and come up with the best result. And if a penalty were to occur, then at least they've done the best they can. On the inside, Jean Nomblo dives in on Genis Savico. So the Spanish driver losing out to the CBB Sodi kart there. No problems at all for Jean Nomblo to get the move on Genis Savico. And the Spanish driver still in position. Look at the way they lean into the braking zone there, just trying to get the car stopped dead, turned in. Good acceleration, good traction, very important in the KZ2 category. And all the drivers still hunting for the opportunity to continue to make the progress. There is Kayak in the lead, looking good to continue his run the same way that Tom Lulet has managed to do. Sipers, Kindervarta, Nomblo, Savico, Louye and Palomba. Sjoberg, Rosina and Ebner from Spergel and Bergmeister, Stahauer, Lindblad, Julius Bernhardt and Martin van Leuven. Arvid Lindblad sets the fastest lap of the race. That's how determined he is to make up for the earlier lost time. 51.97 for Arvid Lindblad. This guy's got so much skill. Just losing out on the start line of the KZ2 starts, but he's not the only driver to have done so in recent times to make the switch to gearbox. Andrea Kimi Antonelli used to have the same problems last year, if you remember, in the KZ category. So it's not easy for an OK driver to adapt to gearbox. You've got to do it the hard way, learning under the microscope. Kayak, Sipers, Kindervarta, Nomblo, Savico, Louye. There's the move on the inside from Jean Nomblo. Gets the move done on Robert Kindervarta. Kindervarta having to go over the curbs to try and correct the machine again as he runs wide. So now Genis Savico has a chance to move forward. And Genis Savico, the Spanish driver for the Modena racing team. Up the inside. Oh, not quite the move on there for Giuseppe Palomba. He had to think about it. But of course, the Modena racing team has had some big stars in that squad in recent times. You've only got to look back to Simone Cunati, the Italian, who finally decided to come away from gearbox racing to focus on his esports and sim racing business. But this is a fabulous battle for Sam Louye to be right in the mix of. Giuseppe Palomba and Jesper Sjoberg lining up the move, and you can see that Jean Nomblo is becoming a bit of a cork in the bottle here. Kindervarta diving up the inside, looking for recompense, gets through. Third position for the German, lovely move. And Kindervarta in the KSW Satellite Birolart squad, managing to get through into third position. Nice move from that team. A very talented group of Austrians running the KSW Satellite squad. Back on the inside from Nomblo, side by side with Kindervarta, and now he's going to lose out to Savico. Wow, that was forceful from Jean Nomblo. Very determined, very aggressive, nothing rude about that one at all, just absolutely dictatorial. Now on the inside, sliding in from Sam Louye, trying to get through, and that's opened the floodgates for Louye. He's going to lose ground here to Palomba and Sjoberg if he's not careful. And you've got Rosina trying to line up as well. So Michael Rosina, the Italian on the TB kart, trying to come through. This is how easy it is. You make one mistake and suddenly everybody's on you like a pack of dogs. Through the hairpin. Back up through turn 3. Up towards 4. Square left. Hairpin. Turn 5. Turn in. Guide the kart in. Try to keep the back end from spitting out. Down the back straight. Along the motorway. Parallel with the motorway, I should say. And then, of course, you've got a long flowing sequence of turns after that that really works the tyres. This is where you really start to eat into the top layer of the carcass of the rubber. You can see that on the runoff areas there, on the outside of the corners, you get a lot of marbles being kicked up. So Marcus Kayak enjoying himself in the lead, 0.8 of a second clear after 7 laps, make that nearly a second now to Thomas Schippers. But Jean Nomblo runs in third from Civico, Kindervater, Palomba, Luye, Sjoberg, Rosina, Spergel and Bergmeister. Lindblad has worked his way up to 13th now behind Bergmeister and Moritz Ebner. Paul Ribera now gets the fastest lap. So Paul Ribera, the Austrian, still trying to make progress. He's in 17th place at the moment behind Martin van Leuven and Tim Gerhards. So this is a very exciting challenge at the moment as the competitors continue on their way. But out in front, Marcus Kayak holds the advantage. This is between Nomblo and Civico, Nomblo and Civico for third position. So out through the hairpin once again, Jean Nomblo holding on in front of Genis Civico. Up to the braking point for the first corner. It's a long flowing corner, that one, because it opens, it's a very open apex to start with, and then you basically tighten through to continue the corner. It's a very challenging opener to a lap here at Karting Genk. But Marcus Kayak and Thomas Schippers having a really nice run of it out in front, a second apart, and they've got 0.9 of a second on the rest. Luigi De Lorenzo now sets the fastest lap of the race. We've had one retirement thus far, that is the Estonian Ken Algra. Not entirely sure what happened to the Estonian, but I think he may have pulled the card off into the pit. Civico dives in on Jean Nomblo. That was a last-minute manoeuvre there from Genis Civico. Saw the opportunity, took it, and that was full send. Never before has a race move like that one been more rewarded with the term send it. It's very applicable in that particular manoeuvre. Kayak, Schippers, Civico and Nomblo, Kindervater and Palomba from Luye, Sjoberg, Rosina and then Spergel. Lindblad now up to 12th. If we look back, we'll see him. There he is. So still pushing on, trying to work his way forward. But fascinating battles still continuing here at Karting Genk. And you can see that the arrive and drive karts are in operation alongside the racing. You really do get a little bit of everything if you come to Karting Genk on a weekend. Hopefully we won't get too many dust clouds from the motocross track next door either, because it really is a hive of speed, Genk. It's a wonderful facility. And on certain weekends you can even get a little bit of battle from the model raceway that's next door, as the RC drivers go to battle in their own competition. It really is an absolute epicenter of a race. Oh, up over the curbs comes Palomba as he gets squeezed out there from Sam Luye. So Sam Luye gets through on Palomba. Palomba trying to get himself back up to speed before he loses ground to Jesper Sjoberg. So Jesper Sjoberg trying to get himself back up the order again. And Rosina and Spergel are starting to line up behind. So still a very tough battle. And still very unclear as to how this weekend is going to settle out. But certainly Tom Lulette and Marcus Kayak are looking the strongest consistently of the drivers in this race battle. In KZ2, a lot of hard work still to do, as Lindblad has managed to get past Bergmeister to get into 11th place. If he stays close enough to Thomas Schippers, if he does get a penalty, then Lindblad could still finish this race in the top 10. But there is Marcus Kayak, the Estonian, out in front. 1.3 seconds clear of Schippers. He looks absolutely flawless at the moment. And the Estonian going beautifully here at Genk. Schippers in the background, still under investigation, of course, after something that occurred on that one. We think it may be a jump start, if it's going to be anything at all. But certainly Marcus Kayak continuing his progress after a brilliant run in qualifying yesterday. Up to Cafe Corner, and the car looks absolutely bolted to the road. The back end isn't loose, the front end isn't snagging. It's just absolutely biting into the road. It looks absolutely perfect from Marcus Kayak. 2 wins out of 2 this weekend for the Estonian, and he can be very happy with that. Second for Schippers, third for Civico in front of Nomblo, Kindervater, Luye, Palomba, Sjoberg, Rosina, Spergel and Lindblad. A very tough race. Oh, it looks as though Paul Ribera may have had an issue on the last lap. He's come through in 22nd, so problems all the way. And even David Jeremin and Axel Bengtsson were side by side to the line in the last 2 positions. KZ2 really does give you someone to battle with. No matter what your level, you'll always end up being in a race with somebody. Marcus Kayak, great performance. from lights to flag. He really did clean up in the third race of the day. And in KZ2, looking so smooth and ultra competitive. So the Estonian for the Ike's Racing team very much getting his weekend underway in the best possible frame of mind and with the best results coming to him as well. Still a very strong day for KZ2 Racing. The temperatures are rising all the time. It's only going to get hotter and hotter here at Karting Genk. And that's what we wanted to see. Marcus Kayak in front of Thomas Sippers and Jenis Civico. Then it was Jean Nomblo ahead of Robert Kinderwarter and Sam Luyer. Giuseppe Palomba, Jesper Sjoberg, Michael Rossina and Matteo Spergel in the top 10. Arvid Lindblad fought back to 11th after a tricky start. Then Jacob Bergmeister and Martin van Leuven. Moritz Ebner and Valentino Fritsch from Tim Gerhards and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Kevin Stehauer coming home in 18th position in front of his countryman Rowan Grinwiz. Then Luigi De Lorenzo ahead of Renzo Albax. And then it is Paul Ribera ahead of Giorgio Emiliano Carrara, Lucas Vladic, Rasmus Janssen, Florian Kibel. And then the last two home over the grid side by side, David Jarmin and Axel Bengtsson. The one retirement from the race was the other Ike's Racing team driver in this race, Marcus Kayak's teammate Ken Algra, who ended up retiring on lap 5. So KZ2 has definitely come out of the blocks fighting fit. We've had some great racing from them so far to kickstart things here at Karting Genk. And now comes the Olympics of karting, if you like. This is an absolutely fabulous battle and what an opportunity for the young men and women who are called up from their sporting ASNs, their governing bodies from around the world, to race at this level. It's a real privilege and a real honor to be selected. And these contenders have come from North and South America, from all over Europe, all over Africa, Asia, Australasia. It is a massive honor to represent your country in this playing field. And what an opportunity for these youngsters. There was definitely nothing like this when I was a kid. And these young men and women aged 11 to 14 who are chosen by their sporting governing bodies. What an opportunity this is. What a moment to walk out there with your nation's flag on your kart and on your race suit. An absolutely fantastic opportunity. The drivers are gearing themselves up ready to go. 54 of them in total. Some of them have raced at this level before in their respective nations, either in OK Junior or similar, but some of them have literally never been to Europe before, never mind raced in Europe before. So this is a fabulous opportunity for them to build their motor racing network, to showcase their talent to the world, and to put on a bit of a display here. There have been some amazing talents to come through the ranks of the Academy Trophy over the years. Of course, back in 2011, the man who took the title in the Academy Trophy was a young man by the name of Charles Leclerc. And he seems to have done fairly all right for himself over the years. Absolutely phenomenal, the kind of talent that gets displayed here. Race director, Pasquale Poli, just giving them their instruction at the start of their racing journey in Europe. For many of them, this will be the first time they have ever raced in this kart, with this engine, with this kind of speed, at any level whatsoever. Never mind in the pinnacle of Europe with the world's eyes on them. What an opportunity. What a great privilege. And great to see these drivers, these men and women, acquitting themselves very admirably under the circumstances. So as the young drivers gear themselves up, let's hear from the man who took pole position for this first race of the day for Groups B versus D. It's the home favourite from Belgium, Thibaut Ramakers.
I am very happy. I start solo. After I pushing for pole position, I am very happy. I am very happy representing Belgium. My feelings is the chassis is very good, the motor, and the tire is very good.
So the drivers are getting themselves into their karts. They are all absolutely identical. The only thing that is different between each of these karts is their racing numbers and the flags and names that are carried on the side pods and Nassau panels. That's it. Everything else is absolutely identical. They're all in Expert chassis with Vortex engines that are pooled over the course of the weekend, and they have 4 tyres from LeConte, and they are there for the entire weekend, from the start of qualifying to the end of the final. They don't even get a fresh set of tyres for the final, so they really have to manage themselves over the course of the weekend. This is about racecraft, knowledge, wisdom, discipline and skill. It's a very tough competition in the Academy Trophy. Always fascinating to see how these competitors gear themselves up and do such a good job as they do. But what a phenomenal battle it's going to be in 2022. These guys really are absolutely astonishing. Drivers that have come through the Academy Trophy over the years include the late, great Antoine Hubert, who was the vice champion in 2010. And we always send our love and best wishes to the Hubert family as a fabulous member of the FIA Karting paddock he always was. Mikael Askuner, who's gone on to the world of TCR racing. Ben Barnekow, Juha Valtonen, Maren Kramers. They've all made their names in karting at international level. Dorian Boccolacci and Johan Daruvala, who have gone through to the world of Grand Prix racing in F2 and F3. And then Esteban Ocon, George Russell and Charles Leclerc, who are now Formula 1 drivers. Tibor Ramakers and Alexander Bogdanovic from Jindro Pezel and Luca Horton. Caleb Cafrara and Marcus Silkunas from Augustin Sabelvida and Ricardo Cerelli. Nado Weichselbaumer and Jack Buckley from Ivo Besterda and Henry Jocelyn. Mark Dubnitsky and Daniel Dalakian from Jan Pinto and Alexander Deshkov. Adrian Ferra, Santino Panetta, Ishan Madesh and Pedro Cachada. Christian Jorgensen, Harry Arnett, Ethan Thorne, Vongsapat Katseri, Mira Alzabi, Ruben Dovalle and Lochiel McGregor. 27 drivers in this race. There'll be another 27 in the race afterwards. And this is the only class all weekend where the starts will be rolling starts. They get 2 formation laps as well. And they get just 8 laps of the circuit here at Karting Genk. So these young men and women really are going to be tested to their hilt. The drivers only get a maximum of 4 races in the weekend. But there are 7 races for the Academy Trophy in total. Obviously, they're separated into 2 groups of drivers because you couldn't have 54 of them out there in one race. You can only have 27, which I have to say, 27 is the most number of drivers there has ever been in an FIA Karting Academy Trophy qualifying heat. This year is a record of drivers that we've had in the Academy. 54 competitors drawn from all 4 corners of the globe, and it really is a fabulous opportunity for these youngsters. For Belgium, Tibor Ramakers. For Slovenia, Alexander Bogdanovic. For the Czech Republic, Jindro Pezel. For Bahrain, Luca Horton. For the United States of America, Caleb Cafrara. And for Lithuania, Marcus Silkunas. And that's just the top 6 places on the grid. So the 27 drivers gearing themselves up ready for battle. There'll be a lot of overtaking in this field, I fancy. Quite a few drivers feeling that they were a little bit hard done by in qualifying. The Armenian Daniel Dalakian felt there was a little bit more in the kart after yesterday, as did the Spanish driver Adrian Ferra, who didn't quite get the lap he was after. The Australian and the New Zealander, Harry Arnett and Lochiel McGregor. Expect some good comeback drives from those two, trying to make their way through the field, picking them off one by one. This is where the racecraft they have learnt in their domestic and regional categories will really start to come into their own. The only difference being that this is the fastest kart that any of them will have raced up to this point. The Expert chassis, the Vortex engine, the LeConte tyres, the pinnacle of direct drive junior karting at this level. It is a great opportunity for junior youngsters to showcase their skills and go on to big things, both in karting and in motorsport in general. They come off the final turn. Are we going to get a clean start? Yes, we do. Off we go. And it's a great start for the leader. Ramakers in front of Pezel as they head through to the first corner. The field squabbles away. And it looks like a perfectly decent start for Jindro Pezel, who slots into 2nd place. Charges his way through as the drivers work their magic up through to the hairpin. And Jindro Pezel tucks in behind the Belgian Tibor Ramakers and goes to battle. A couple of drivers running slightly wide over the curbs out of turn 5. But Jindro Pezel already starting to get a defensive angle to hold up Caleb Cafrara as the drivers are battling away. Caleb Cafrara going for 2nd and he gets through. That is a great run. In fact, no, that's the 514. My apologies. That's Alexander Bogdanovic. So Bogdanovic, the Slovenian, gets through past Jindro Pezel. So it is the Belgian, the Slovenian, and the Czech in the top 3, just as they started. So a good effort so far from those drivers in position. They come off the turn and over the line. Ramakers, Bogdanovic, Pezel, and then it's Cafrara in 4th position. Pezel already starting to have a think about getting back through on Alexander Bogdanovic. 5th place is Luca Horton in front of Cirelli, Weichselbaumer, Sepulveda, Besterda, Jocelyn, Ferra, Buckley, Dubnitsky and Cachada, and there's the move again from Pezel. He gets through on Bogdanovic, and Caleb Cafrara is lining up his own move. Young man from the USA trying to get through into 3rd position. But the Slovenian still holds in third place. Alexander Bogunovic hoping to move past Jendro Pezel once again. And Henry Jocelyn has been given a warning flag. That is the British contender, running just outside the top 10. So they slide their way through on the far side. But Thibaut Ramakers on home soil is looking good out in front, and he knows this circuit probably better than most. Jendro Pezel still looking good in second position though. His helmet design very closely based on that of his hero Lando Norris. Alexander Bogunovic, third position. Caleb Gafrara in fourth position, the American in his second year in the Academy Trophy, following in the footsteps of young Conor Zilic, who won the title, of course, back in 2020. So Caleb Gafrara continuing his journey in the FIA Karting paddock, really hoping to get something good out of this first heat. Fifth place for Luca Horton, the very quiet but very mature young man from Bahrain. Doing an excellent job so far. Nando Weichselbaumer, the Austrian, P6. The Italian Riccardo Cirelli in seventh place. And then the Pole, Ivo Basterda. Gafrara gets up the inside of Bogunovic. So no problems at all there for Caleb Gafrara. Tightens in into Cafe Corner, and third place is his. No problems, no questions asked. So the young man from the USA moves his way forward. All of the drivers in the Academy race at the moment still going around the racetrack. Nobody has gone off the road yet. Here's a nice move on the inside. That is from the 5-2-1 of Ferrer. So Adrian Ferrer charging his way back into contention. He's just got past Ivo Basterda, with Henry Jocelyn in behind them, the British driver looking for his own way to get past Basterda. On the inside, Jocelyn will make the move, and Henry Jocelyn gets up another position, so that puts him up into ninth place. So Ferrer is 8th, Jocelyn is 9th, and the battle continues. Nando Weichselbaumer comes up to the top spot in the timing sheet because he has just set the fastest lap of the race, although he is still in P6 on the road at the moment. But there's your leader, Thibaut Ramakers. Catch me if you can, boys and girls. He's pushing hard to try and stretch away. It's a fabulous battle. Jan Pinto, the young man from Israel, has been given a warning flag there. Not entirely sure what Jan Pinto did, but certainly caused a bit of an issue. How on earth do you spot your mechanic when they all look exactly the same? They're trying to give them some tips and guidance there, but they're all in exactly the same garb. How do you spot your mechanic? That's another tough thing for the drivers to cope with. Not only do the karts all look the same, but so do the mechanics. Thibaut Ramakers having a very solid run out in front ahead of Jendro Pezel and Caleb Gafrara. We've got a battle further back as a couple of positions are made up. That's Daniel Delakian and Mark Dubnitsky moving up past the Australian Harry Arnett, who's made some great moves so far. Good overtaking battles so far as well from Rio Katsiri, the Thai driver, Ruben Davale from Mozambique, and from Lockyer McGregor of New Zealand. All of them on the move forward, trying to work their way higher up the grid. So good battles up at the front end. Caleb Gafrara just trying to stretch it out to close up on Jendro Pezel and Thibaut Ramakers. But Ramakers certainly looking pretty steady at the moment in the lead of the race. Alexander Bogunovic, the young man from Slovenia, fourth position, just trying to tuck in behind Caleb Gafrara. But obviously with all of the karts built to run equal, it's going to be minimal the amount of time you can gain, as Markus Kunas, the Lithuanian, has ended up with a warning flag. Again, not entirely sure for why. But Thibaut Ramakers with the fastest lap of the race, a 54.724 for the Belgian. Still some good performances from the drivers. And of course, in this category, there are no teams. They all run as independents, just one driver, one mechanic, nothing else. You can have supporters, but they're not involved in the preparation of the car. So fascinating how the battle continues. Thibaut Ramakers leads the way from Jendro Pezel, Caleb Gafrara and Alexander Bogunovic. Fifth place for Luca Horton, sixth place for Nando Weichselbaumer, then Cirelli, Ferrer, Jocelyn and Basterda. Then it is the Chilean driver, Augustin Sepulveda, who runs in 11th place ahead of Daniel Delakian of Armenia. Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, is in front of the Australian talent Harry Arnett. And then the Irishman, Jack Buckley, in front of the Israeli Jan Pinto. Markus Kunas doing a good job, the Lithuanian, ahead of Portugal's Pedro Cajada. And then Christian Jorgensen of Denmark, Alexander Deshkov of Bulgaria, Ishan Madesh, the Indian, and Rio Katsiri of Thailand. From Lockyer McGregor, who's made another place up, the New Zealander getting past the Mozambique racer Ruben Davale. Mira Al-Zabi is going well, the young lady from the United Arab Emirates, and she's in front of Santino Panetta. And then comes the Peruvian Ethan Thorne. Into the last lap then comes Thibaut Ramakers, and the Belgian looks absolutely superb on home soil. It wasn't that long ago before a similar performance in the heats occurred for another talented Belgian here at Genk. That was Tom Bryken, who had a similar performance in the European Championships in the Academy Trophy a few years ago. Tom Bryken was victorious a couple of times through the weekend, and Thibaut Ramakers is definitely looking to follow that trend of quick Belgians on home soil. So Thibaut Ramakers going very well over the course of his first heat. Jindro Pezel and Caleb Gafrara have been able to extend their positions in second and third to go away from the rest of the field. And that starts their weekend off in a very solid fashion. But certainly for Thibaut Ramakers, he'll be very happy that he's got himself into the lead, handled things very nicely, and just controlled the pace. Thibaut Ramakers comes through to take the win in the first race of the weekend. Job done for the home star. Jindro Pezel in second place, and third position for the young American, Caleb Gafrara. So some excellent performances then in this first Academy race of the weekend. And for Thibaut Ramakers, all going strong in front of Jindro Pezel and Caleb Gafrara. Excellent work from the drivers so far. So it will be a fantastic battle for them all as they continue. An absolutely sensational run from the Belgian though. Thibaut Ramakers in good fighting form and having an excellent display of things so far. Jindro Pezel, second place. Caleb Gafrara in third. And that's a very solid and sturdy start for the Academy. Well worth pointing out as well that all 27 drivers that started the race were also able to finish it. So they can be very happy with their performances. Nobody overdrove the kart really, nobody messing it up, and all coming home for a great solid race. Thibaut Ramakers in front of Jindro Pezel and Caleb Gafrara in front of Alexander Bogunovic and Luca Horton. Nando Weichselbaumer ahead of Riccardo Cinelli, then Adrien Ferrer, Augustin Sepulveda and Ivo Besterda in the top 10. Henry Jocelyn in front of Daniel Dalakian and Mark Dubnitsky. Harry Arnett ahead of Jack Buckley. Then Jan Pinto, Marcos Silcunas, and the Portuguese talent Pedro Cachada. 19th place for Christian Jorgensen of Denmark ahead of Ishan Madesh and Alexander Teshkov. Then Ketsari Vongsapat, Lochiel McGregor, Santino Panetta, Ruben De Valle, Mina Alzabi, and Ethan Thorne. And all 27 drivers that started the race were able to bring it home for the finish. So a fabulous start, and hopefully there is more where that came from. So an excellent start to proceedings, and there's obviously a lot more still to do for all of the competitors here over the course of the weekend in the Academy Trophy. There is another race about to start, A versus C, and once again, race director Pasquale Poli is going to come over and just give them a little bit of conversation to start the weekend. Some highly motivated and very charismatic young racing drivers here in the Academy Trophy. The second group, 27 more drivers will head out onto the circuit. 27 more mechanics will head onto the gantry on the start-finish line to help guide their drivers to the victory. But it's been a very tough route for a lot of these guys, some of them who have travelled thousands of miles to be here for this Karting Academy Trophy. And what an honour it is. The roll of honour, as I mentioned before, the likes of the late great Antoine Hubert, Mikael Azkuna, Ben Barnecoat, Juho Valtonen, Marijn Kramers, all three of the latter having made themselves massive stars in racing at this level. Dorian Bocalacci, Ross Hayes, Johan Daruwala, Esteban Ocon, Tom Bale, Paulo Bezencenes, Martin van Leuven, George Russell, Stan Pex, Arjun Maini, Pedro Piquet, Ralph Aron, Artem Petrov and Amna Al-Kubaisi. They've all managed to get some fantastic racing under their belts on the international stage in the past. They've all represented their country, worn their nation's flag proudly on their race suits, and gone on to massive accolades in the world of international motorsport. You can become the kings and queens of karting from here. You can also go on to cars if you wish. But what an opportunity. We've had world champions from the world of karting and motorsport in general come out of this phenomenal discipline. And I have a feeling it's just going to continue to grow. This is, of course, the 13th running of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And it's the busiest and most populous grid of all. 54 drivers in total. The man on pole position, though, after setting the times in qualifying, the young man from Luxembourg on pole position. It is the Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard.
So for the qualifying lap, I try to don't take the slipstream because this time there were too many people waiting for the slipstream and the tires was getting down. So I just say I go in the front. So I went in the front, I make just my lap alone and the time was there, the tires was there and the engine was there. So thank you to Koski and to the engine tuner. So now starting P1 in every heat is going to be more easy because at the first lap I'm going to have a gap. So it is going to be more easy to manage the tires and save them for the final.
Some incredible performances over the course of yesterday's qualifying session, but certainly for young Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg, a great opportunity to start from the front of the grid for what promises to be a great challenge for him. Alongside him on the grid, the young man from the Philippines, William Goh, an opportunity for him to showcase his incredible speed. Thanks to the pandemic, William Goh spent nearly 2 years out of racing, essentially, with the problems of being able to get out of the Philippines. He was one of the stars back home in Asia. But it took him a long time to be allowed to travel to come back to Europe. He has acquitted himself incredibly quickly and got himself back up to speed again. And here he is on the front row of the starting grid representing the Philippines in the Academy Trophy. What an opportunity, what an honour. And he's got some great races ahead of him the way that he's come out of the blocks this weekend. But he's not the only one. There are plenty of strong talents in this Academy Trophy field. And they all want to put on a bit of a spectacle here in the Academy Trophy. So behind Guillaume Bouzard and William Goh, you have Art de Dorisson, the Frenchman. Great to see him up on the second row of the starting grid. Joel Pajola is there in fourth position, the young Finn. They've been telling me all weekend that this guy is the next Tuka Tarpanen. Keep an eye on him. He's absolutely rapid. And Tuka himself has been taking quite an interest in coaching Joel. He's actually coached him since the beginning. So that's pretty impressive for the Finnish contingent. Fifth on the grid, Dino Storescu, the Romanian. Good to see him right up at the sharp end. Sixth on the grid, the South African talent Nicolas Rus. And then seventh on the grid from Colombia, it is Matias Orjuela. And he'll be there on the inside of the fourth row alongside the talented lady racer, Chiara Batig, who comes here representing the Girls on Track program and the Women in Motorsport program. And she has rightfully earned her place. She's a star contender in OK Junior back home in Switzerland. Leading the championship there, I gather. And here she is representing her nation and the Girls on Track program in Women in Motorsport here in the Academy Trophy. Fifth row of the grid, the Swiss ace Tiziano Kuznini will go off ninth position on the starting grid. And then 10th position all the way from Japan. It is Suzuki-san himself, Megumu Suzuki. Let's see what he can do from the fifth row of the grid. Matilda Patz is there 11th on the grid, the German lady on the sixth row of the starting grid on the inside of row 6, 11th on the grid. Alongside her is the first ever Canadian to race in the Academy Trophy, Harry Mamasi, very strong over the course of his campaigns as a cadet and a junior in the past. Here he is on the world stage in the Academy Trophy, flying the flag for Canada in fantastic fashion. 13th on the grid for Mies Huben, the Dutchman. He lines up alongside Robert Pamalis, the Latvian. And then the Norwegian lady, Elina Rolfsen, will be on the 8th row of the starting grid. Alongside her will be the Jordanian talent, Hamza Al-Fayez, who's looking very strong in terms of one lap pace. Didn't quite get it together in qualifying, so expect him to charge back if he gets half an opportunity. The Malaysian, Timofey Mikhailov, will line up on the 9th row of the starting grid alongside Aditya Wibowo, the Indonesian. And then Bati Yildirim will be next up, the Turkish driver on the 19th position of the grid alongside the Brazilian star Gabriel Sano. And then 21st on the grid, it is the Greek Georgios Kafantaris alongside the Mexican Saul de Colombres, who is back for a second year. Kyuho Lee, the Korean, will be 23rd on the grid alongside the Swede Oliver Kinmark. And then at the back, we will have the Maltese talent Kian Gauchi, Matus Reiber, the Slovakian, in 26th. And 27th on the grid, all the way from the Dominican Republic, Luis Sedeno. So the contenders getting themselves ready for the battle. Alex Vanardis getting a close-up by the look of it as he storms by. And Guillaume Bouzard and William Goh lining up on the front row of the starting grid. It's going to be an exceptional talent that takes the win this weekend in the Academy Trophy. You've got to be strong, consistent, smooth, wise, and decisive. You can't afford to make mistakes, but at the same time, you've got to enjoy the opportunity. There's not many racers around the world that get this chance. Only 54 contenders in the entire world get their chance to represent their country in the Academy Trophy. So for the drivers out there, above all else, no matter what happens, enjoy the moment, savor it, wear your nation's flag with pride, and enjoy the opportunity. It doesn't come to everybody. So the contenders getting ready to head out onto the circuit, resplendent in their identical Expert chassis with Vortex engines and LeConte tyres. And it's time for their academy journey to begin. Qualifying heat A versus C. What an opportunity this is for these young racers. 8 laps around the circuit. The out lap and the formation lap before that. And then we go racing. Guillaume Bouzard and William Go from Arthur Dorisson and Joel Pajola. Dino Stroescu and Nicolas Roos from Matthias Orjuela and Chiara Batig. Tiziano Kuznini and Megamu Suzuki. Matilda Pats and Harry Mamassi. Mies Huben and Robert Pomalis from Elina Rolfsen and Hamza Al-Fayez. Timofey Mikhailov and Aditya Webowo. Patti Yildirim and Gabriel Sano. Then Georgios Kafantaris and Sol de Colombres. Kyoho Lee and Oliver Kinmark. Kian Gauchi, Matos Reiber and Luis Sedano. So as the competitors get themselves dialed up, they'll obviously be warming up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature on this out lap and formation lap. They want to make sure that they've got everything they need underneath them in terms of the charge forward. But this is also a real urgency, a real excitement from the drivers to make progress and to show the world what they can do. But they've already made a massive accolade. They've already proven themselves to be incredible talents. Otherwise, they would not have been selected by their respective nations' ASNs, the Automotive Sporting Society. So it'll be an absolutely fantastic opportunity for these drivers to give themselves a chance to showcase themselves on the world stage, to follow in the footsteps of some incredible racers, karting superstars, and incredible athletes. Just in the world of karting alone, the drivers that have come through the Academy Trophy over the years have been the likes of Ben Barnicoat, Juho Valtonen, Marijn Kramers, Ross Hayes, Tom Bale, Paolo Bezencenes, Martin van Leuven, and Stan Pex, to name just a few. Some amazing talents from the Academy Trophy. And then there are others that have gone on to other things in the world of motorsport, such as Dorian Boccolacci, Johan Daravala, and Arjun Maini, and Pedro Piquet, and Ralph Ferron, Artem Petrov, who have all managed to end up in single-seaters. Mikael Azkener, who's made himself a star in TCR. And the late, great Antoine Hubert, who we all miss very fondly from the very first year in 2010. And, of course, F1 stars, George Russell, Esteban Ocon, and the 2011 champion, Charles Leclerc of Monaco. So let's see how things go to battle for our drivers in the second of our Academy heats. They come off the final turn. We go racing next time round. Not this time. False start. So the drivers were not quite together on the starting grid then, so obviously they'll go around another time. There is the signal. The red light is still on. The repeater light, which is the yellow flashing light, was shown to them as they came through over the start line. So the drivers will go around for another formation lap so that they can get themselves gridded up again. The drivers know that if the lights don't go out and the repeater light goes on, then the race has not started. And they are once again forming up. Guillaume Bouzard with his very distinctive helmet design. Oh, 2 cars have come off the road already. That is Hamza Al-Fayez and Patti Yildirim. So the Jordanian and the Turk, I'm afraid, have ended up tangling. And it looks like their races might be over already. That's happened on the formation lap. Wow, that is disastrous for both men. But for Patti Yildirim and Hamza Al-Fayez, their weekend has already had a massive hammer blow. Oh dear, the pressure. It really has got to Hamza Al-Fayez there. He falls to his knees. You really do feel for him. This is a big opportunity, and obviously he will feel like he has let everybody down, but it's not the case. You've just got to learn. You've got to roll with the punches and keep going. So off the final turn, now they are gridded in position. Are we going to go racing this time? The lights out, we go racing in the Academy Trophy for the second time today. And Guillaume Bouzard trying to squeeze William Go to the outside line. As up into second comes up the Dorisson of France. And William Go tries not to lose too many places from the outside line as the field jockeys for position. All sliding through as they come up towards the back straight. No problem at all for Bouzard out in front. Dorisson into second, and I think that is up to third for Dino Stroescu. But William Go is still there or thereabouts. He's in fourth position, just in front of the highly talented Matthias Orjuela, who's made a good start. As the field works their way into turn 6, has everybody got through? Just about. There is another retirement, I'm afraid. That is the 524. That's Matos Reiber. So the Slovakian, I'm afraid, is out of the race. He went off at the hairpin up at turn 5. And now a big move on the inside. That was very strong from William Go. Manages to catch out Dino Storescu, who now loses another place round the outside to Matias Orjuela, the Colombian. And as they kick up the grass on the way out of the final turn, there could be a couple more moves, as that is Megumi Suzuki trying to work his way through on the inside line to make up a place or two. Chiara Batig and Hadi Mamasi are in the mix there as well. The 5:44 working hard, the Canadian. 5:09 and 5:12. That's Storescu versus Roos. That is the Romanian versus the South African as they continue to battle away. Everybody keeping their nose clean as much as possible on the opening tours. But it's Buzar from Dorisson and Go. Then Orjuela running well in 4th place from Storescu, Roos, Pojola, Suzuki and Batig. And there is an investigation flag into Chiara Batig. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the 12-year-old is supposed to have done, but certainly she is now under investigation. One of the youngest in the field, Chiara Batig, and still doing a fair job. Up the inside, there's the move from Nicolas Roos. And the South African gets past the Romanian on the final bend. So Buzar, Dorisson, Go, Orjuela, Roos, Storescu and Suzuki. As up the inside, that's a move coming in from Hadi Mamasi. Trying to get side by side with Chiara Batig and can't quite make the move on her. But still, the Canadian runs strongly there in the top 10. So there's a long way still to go. And some good battles all through the course. Now, look at Dorisson closing up on Guillaume Buzard for the lead. So Guillaume Buzard with that very distinctive helmet design, like a blue flame across the yellow canvas. So Guillaume Buzard looking very strong as he runs up at the sharp end of the field. After Dorisson in second from William Go and Matias Orjuela. Then Roos, Storescu, Suzuki, Pojola, Batig, Mimasi, Wibowo, Huben, Kuznini, Sano, Kinmark and Rolfsen. There's some good challenges coming through. Aditya Wibowo, the Indonesian, has made up the most places so far. He's up 7 places. So Aditya Wibowo is going very well indeed in P12. And still the drivers battling and weaving away with each other. Lots of opportunities to overtake, but it's about when you take them and how you tidy up the exit afterwards. But drivers all the way through the field having some good battles. But Guillaume Buzard is out in the lead. Not by much, though. Dorisson and Go are pushing hard. In fact, William Go really is charging hard, and that's the move further back. That is Storescu making his move again on Nicolas Roos. And then Megumi Suzuki, the Japanese driver, is closing up on both of them. So Suzuki-san is going to try and get himself through into 5th position if he can. He's got to get past Storescu and Roos in order to make that happen. Chiara Batig going well. She's got herself up into 8th place now. So she's on the back of these 3 drivers. Could still be some solid moves from young Chiara Batig. As she runs there in the 5.35, there she is, battle behind the 2 drivers, Joel Pojola and Hadi Mamasi going at it, the Finn and the Canadian. And there is Arthur Dorisson trying to stay with Guillaume Buzard, who opens up the taps again. There is the battle further back. This is Joel Pojola versus Hadi Mamasi. And Mamasi tries a look on the inside, doesn't quite get it, but has unsettled Pojola, who's now going a little bit more defensive on the Canadian. Hadi Mamasi trying to find a way through. Pojola is keeping that cart as wide as possible. Mamasi on the inside. Lovely move from the Canadian. So Hadi Mamasi steps up the attack and gets his man. 9th position now. And that's going to hopefully send him on a bit of a run to charge his way further forward. But some good moves out there from the academy drivers. For Hadi Mamasi in particular, he has never set foot outside of Great Britain to go racing. And he represents Canada because of his parentage. But what a fantastic opportunity this is for Hadi Mamasi, flying the flag for Canada. If he continues this kind of performance, they'll be playing the Maple Leaf Rag down there in the pits. There is Guillaume Buzard and Arthur Dorisson out in front. Go, Orjuela, Storescu and Roos. Storescu gets the fastest lap of the race. Orjuela dropping Storescu and Roos a little bit. As William Go closes up again to try and make a little bit of an impression on Arthur Dorisson. And the young man for the Philippines really starting to step up the attack now to Arthur Dorisson. But they can't just think about one race win. They've got to think about the long game as well. You've got to look after the tyres all the way through the weekend as Matilda Patz has come up with a warning flag. Not entirely sure what happened to the German star, but she's ended up with a warning flag there. So the battles continue, but Guillaume Buzard is looking very hungry up front. Half a second ahead of Arta Dorisson, with William Go in third, then Orjuela, Stroescu, Roos, Suzuki, Batig, Mimasi, Pajola, Huben and Wibowo. Kushnini is in front of Oliver Kinmark. He's made the most places up of anybody so far. 10 places made up on the starting grid for Oliver Kinmark. Great work from the Swede, as he now finds himself from 24th on the grid in 14th place. Good work. Then it's the Norwegian, Elina Rolfsson. She's ahead of the Brazilian driver, Gabriel Sano. And then Saldo Colombres, Robert Pemales, and Matilda Pats. So through they come once again, out of the final hairpin of that section, up towards the cafe corner. Very tight right-hander, tighter than a square right. So you have to carry as much speed as possible, but it's always a very tricky and challenging corner. Very easy to go off there if you're unprepared. And these drivers really have been working hard ever since they got their first hands on these karts on Thursday night. Here they are. Final lap for Guillaume Bouzard. Very similar to Thibaut Ramaker's. A very simple performance so far from the Luxembourger. So it looks like the Belgian and the Luxembourger are going to be the two main stars this weekend that everyone else are going to be trying to beat. But certainly for Arta Dorisson and William Go, they've done their best to stay as close as possible. There will be more races, there will be more pressure. But certainly this man is going to be the one to try and topple. He was the fastest in time qualifying. And Guillaume Bouzard looking very strong. And the young Luxembourger just continuing to ride the crest of the wave from qualifying yesterday. Up the inside comes William Go. Last lap, gets into second place. Great run from the young man from the Philippines. And that's caused a big scalp for Arta Dorisson. So William Go gets himself back at a second on the last lap. But Guillaume Bouzard gets the win. William Go in second. Third for Dorisson ahead of Matthias Orjuela. Great recovery drive from William Go to come back to second place after all of that. Some epic performances. Matthias Orjuela coming up to fourth place. Megumu Suzuki coming up to seventh. Mari Hamasi and Mies Huben both managing to get themselves into the top 10 by the end of the race with some good overtakes. Some great comeback driving in the first heat of the day for these Academy drivers. The second race in the Academy Trophy 2022. But a great performance so far and a great challenge. So Guillaume Bouzard, the young man from Luxembourg, getting himself onto the top spot. And a very deserving race win that is for young Guillaume Bouzard as well. Great work. So as the drivers make their way into the pits after another steady race, we didn't quite have a flawless race on that occasion. 3 drivers retiring from the race before the first lap was even completed. We sadly lost Hamza Al-Fayez, Bati Yildirim and Matus Reiber. But the other 24 all came home. Guillaume Bouzard taking the win in front of William Go and Arta Dorisson, from Matthias Orjuela, Dino Stroescu and Nicolas Roos. Then Megumu Suzuki ahead of Chiara Batig from Hadi Mamasi and Mies Huben. Joel Pajola and Aditya Wibowo from Tiziano Kushnini and Oliver Kinmark. Elina Rolfsson and Gabriel Sano. Saldo Colombres ahead of the German lady Matilda Pats. 19th place for Georgios Kafantaris, the Greek, ahead of Kyoho Lee of Korea. Then in 21st position was the Malaysian Timofey Mikolov ahead of Robert Pemales and Luis Cedeno. And then the last man home was Kian Gauchi of Malta. As I mentioned before, we already lost the 3 drivers on the opening tour. Hamza Al-Fayez, Bati Yildirim and Matus Reiber. So some steady performances in the Academy, and no doubt they'll be giving us plenty of entertainment as the day continues to progress. But now comes the moment that you've all been waiting for. Everybody who is a Gearbox Karting fan wants to see what these guys can do. There are multiple KZ2 events over the course of a year, but there are only 3 KZ races over the course of a season. And here in Genk is the first of those. And what a battle KZ is going to be in 2022. This is the elite of karting at FIA level. This is the pinnacle. It doesn't get bigger than this. And the only drivers really, pound for pound, that can match these guys for raw speed are the ones currently lining up on the Grand Prix grid. And it's no secret that a lot of the drivers from the world of Formula One will return to these karts for testing because it keeps them race sharp. This is the pinnacle. They call it Formula One without the money, and they have absolutely every right to do so. It is absolute fever pitch, and these are where the gods of racing reside. If you can beat these guys, you can beat anybody. Pole position comes the way of the French sensation for the Sodi Kart factory team, Emilion Denner, who is looking to add Sodi Kart's second consecutive race win in a final across 2 events but it's never been done before when the previous event was in OK and the second event was in gearbox. So Nathan Tai, who won the Junior OK Junior 2 weeks ago at Duera in Spain, will be hoping that his colleague Emilian Denner can get the job done in KZ in Sodi Kart. Let's hear from the pole sitter Emilian Denner.
Well, in qualifying, I tried to set myself in the best place possible. We go out straight away, so I could manage that. I had some time to manage that. I catch quite quickly the guy in front of me, so I had to overtake him. He let me by, luckily. And yeah, that's it. Just perfect jump from the team. We found a great setup, great engine from TM as always, and really happy with my lap as well. We've been on a really good year so far. Really happy with all the work of the team, as I said. I think for the management of the tires, we were pretty good as well. We're quite good with the strategy as well. We have a good idea. So yeah, we will see how it's going, also what the others are doing, and I think we have our chance.
He's a very passionate and patriotic chap, is Emilian Denner. Took pole position in the time qualifying session yesterday. The euphoria that came bubbling out of the Sodi Kart superstar was a joy to witness. He was so pumped up and so happy to get pole position. When you get it against these guys, it really does mean something special. But going into the races yesterday, there was obviously a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the drivers in KZ. And after the battle yesterday, Emilian Denner came across the line in first position yesterday after a stunning performance. And he was able to keep hold of that victory despite an investigation post-race. So Emilian Denner taking the victory in front of Simo Puhaka and Matteo Vigano. Paolo Ippolito and Jorrit Peks in the top 5 yesterday from Senna van Walstein. Riccardo Longhi, the reigning European champion. Lorenzo Travasanuto, the reigning International Super Cup winner. 9th place, Stan Peks. 10th place, Adrien Renaudin. This really is a who's who of ultimate drivers. And of course, you have other world champions in the mix here in this category. The likes of Pedro Hiltbrand, Marian Kramers, Jeremy Iglesias, Noah Millel, the reigning world champion in gearbox. They're all in this category, as is Davide Fore, one of the legends of the sport. And you've got so many incredible talents. And even Tukka Tarpanen, the reigning OK champion, has made the switch to KZ for this season. He's doing both categories over the course of 2022 to see if he can add a gearbox title to the World Championship title he won last year. The 3-minute board goes up. There are so many stories in this paddock. These are the gods of the sport. There's no two ways about it. So as the competitors gear themselves up and ready for the start, the front row of the grid is Emilian Denner, who lines up in pole position. Second on the grid after a very strong performance in qualifying, Francesco Celenta of the Paralin team. He lines up on the front row of the grid to the outside of Emilian Denner. Then Matteo Vigano, the nearly man of the sport in KZ2. He's had so many opportunities to become a winner at this level. He was the International Super Cup winner a few years ago, of course, and ever since he stepped into KZ, he's had a lot of bad luck, but he's had ultimate raw speed. Many people state that he would have been world champion last year had his kart gone the distance. It didn't even last the end of the first lap, tragically. But if he has the speed and the equipment underneath him this year, it's very, very hard to see how many people could beat him in a straight fight. Tukka Tarpanen lines up 4th on the starting grid after an epic qualifying job. The reigning world champion in OK, now looking to add a KZ title or 2 to his CV this year. 5th on the grid, Simo Puhaka, who's had a victorious start already to his KZ campaigns and has been very successful in KZ2 in the off-season. Paolo Ippolito, growing ever in stature, and the 6th position man on the starting grid, the KZ warrior for Kart Republic, lining up on the 6th position of the grid on the outside of row 3. 7th on the grid, it is the reigning world champion in gearbox, Noah Millel of Sweden. He's been very, very strong, and since that fabulous day when there wasn't a dry eye in the house at Kristianstad in Sweden, his home circuit, he has been continuing that march forward for the Tony Kart Factory team. 8th on the starting grid, the new recruit to KZ, Senna van Walstein, who steps up from becoming the vice winner of the International Super Cup last year. And the Sodi Kart Factory team are delighted to have him on board. 9th position, Jorrit Peks, the man who has champion written through his DNA, multiple accolades in his trophy case. And he is back in the top 10 once again where he belongs. But the new pretender to the crown, 10th on the starting grid, Lorenzo Travasanuto, two-time world champion in OK, International Super Cup winner in KZ2 last year. The only thing he hasn't won so far is a KZ title. Challenge accepted from the Paralympic star from Italy. And there are so many top drivers behind. Victor Gustafsson, the former KZ2 European champion, is in 11th on the grid. Riccardo Longhi, who is the reigning European champion, 12th on the grid. Valtonen, the original Flying Finn. Renaudin, the former KZ2 International Super Cup winner. So many titles, so many battles, so little time to prove yourself in KZ. This is qualifying heat 2. It was won by Denny yesterday. Can he get the job done again today? Emilian Denner and Francesco Salento on the front row of the grid from Matteo Vigano and Tuukka Taponen, Simo Pohaka and Paolo Ippolito, Noah Milel and Senna van Walstein, then Jorrit Pex and Lorenzo Travasanuto, Victor Gustafsson and Riccardo Longhi from Juho Valtonen and Adrien Renaudin, Stan Pex, Pedro Hilprand, Jeremy Iglesias, Davide Fore, Alex Orlando, Marijn Kramers, Gavin Lulay, Johan Sogel, Lorenzo Camplese and Douglas Lundberg, Louis Speck and Simon Prim from Gianni Androzani, Ben Doer, Nicolo Cogato, Mario Lubic, Luis Ponsado, Tim Metz, and at the back of the grid, Sandro Holzem. 2 formation laps once again as the drivers come to battle. It's going to be fascinating to see how this race plays out as a result of all of the hard work yesterday. Emilian Denner taking a perfect victory in race 1 yesterday evening, but can he get the job done in the second qualifying heat? This is the pinnacle of our sport. And these are where the gods reign supreme. But who is going to get their season off to a perfect start in 2022? Wonderful to see such a strong starting grid this season as well. 33 drivers coming out for the battle in 2022. That's the most we've had in KZ for a couple of years now. The pandemic was not kind to the KZ field. It was flitted away quite substantially through to financial problems and all sorts of logistical difficulties as well. But now we're in 2022, and even though the pandemic isn't gone, it is now something we are learning to live through. It is very nice indeed to see that the 33 competitors out there are strong, well prepared, and they are ready to do battle for your entertainment and mine. We are going to have an absolutely magnificent race weekend in the KZ category. Emilian Denner and Francesco Salento on the front row of the grid. They both struggled to get off the grid yesterday. Denner was under investigation for a jump start. He was found not to have done it. Francesco Salento, sadly, was found to have done so. So an interesting battle resides for us. But Matteo Vigano and Tuukka Taponen will want a strong start from the get-go as well. This has been the toughest challenge for drivers who have switched from OK to KZ. Getting the start right is a massive challenge, as they are so used to doing rolling starts in the world of OK. A standing start in a gearbox car is so difficult. It's not even anywhere near as simple and easy as it is in cars, because these are so complex, these standing start gearbox machines. 0 to 60 in similar times that you'll get from most supercars, and they're a couple of millimeters off the ground. Absolutely phenomenal. Tell me that these guys aren't the world's best. You'll be wrong. Denner, Salento, Vigano, Taponen, Pohaka, Ippolito, Milel, Van Walstein, Pex, Travasanuto. Green flag flies at the back of the grid. Time to get the lights on. When they go out, we'll be racing for the first time in KZ today. Let's do it! Perfect start for Salento. He actually outdrags Denner to the first corner. Francesco Salento leads as they go into the first turn. Denner trying his best to hold off Vigano, and he manages to do so. Shuts the door just in time before Vigano comes through. Oh, contact further back, 2-3 carts off the road. And that is Simo Pohaka. Oh, Simo Pohaka actually wrestles Senna van Walstein's kart off him as they get going again, and they clash into each other on the restart. Well, Simo Pohaka gets going again, but that's his weekend in smithereens. That's going to be massive hammer blow in terms of the points accumulated. Van Walstein does the same, but both of them are going to drop massive points in their tallies. For Simo Pohaka and Senna van Walstein, that is a nightmare. And Francesco Salento now battles away with Emilian Denner. Oh, and off the road at Cafe Corner. That is one of the Lenzo karts. So that is a Very scary moment and a tough place to go off the road. I think that might be Douglas Lundberg that's gone off. Either that or it's Mario Lubick. So Lubick, I think, has gone off the road as well. So it's Lubick. Lubick has got going again, as have Puhacker and Van Walstein, but Lundberg is off the road at Cafe Corner and he has not returned. So now Denner all over the back of Francesco Salenta. Third is Vigano. Watch for Vigano. He will really want to get a race win off his opponent. So if he can get past Denner before Denner can get past Salenta, then it's on for the victory. Salenta going defensive at Cafe Corner. They come off the left-hander up towards the pit bend. And here comes the move. Emilion Denner, no doubt. Matteo Vigano tries to get it done, but he's not quite close enough. Salenta pushing Denner down the main straight. Game on. Here comes Tarpanen. Tarpanen trying to break through past Vigano. Salenta loses ground, and through goes Matteo Vigano. Great move from Vigano. Second place for the Leclerc Bioletics driver now. Tarpanen starting to line up the move. His teammate Puhacker is already down in dead last, so now he's got to carry the battle. Oh, and a spin. A spin. That is Iglesias. That is the former world champion. And also off goes his teammate, Victor Gustafsson. Big drama in the second race of the weekend. Yesterday's race was pretty tame. Today's is anything but. But the 2020 world champion, Jeremy Iglesias, spins off the road along with his teammate, Victor Gustafsson. They rejoin, but that's two more massive names in this grid that have tumbled by the wayside. And now the Italian, Paolo Ippolito, is trying to charge after Tuka Tarpanen. The Kart Republic driver really making a name for himself here, up in the top five, and deservedly so. Noah Milel is now in sixth from Jorrit Pex. As into the pits to retire comes Victor Gustafsson. The kart is too badly damaged. As Tarpanen now reels in Salenta, and Emilion Denner opens up the taps. 51.99 for him. New fastest lap, and he's going to try and disappear before Vigano even gets a whiff of it. Tarpanen tries on the inside of Salenta. No chance. Tuka Tarpanen establishing himself as a KZ contender in his first attempt. Up the inside, though, comes Ippolito, and that's held up Tarpanen. Jorrit Pex gets through as well. And now Tarpanen's going to have to try and hold back the world champion, Noah Milel. He's done it. So the two gods of 2021, Tarpanen, the OK world champion, against Noah Milel, the KZ world champion. And then it's Riccardo Longhi, the European KZ champion, with Pedro Hilbrand, the former world champion. This category really is the champion of champions in the world of motorsport. Travis Anuto bangs in the fastest lap of the race. Not been the easiest race for the Paralin driver so far, as he has found himself now down behind Adrien Renaudin, the former European KZ2 champion. But Travis Anuto really working hard here, fighting back. This is the toughest form of motorsport in the world. KZ Racing, leave no doubt. Oh, Longhi! Where did he pull off that move? Longhi banzais on the inside of Noah Milel and opens the door for both him and his teammate Pedro Hilbrand. Oh, stunning from Riccardo Longhi into Cafe Corner. You'd never pull off that overtaking move in a month of Sundays. Not unless you're Riccardo Longhi with a point to prove. Massive. That is the ultimate send it of send-its from Riccardo Longhi. And he gets through past Noah Milel, taking his teammate Pedro Hilbrand along for the rodeo. Down the back straight. Salenta in third still in front of Ippolito and Pex. Tarpanen is sixth, but for how much longer? Because he's got pressure. This is Travis Anuto now battling away with Juho Valtonen and Adrien Renaudin. Valtonen from Finland, Renaudin from France. And how about this? It's ancient history repeating itself. Travis Anuto versus Valtonen, just like Alaharma 2019, as Ippolito tries to get on the inside of Francesco Salenta, but he can't make it work. Isn't it funny how history often repeats itself like this, as Jorrit Pex has a little bit of a look on the inside of Paolo Ippolito. But in the fight for 10th position, Lorenzo Travis Anuto and Juho Valtonen, the men who fought for the World Championship in OK back at the Alaharma circuit in Finland. 3 years later, and they're dueling for the honours in KZ. So Tuka Tarpanen all over the back of the multiple European and world champion Jorrit Pex. Can Tuka Tarpanen hold his own against this megastar of the sport? One of the Netherlands' finest ever gearbox racers. And that's including Max Verstappen, folks. Tuka Tarpanen right in there behind Jorrit Pex. Can Tarpenen handle it against the Dutchman? Certainly matching him for raw pace at the moment. Simo Puhaka sets the fastest lap of the race. The only joy of being out there on your own. But I'm afraid down in 29th, Puhaka really couldn't have a worse start to his Saturday. Nor could the man who ended up off the racetrack with him, Senna van Walstein. He has pulled off to retire, by the way, as has Douglas Lundberg and Victor Gustafsson. Jeremy Iglesias, the world champion in 2020, now finds himself down in dead last, trying to recover. But he's going to run out of time to do so. At the moment, all he can do is follow in the wheel tracks of Simo Puhaka. So Denner and Vigano have checked out ahead of Francesco Salenta. Travis Anuto desperately trying to take on Ricardo Longhi before he gets massive pressure from Juho Valtonen. Here's Noah Milel right in behind Pedro Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand in the 27. No, 31 is Noah Milel. There is Emilion Denner in the lead as he was yesterday. And Matteo Vigano still haunting his every move. Even if you finish second or third in the first round of the championship, if you can come back with a win or even another podium at Cremona, depending on what happens to everybody around them, you can be European champion. Vigano's got to keep the dream alive. Jorit Pex in behind Paolo Ippolito. A fascinating challenge for the win. This 2022 season, it really does feel like this is the champion of champions when you look at so many contenders in the field who have won titles, both European and world or international, in the Super Cup at KZ and KZ2 level, and even some OK titles added to it as well. This really is the cream of the crop. Denner, Vigano, Salenta, Ippolito, Pex, Tarpenen, Hiltbrand and Milel, Longhi, Travis Anuto, Valtonen and Stan Pex. Then Renaudin, Foray, who's worked his way up to 14th. Kramers, who's worked his way up to 15th place now. Cablese, Sogel, Speck and Andrezani. Alex Orlando is in 20th position. Things not working out quite so well for CRG today. Certainly in the first race, Iglesias and Gustafsson way down. Gustafsson actually out, Iglesias dead last, and Orlando struggling for pace in 20th position ahead of Simon Prim and Sandro Hotzem, who is the most improved driver. 11 places made up for Sandro Hotzem in front of Gabin Lulay and Nicola Cogato. Ben Dorr in the Aston Martin racing colours of the Dorr Motorsport squad, the wildcard team for this weekend. And then Louis Bonsaudo ahead of Tim Metz and Mario Lubick, with Simo Puhaka and Jeremy Iglesias down at the back of the grid, desperately trying to get a miracle in these last two laps to salvage something. There is Alex Orlando as he battles away with the 98 of Gianni Andrezani. Some great battles so far in KZ. Denner and Vigano, 0.4 of a second apart. Francesco Salenta having a stunning race in third position. The Paralin driver holding off all comers. Paolo Ippolito still there in fourth from Pex, Tarpenen, Hiltbrand, Milel, Longhi and Travis Anuto. But all Emilion Denner has to do is hold off Vigano for one more lap, and his perfect weekend will continue, from qualifying in pole position to getting the Heat 1 win yesterday evening, and now looking good in the final lap. But Vigano wants to take it away from him, and Vigano hasn't given up hope. Maybe he's left the best for last. But the Leclerc chassis is going to be pushing so hard on the Sony Kart chassis as they skate through up to turn 5 in the hairpin, down the motorway straight. Can Vigano pull off one final move on Emilion Denner? He's definitely close enough if he gets half a chance. Matteo Vigano not backing down, not dropping off the road. He is going to push hard here to get past Denner, and getting a win off him on the last lap could be exactly what he needs to kickstart his European title attack. He'll have one last chance into the final bend. Vigano hustling Denner all the way. Can he do it? No, he's not going to get there on pure speed, but he might get a better exit. Not quite. Denner in front of Vigano. Excellent work from Emilion Denner and Matteo Vigano. They worked it right to the flag. And if Vigano had had just one more lap, I think he might have tried something. But certainly for now, Emilion Denner is top of the table. And it looks to me as though Simo Puhaka has actually elected not to finish the race. He's pulled it in on the very last lap, allowing Jeremy Iglesias to cross the line. Puhaka has not managed to do so. Big drama at Tony Kart, and certainly for Simo Puhaka, who was one of the favourites this weekend. Now he's going to be in an uphill climb for the rest of the weekend. Everybody's going to make the final in KZ because there are 33 drivers and 36 spaces on any final grid. But for Simo Pohaka, starting from the back, is going to make it very impossible indeed. Not impossible, I suppose, but it's definitely going to make it 10 times harder. But for Emilion Denner and Matteo Vigano, it's game on. They are now first and second in the rankings ahead of Paolo Ippolito, Jorrit Pex, Riccardo Longhi, and Tuka Tarpanen in the top 6 so far. That's amazing. Emilion Denner in front of Matteo Vigano and Francesco Salenta, Paolo Ippolito and Jorrit Pex ahead of Tuka Tarpanen, Pedro Hilbrand, Noah Milel, Riccardo Longhi, and Lorenzo Travasanuto in the top 10. 11th place for Juho Valtonen ahead of Stan Pex and Adrien Renaudin, Davide Fore and Marijn Kramers from Lorenzo Camplese and Johan Sogel. Louis Speck for the TB Kart Racing team making massive progress in 18th place. Alex Orlando comes home in 19th ahead of Gianni Androzani and Simon Prim, the highest of the 2 wildcards. Gavin Lulette was 3rd, so in the wildcard podium, that's those 3. Sandro Hodsem ahead of Nicola Cogato, Ben Dur and Louis Bonsaudo, then Tim Metz, Mario Lubick and Jeremy Iglesias. Very disappointing for him. Simo Pohaka, Victor Gustafsson and Senna van Walstein all out of the race, as indeed was Douglas Lundberg on the first lap as he cannoned the Lenzo kart into the Cafe Corner barrier. Well, that is one of 2 KZ races that we will get today, but certainly ultra dramatic as you like, and that really does show you how tough it's going to be. But for Emilion Denner, so far, so good. The story continues. The battle is rejoined in KZ2, and it's going to be Chris Harnon who will battle away to try and break through that front row of the grid of Tom Lulette and Arvid Lindblad. We caught up with the Stan Pex youngster.
I'm feeling confident. We had the first race of the German Championship like a month ago, and I won there. So it shows that our speed is good at the moment, and I feel like we have a good chance of being in the front pack here. It's of course very tough because you have to finish in the front every heat if you want to start in the front for the final. You cannot make any minor mistakes because you'll immediately drop back a lot in the field. So yeah, if you really want to be in the front, you have to, make every heat good, and then you can also start in the front for the final. Otherwise, it's just way too hard. If you have a bad heat, you're immediately around P10. That's just the thing with 90 drivers. I came from OK Junior into KZ. This is now my 2nd season in KZ. And in the beginning, when I made the swap to KZ, it was quite difficult for me physically. If you have to drive a long race and it's hot, then yeah, for sure for your stamina and your arm muscles and neck muscles, it's really tough compared to different classes. It's because it's a lot faster and you have front brakes. You have to pay attention to all the minor things in KZ, and for sure it's physically the hardest class there is. The circuit has a lot of hairpins and overtaking opportunities as well. You have different corners on this track. You have some straights and then short corners, but you also have some long corners like turn 3 and 4. Yeah, so there's a lot of variety in corners on this track, and I think it makes a good event for the European Championship. On this track you have to brake as late as you can, but also watch your exits because of the short on the hairpins like turn 1 and the last corner as well. You have to try and focus to brake as late as possible and then turn the chassis around and have the best exit you can.
Well, there's already been a heck of a lot spoken about young Chris Harnon, one of the youngest in KZ2 in 2022, and a fantastic competitor he is turning out to be. The Stan Pex Motorsport crew can't stop praising him. There was a lot of interesting conversation about him yesterday. I was chatting to one of the representatives within the team, and they were saying Chris is a different cut amongst other drivers of his generation. A lot of them, when they go out for dinner in the evening and socialise and have some fun, Chris will be there analysing data, jogging, weight training, more discipline, more hard work. This guy seems to want it a heck of a lot more than other drivers before him. And he really has got the hunger and the thirst for success. Tom Lulette, though, is currently leading the standings after 2 wins out of 2. And he comes back to pole position once again. Alongside him, Arvid Lindblad, the British challenge for the Stan Pex Motorsport team in his weekend debut. Chris Harnon, the third position of the grid, alongside the Spanish talent Genis Civico for the Modena Kart ASD squad. And on that third row of the starting grid It is the Birolart in fine situation and fine performance. The crew always seemingly producing astonishing talents in the world of KZ, as they always do. And that is, of course, the kart of Alessio Piccini. Sam Luyet and Jean Luyet are the next two, the Tony Kart teammates and brothers, who will be 6th and 7th on the grid. The Argentine Giorgio Carrara in 8th place. The Croatian Christian Habulin of the TB Kart squad. And alongside him on the grid will be Jesper Sjöberg, the Swede. The drivers are pushed out. Time to go to battle again. And let's see if the SP Motorsport teammates, Arvid Lindblad and Chris Harden, could do anything about the unbeaten run of the Leclerc by Lennox driver, Tom Lulette. So Tom Lulette and Arvid Lindblad on the front row from Chris Harden and Genis Savico, then Alessio Piccini and Sam Luyet, Jean Luyet and Giorgio Carrara, Christian Abulin and Jesper Sjöberg from Felix Arnold and Michael Rossina, Corentin Rousseau and Yannick Julius Bernhard from Lucas Schecher and Kevin Stehauer, Carlos Martinez and Tim Gerhards from Robin Glerum and Renzo Albax, Dylan Davies and Lucas Vladic from Jacob Wojcik, David Jaromín, Lucas Raybock and Florian Kibel, Jeremy Potin, Luigi De Lorenzo and Nicolas Schäfter. Now, I note that there is one driver actually missing from the grid by the look of it, and that is Tim Gerhards. Now, I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. I'll try and pick up the story on that one if it's at all possible. But obviously, a very tough start to proceedings for the drivers in this one. And we'll obviously get to see some really exciting competitions for all of the drivers in this one as they continue to make rapid progress through the course of the weekend. Been a very tricky situation. Now, we've been told that from the earlier heat today, Thomas Sippers was actually disqualified for a technical non-conformity. So that has obviously elevated everybody up another position. And with a couple of penalties added to the times, that meant that Arvid Lindblad actually came home 9th in his earlier race. So that obviously helps out the British driver and the Red Bull youngster to continue on his progress forward. But the big question is, what has happened to Tim Gerhards? Didn't see him in the pits, but also didn't see him come through for a finish or two either. So a bit of an interesting one there for Tim Gerhards. Not entirely sure why he is not out there. He certainly should be. But certainly I don't seem to see Tim Gerhards in the ranks. So maybe he has had some kind of transgression. Something has ended up causing more of a problem. So we'll have to come back to that one a little bit later, I guess. We'll pick up that story later on. But certainly a fascinating challenge and a great battle from the drivers as we get ourselves ready for some exciting tussles again. So now the battles will continue on in procedure. It's going to be very, very strong, very, very tough to see how everybody is going to put things together. A very, very strong challenge that the drivers are giving us, and obviously some excellent displays and composures as the contenders now line themselves up in position again. Drivers all lining up in together on the starting grid. This is where we're really going to get to see the challenges as the contenders make big progress out there on the course. Can Tom Lulette continue his unbeaten run from pole position? What can Arvid Lindblad and Chris Harden do to overhaul him? Can Genis Savico and Alessio Piccini become a factor? What will the Luyet brothers give us? The lights are coming on now, and we can go racing at Genk once more. Here we go! And there's barely a start again from Arvid Lindblad. Problems off the line, but he's managing at least to get through in the top 5 this time. And there's 3 karts off the road at turn 1. 3 karts have gone off together. That is Christian Abulin. Oh no, sorry, that is his teammate, my apologies. So that is the other TB kart that's gone off the road there. That is the 364 that's gone off. That is Michael Rossina. And there's 2 others involved. So problems there for several drivers in the field. That is Rossina, Stehauer and Carlos Martinez. So all 3 of them have gone off the road. And that's a real hammer blow to their chances. It looks to me as though one of them has got going again. So we have got 2 or 3 drivers involved in that one, so some big problems already. But certainly up in front, Tom Lulette holds the lead again from Chris Harden and Genis Savico. In 4th place is Arvid Lindblad. So not the perfect start, but it's not game over by any means. And from here, Arvid Lindblad can make massive progress. He's a great racer in these KZ2 karts. So if he can get himself up into second place again, then this weekend is still very much an open opportunity for the Brit. But Denis Civico hustling in behind. Fascinating challenge. It's been a long time since a British driver came to battle in the KZ categories. And Arvid Lindblad is definitely flying the flag for them here in fourth place. But Tom Lulet still dominant out front. He's already built himself a second on Chris Harden. Harden just keeping himself nicely into himself ahead of Denis Civico, the Spanish talent. Lindblad and the Luye brothers. Sam ahead of Jean for once. And Renzo Alibax has ended up with an investigation. So Renzo Alibax has got a bit of a problem coming his way potentially. We'll have to see what that relates to later. And there's a problem for one of the wild cards. That is Renzo Alibax. We've just talked about him. He was under investigation and now he's gone off at the final corner. I'm not sure whether that was alone or whether he was aided. But certainly Renzo Alibax is the latest retirement in this one. We've lost Stahauer and Rosina. Tim Gerhards didn't take the start, as Lindblad has his first look at Civico, but he's not quite close enough to do it. Sam Luye in fifth place ahead of Jean Luye, and then Pacini, Sjoberg. Julius Bernhardt is in that ninth position. So Yannick Julius Bernhardt, and then Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, in 10th position. No, he was. He's now down to 12th because Christian Abulin and Lucas Schecker have both got through. So the Audi colours taken away from that particular kart at the final turn. That's their chief corporate partner, of course. It's an Audi dealership rather than Audi, the car company themselves. So Arvid Lindblad tucking up behind Denis Civico, as they are trying their best to work their magic up to the hairpin once again. And there's yellow flags still for Alibax getting recovered from the final turn. The Luye brothers are really stepping up the attack now, leading the KZ2 charge for Tony Kart. And Arvid Lindblad knows he really needs to get his skates on to get past Denis Civico nice and soon before he loses more positions. But it's not easy. There goes Jean Luye. He gets past his brother. So Jean and Sam Luye battling away, and they've got Alessio Pacini behind them. So Sam Luye now has to go defensive to stop the Pirelot from getting through. Tom Lulet is having an amazing run out in front. Denis Civico dives in on Chris Harden, and Lindblad's going to get through as well. Brilliant moves. Jean Luye now trying to go right round the outside of Chris Harden. Harden shuts the door. Don't you even think about it. So there's not going to be an overtaking move from Jean Luye on Chris Harden just yet. But Civico and Lindblad have both managed to get through to second and third. And now it's piling up. The gaggle is going to be interesting. Oh, and that's a technical flag for Lucas Rehbock. So Lucas Rehbock, I'm afraid, is going to be effectively out of the race. They can repair it and send him out, but by that point, he is going to be way down and behind the rest of the gaggle of drivers. Is that Harden losing out? Now Harden has lost out to Jean Luye. So Jean Luye does get past Chris Harden in the end. As they come onto the home straight, Sam Luye is now going to try and get his move past the Dutchman. But Arvid Lindblad enjoying life in P3, looking very smooth at the moment. All coming together for the British driver as he continues his challenge in the KZ2 category, there or thereabouts. He's looking good to get into the final if he keeps this kind of pace up. Second in his first race, ninth in his second, and looking good for the top three in his third. Just keep it in the top 10 throughout, and you're in good shape. Christian Abulin sets the fastest lap of the race, the Croatian, who is now in P10, in front of Lucas Schecker, who is the leading wildcard ahead of Robin Glerum. But Luigi De Lorenzo is the one who's on the hard charger. He's got 14 places made up from the back row of the grid, 28th place. He is now up to 14th. He's gone through half the field in 5 laps. Mega work from Luigi De Lorenzo. So now to the first corner. Lindblad again trying to take on Civico. Tom Lulet is nearly 2 seconds clear. He's got to be careful that he doesn't wear out the tyres too soon here. But he's making a dominant run of it as Lindblad again tries to get through on Civico. Civico having to pull across the apex to stop the British driver going for the dive on the inside of the hairpin. Lindblad again just hustling Civico. Jean Luye is in there in 4th position. It's all about timing in KZ2. The overtaking moves can either go very, very well or very badly wrong indeed. You've got to be so careful. And it's very much about how you discipline yourself in these situations. Some tough challenges from Lindblad and Luyet to come for Genk Belgium. Not for this man. Tom Lulette is just cruising out in front. As Lindblad tries again on Genk Belgium. Belgium again dives for that apex and hugs it as they go through turn 1. As Corentin Rousseau gets the fastest lap of the race now, a 51.3 for him. As Corentin Rousseau is trying to... Oh, Lucas Reybok has gone through the line 3 consecutive laps. So I'm afraid Lucas Reybok has earned himself the black flag. That is very unfortunate indeed for Lucas Reybok. So I'm afraid, having driven through the line 3 times with a technical flag, he doesn't have to agree with it. He only has to comply with it. So I'm afraid Lucas Reybok is going to get the book thrown at him for that one. And that'll be a report to the stewards as well, I would have thought. So Savico, Lindblad and Jean Luyet battling away for second position with 4 laps remaining. And Arvid Lindblad all over the back of Genk Belgium. Jean Luyet is there in 4th position. Chris Harnen, Sam Luyet, then Pacini, Sjoberg, Abulin and Yannick Julius Bernhard in the top 10. And through the hairpin at turn 5 onto the highway straight. Continuing the charge forward, and this is a big launch! Oh, Jean Luyet, a big launch forward into the hairpin. Oh, I had my voice cracking there because I really didn't expect Jean Luyet would come from that far back. Goodness me. Jean Luyet storms into 3rd position. That is one heck of an overtake. And that really does assert himself there in 3rd position in front of Arvid Lindblad. That shows you what the Swiss can do when he puts his mind to it. He clearly had enough of running around in P4. So the SP Motorsport twins, Arvid Lindblad and Chris Harden, 4th and 5th now. And Alessio Pacini is looking for his move to get through on the inside of Sam Luyet. And Sam Luyet is not exactly making life easy for it either, because he's got Chris Harden very much marked at the moment as a target. Whether he can get himself through or not, he's only got 2.5 laps to do anything about it. And that is a retirement there, I'm afraid. So that is the 396 gone from the fray. That is Lucas Schecher. He was the leading wild card coming up to this. And there comes the move from Sam Luyet. I tell you what, the Luyets are very much dive bombers when they need to be. And here comes Pacini now, diving through on Chris Harden. Thank you very much. I'll take the place as well. So the Luyet brothers absolutely on a storm at the moment as they charge their way up. As Jean Luyet gets past Arvid Lindblad and Sam Luyet gets past Chris Harnen. Both Tony Karts deal with the Kart Republic of the Standpex Motorsport driver they're racing against. But now Alessio Pacini is all over the back of Sam Luyet, and he's not going to concede easily. Lindblad has a look, but essentially decides better against it. The battle still very much joined. They're both trying to get on terms with Genk Belgium on the penultimate lap. So this is not going to be easy to settle out. I think Sam Luyet's gone for another move again on Chris Harden, because Chris Harden fought his way back into position, and now Sam Luyet's gone back in on it. The drivers continue to tussle for position, and if you look in the background, Christian Abulin has caught up to Chris Harden now as well. Final lap. Savico looks pretty safe in second. Jean Luyet does not look particularly safe in third, because Arvid Lindblad will want to get it back. Get into 3rd position again. Tom Lulette just absolutely breezing around this circuit. Race 1 looked fairly straightforward yesterday. Race 2 earlier this morning, pretty serene. Race 3, this is absolute child's play from Tom Lulette and the Leclerc by Lennox team. Like taking candy from a baby. They certainly won the race going away. And Tom Lulette, in fantastic fashion, comes through to take the victory in brilliant fashion. 3 wins out of 3. No questions asked. No hesitation given. Flawless so far from Tom Lulette ahead of Genk Belgium and Jean Luyet. Arvid Lindblad in 4th from Alessio Pacini. And that was a KZ2 race full of attrition. But Tom Lulette definitely putting himself into the prime position this weekend. He clearly wants to be a European champion, and he has set his sights on that target with plenty of gusto from the other drivers around him. but he just has the edge on everyone else at the moment. It's going to take quite the strategist and the master tactician down in the pits to adjust the setup accordingly to match the kind of speed we're getting from Tom Lulette, who is just dancing his way to victory every time. But you've got to maintain that for 5 races. He's only done it for 3 so far. The later 2 races this afternoon could be the turning point. So Tom Lulette takes the victory once again. The Frenchman ahead of Genis Savico and Jean Luyet in the top 3. 4th for Arvid Lindblad ahead of Alessio Pacini and Sam Luyet. Chris Harnan fending off from Christian Abulin and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Luigi Di Lorenzo coming through in the top 10. Jesper Sjoberg ahead of Dylan Davies and Corentin Rousseau. Robin Gledum came through as the leading wildcard ahead of Felix Arnold and Florian Kibel. 17th place for Jeremy Potain ahead of Lucas Raybock, although of course he crossed the line, but having received the black flag, I doubt that's going to stand. Giorgio Carrara ahead of David Jarnamin, and then Carles Martinez, Nicolas Schefter, Lucas Vladic and Jacob Wojcik from Lucas Schecker, who retired from the race in the closing stages. We also lost Renzo Alebax, and then of course we had Michael Rossina, Kevin Stehauer and Tim Gerhards also retiring from the race. Tim Gerhards didn't even start it, in fact. So qualifying heat C versus E is going to be next up on the road. And we've already seen some very solid performances from drivers through the field in the KZ2 category. This is going to see Marcus Kayak renew his battle. And he'll be on the front row of the grid alongside the leading wildcard from qualifying, Dominic Reuters. So those two will be on the front row of the grid. In her earlier heat, charging her way through the pack was not exactly easy for the CRG driver Natalia Balbo, but she certainly proved that difficult qualifying does not mean a bad result in the races. She is charging her way back and making up great performances and good overtaking moves wherever possible. We caught up with Natalia Balbo on Thursday to see how intense racing at KZ2 level in the European Championship really is.
After last year, I want to, have fun, because last year was quite difficult year on all the European Championship. So this year will be for sure better, or I hope. And also I'm coming to two new tracks, so it will be funny because in Genk for me it's the first time, and I was here 2 weeks ago or 3 to have some tests to understand the track. Hard because you have only one job to do and to go to the final, and which this kind of number is not so easy. In the past year we also been more than 100, so it could be interesting also to be in 90 and something more. So yeah, you just have to do your race and be more stable on your position, and stay also with the front group and go to the final. This one is my 5th year in KZ, and I try to improve more and more every year physically, because I understand it's if you are perfect training, you can be the best one. If you're not, you have some problem. For sure, you have to change the gear and also the front brake, so you have multiple things to use and to think about it. So if the body is okay, also the mind is okay, and the race will be good. I've never been here with no gearbox kart, so I don't know how it use it for no gearbox kart. But it's not like other track that you have only very hard brake and then you go down with the shifter and then you go up with the gear again. Here there are different kind of corner. You of course have a good brakes corner, but also just go down with the gearbox and enough. So no, it's interesting actually for gearbox karts here. There are a lot of points you can overtake, but also if you stay close, no one pass. So also the curb are really not so high, so you can stay also very inside of the corner. It could be interesting actually, because races here, you start and then you don't have a very big straight before the first corner. So we have to understand where to pass there, and then because it's really wide corner, but then in the exit of the corner it's really close. So I don't know, I just want to pass away the first corner and then have my race.
One of the most serial, talented competitors in KZ2 that we just heard from there, Natalia Balbo, one of the most strong of the ladies that have come through in KZ2 in previous years. You've obviously got to look at some of the other talents that have come through in previous years, such as Isa Caristo and Hannah Lang, who have been racing in KZ2 in the European Championship over the years. Natalia Balbo is the sole lady represented this weekend at Genk. Hopefully a few more of the female contingent will return to KZ2 for next time out at Cremona in Italy. But now, out on the circuit they come once again for the start of the KZ2 qualifying heat C versus E, and it's Markus Kayak of Estonia and Dominik Reuters of Germany on the front row of the starting grid. Then it's Robert Kinderwarter and Thomas Imborg from Thomas Schippers and Arthur Lehuc. Then Jean Noblo and Linus Lagerström from Giuseppe Palomba and Oscar Target. Matteo Spergel and Norton Andreasen from Moritz Ebner and Andrea Bossetto. Jacob Bergmeister and Leonardo Marcellia, Valentino Fritsch and Alex Marigliano. Martin van Leuven and Kasper Dorowski from Paul Rivera and Sivert Moiland. Rasmus Janssen and Ronnie Tabakovic from Rowan Grinvis and Tom Adams. Ken Algra, Natalia Balbo, Axel Bengtsson and Henry Johnstone. Very frustrating weekend so far for the driver that we just heard from, Natalia Balbo. Normally she's very much towards the top 10 in terms of her raw one-lap pace, but qualifying, in her words, disaster yesterday. So hopefully now she'll be able to just fight her way back. And she said her target was to get into the final. Well, the top 72 drivers will get into the super heats, so 17 drivers won't make it that far. So you've got to be very careful through the qualifying heats to stay as consistent and as present as possible. And then hopefully you'll be one of the 36 drivers that get through to the final. It's a very tough competition, KZ2. So many talented drivers from all over the world. And there's no guarantees. Even one lap pace isn't enough to save you. It's the consistency through the pace and the performance of the heats that is going to save you and get you into the final. So some incredible performers in KZ2 in the European Championship. And certainly for the man up front, Markus Kayak. He has won both of his races coming into this race. Tom Lulette has now got a hat-trick of 3, so he will not lose his lead coming into the lunch break, because obviously after this race we will have one more, and then we will pause for a short while. But what a sensational battle it has turned out to be in KZ2 up to this point. Some great challenges, some great battles, but certainly the man to beat is the young man from France, Tom Lulette. This man, Markus Kayak, hasn't lost a race yet either, though. 2 wins over the course of yesterday and this morning. So what can the Estonian do as we come into the afternoon session? It's definitely going to be interesting to see what the Ajax Racing Team driver is able to make out of this second race of the day, third race of the weekend for him. And the Ajax Racing Team really have given him incredible gamesmanship and materials to fight for the title in the European Contest 2022. And that's always an interesting one. In KZ2, you've got a combination of factory efforts and satellite teams, and they all want to put on a good show. But for the Ajax Racing Team, this is really their best chance yet of coming away with a win in a FIA European Championship final. 2 rounds of the European Championship, of course, this season, as they are the last couple of years in KZ2. And KZ, of course, is the same. This year, the European Championship rounds being held at Genk in Belgium and at Cremona in Italy. So let's see how the drivers progress as they come off the final couple of corners onto the main straight. You're looking at Kinderwarter and Imborg. Thomas Schippers in the TD chassis, engineered by Thierry Del Rey. And then alongside him, Arthur Lehuc. So the 2 wildcards there together on the 3rd row. The green flag at the back of the field. We're going to get the lights on, and when they go out, we'll race again in KZ2 for qualifying heat. C versus E. Here we go. Oh, barely a start at all from the front row man, and it's held up quite a few drivers. So Markus Kayak gets the perfect start, and there's a little bit of jockey for position, and it's ended up in chaos. Unfortunately, the driver that gets spat out of it is the 308. So that is disastrous, I'm afraid. But the 308 in the middle of the gaggle gets spat out. Or is that the 306? Is that Giuseppe Palomba? Was that Palomba that got spat out of it? It was Giuseppe Palomba and Dominik Reuters. Both getting caught out at the start then. And there is a very damaged Marigliano. So Marigliano is not going to go much further. That kart cannot run. So Marcus Kayak leads the way in front of Kinderwarter and Sipers. But Dominic Reuters and Giuseppe Palomba, oh no, it's not Palomba. It is Marcellia. I was right the first time. It is the 308 rather than the 306. Palomba still going. And an overtaking move in the final turn there as Imborg gets through on Thomas Sipers. So it is Marcellia that is out of the race along with Moritz Ebner, Dominic Reuters and Alex Marigliano. All four of them out in the first lap. What a shame. Not exactly the way they wanted their race to continue as the battles really start to get joined in. There is a very unhappy Alex Marigliano. A whole host of Birolats tripping over each other then. Reuters, Ebner, Marcellia and Marigliano. That is a PR nightmare for the boys and girls in red and white. But they're still racing because there's still more of them out on the circuit. With the 313, Robert Kinderwarter trying to shake off the attentions of Thomas Imborg and Thomas Sipers. Sipers is trying to get the move back into third position. Not going to happen on this occasion. The end of the second lap, and Marcus Kayak just continues to do what he does best. Ahead of Kinderwarter, Imborg, Sipers, Andreasen and Oscar Target, who is in P6. Great work so far from the Australian. Bozzetto, Nomblo, Spergel, Lehuc, Lagerstrom and Palomba in front of Bergmeister and Ribera. Valentino Fritsch is 15th ahead of Rasmus Janssen and Kasper Nadolski. Natalia Balbo's done it again, up 10 places. She's now in 18th. Goodness me, Natalia Balbo proving to be a bit of a superstar comeback driver this weekend. She's clearly had her Weetabix this morning and said, no, I am not going to stay at the back of this field. I'm going to carve my way through. And the CRG driver doing an exceptional job. Good for you, Natalia. Make it happen. Kayak, Kinderwarter, Imborg, Sipers and Andreasen on the main straight again. Oscar Target going beautifully in P6. Great work from the Australian. Let's not forget that this is his first season in Europe and he's right up there in the top 6. That is no lean achievement. 7th place for Andrea Bozzetto ahead of Jean Nomblo and then Matteo Spergel and Giuseppe Palomba. Oscar Target sets the fastest lap of the race. He carries an Australian license as the 372, but the Australian doing an amazing job. And so they continue to charge forward. Thomas Sipers, 4th position at the moment in front of Norton Andreasen and Oscar Target. Through they go, tackling their way through the S's up towards the final corner. And is there going to be an overtaking move on the inside? Yes, there is. Andreasen gets through on Sipers. And now Oscar Target will want to try and make his own overtaking move on the inside of the Thierry Del Rey chassis. They skate their way through. But Kayak, Kinderwarter and Imborg from Andreasen, Sipers and Oscar Target. That's the order at the moment. Thomas Sipers still trying to keep himself in the hunt. Meanwhile, further back, we've got Bozzetti, Nomblo and Spergel having a terrific trio of a battle in the two Sodis and the CRG. There goes Target on the inside of Sipers. So Oscar takes his target and goes for it, gets the move on Thomas Sipers. Up in the 5th position for the young Australian in the Birola. Then we've got Sodi, CRG, Sodi, but not for long. There comes the move from Matteo Spergel. Spergel gets through, a little bit caught out there, Andrea Bozzetto. And he's lucky that Giuseppe Palomba wasn't quite close enough to take the place away from him. But he certainly is now as they come onto the home straight. Palomba seeking an opportunity to go for Bozzetto. Bozzetto getting himself back together again. Kayak, Kinderwarter, Imborg, Andreasen, Target, Sipers, Nomblo, Spergel, Bozzetto, Palomba. So Palomba all over the back now of Andrea Bozzetto. And this is the 6th lap of 12, so we are at the halfway point. 4 retirements from the race, all of them on a Birolat, sadly. Dominic Reuters, Moritz Ebner, Leonardo Marcellia and Alex Marigliano. They went off on the first lap incident, all of them caught out in that one. The only driver able to actually make it back to the pits to park it is Alex Marigliano. So these two still trying to go after one by one. Jean Nomblo and Matteo Spergel hunting down Thomas Sipers. Sipers doing his best to try and get his own opposition. Now that's the battle further back. This is Ribera versus Bergmeister. So Ribeiro and Bergmeister having a good little tussle. And on this particular occasion, it is Jacob Bergmeister who manages to get the move on the DR chassis. He gets through past the Birolart of Paul Ribera. Although Ribera... Oh, and that's one of the energy course cards. I'm afraid that's game over for Rasmus Janssen. The Swede is out of it on the approach to Cafe Corner. So Rasmus Janssen in the energy is out of the race. That is unfortunate. And he will not have wanted his race to end so bitterly. But the rest of the field continue motoring round. Looked like he ended up just getting two wheels on the grass to spin that kart the wrong way, because it was on the approach to the Cafe Corner. It was facing in the wrong direction. So I wonder if he just caught the curb or got squeezed wide by an opponent and ended up spinning the kart around, because it's very weird to be facing in the wrong direction halfway down that straight. But certainly problems then for Rasmus Janssen as he drops from the fray, and into the pits to retire comes Rowan Grinwiz, the Dutchman for the Falcon Racing team. So Rowan Grinwiz, I'm afraid, is out, as going defensive is Thomas Imborg in third place. So he actually pulls across to thwart the attack for Andreasen and Target. He clearly wants Target to get in on the inside of Andreasen, so he's trying to back them into each other. He's kind of hoping that the Australian will make the move on the Swede before the Swede has a chance to go for him instead. And Norton Andreasen is not one to try and quarrel with. Great to see Norton Andreasen in gearbox. He was one of the serial contenders in the OK category last season in direct drive, always hunting for the top 5. And now he is going about it exactly the same way in KZ2 as a gearbox contender. So how much longer do we think it's going to be before Norton Andreasen makes the step up to KZ? And then he'll be a real contender for gearbox honours at the sharp end of the field. Certainly at the moment in KZ2, he's having a big fun time out there as he battles with Oscar Target. Has to go defensive in turn 6. But here comes Oscar Target, the Birolart driver, really getting into his stride now. It's taken him a couple of outings with the Birolart team, but now he is a serial operator. He goes on the inside. Andreasen just chops across before he commits to the braking zone. Probably just for the best. You don't want to spend too long mucking about in that braking zone. It can cause problems. Still, the drivers battling away for position as they use superior racecraft at this level. Thomas Schippers is trying to get back on terms with Matteo Spergel. Spergel having got through into P6, and now Jean Nomblo is making his attempt on Thomas Schippers in the Thierry Del Rey machine. Into the hairpin once more. Kayak, Kinderwarter, Imborg, Andreasen, Target, Spergel, big dive from Target. Lovely move on the inside of Norton Andreasen then. That was the problem Andreasen had, of being stuck behind Thomas Imborg. You've got to make the overtaking move before somebody gets you. Thomas Schippers under investigation again. Now, not entirely sure what it's for this time, but he had a technical non-conformity in the last race and ended up getting an exclusion. So I wonder if the same problem, whatever it might be, has reoccurred. That would be a heartbreak for Thomas Schippers and the Thierry Del Rey operation. But once more, he is under investigation, the home favourite. Thomas Schippers definitely struggling to stay on the right side of the law for whatever reason. But now we're going to get to see if Oscar Target can get into third position and get his best ever finish in FIA karting at this level. To be honest, even if he stays where it is, it'll be his best ever finish, but he would dearly love a top 3 result. And he's hustling behind Thomas Imborg, who is just backing up the field. He's backing, trying to get Andreasen to get back on the inside of Oscar Target. Watch him into Cafe Corner. He's keeping the kart right in the middle of the road. He's cruising. He just wants this move. That's what he set up. Norton Andreasen back on the inside of Oscar Target. That takes the pressure off Imborg. And that's what Thomas Imborg was trying to set up. He wanted the move to be forced behind him. Final lap. And Andreasen gets back through into 4th position ahead of Oscar Target and Matteo Spergel. Spergel is all over the back of the Australian. But Oscar Target still working hard to try and move up into that 4th place finish. P5 will still be the best we've ever seen from Oscar Target in the European Championship. But Robert Kinderwarter is just hoping for one little mistake from Marcus Kayak. He's trying to follow him as closely as possible in the hope that something might change. But certainly for Marcus Kayak, he is going to continue what Tom Lulette started. 3 races and 3 wins. Almost certain now for Marcus Kayak as he comes up to the final turn. They really have given him an amazing machine. Off the final bend, down the home straight. Marcus Kayak repeats the feat of Tom Lulette. 3 wins out of 3. Now, what's going to happen when those two meet for the first time? That is going to be an explosive race. Only one of them will be able to take the win, and the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow will almost certainly go to the driver that beats the other, the way things are currently looking. But certainly for the moment, only Tom Lulette and Marcus Kayak are the drivers who can sustain a dominant winning streak. 3 race wins from 3 race starts. So the battle for this weekend is definitely on between the Frenchman Tom Lulette and the Estonian Marcus Kayak. This is going to be tough, isn't it? You can just tell that these two are going to be absolutely on the lock stops around the lap. And it'll be fascinating to see which of the two drivers beats the other in race trim. Qualifying, obviously, we know that Tom Lulette was quicker than Marcus Kayak, but that's qualifying. Very different from racing. You never know what to expect from the KZ2 outfits. So Marcus Kayak takes the victory in the third race of his weekend. Robert Kinderwarter second from Thomas Imborg. Norton Andreasen and Oscar Target from Matteo Spergel and Thomas Schippers. Jean Nomblo, Andrea Bossetto and Linus Lagerström in the top 10. Giuseppe Palombo 11th from Paul Ribera and Valentino Fritsch. Jacob Bergmeister and Natalia Balbo, 15th place for her. What a comeback. Art de Le Hoek in 16th place from Martin van Leuven and Ronnie Tabakovic. Then in 19th place it is Kasper Nadolski in front of Axel Bengtsson and Harry Johnston. Axel Bengtsson and Henry Johnstone, who both made up 9 places each. Great work from them. Ken Algra, Sivert Moylant and Tom Adams. Then the retirements, Rowan Grinvis and Rasmus Janssen. And on the first lap, we lost Dominic Reuters, Moritz Ebner, Leonardo Marcellia and Alex Marigliano. So a very tough race again in qualifying heat C versus E. There is one more race of the morning session to come, and that is for qualifying heat drivers A versus D. And there are still more spectacular battles to be had around the circuit. And once again, it's a return to the front row for the pole sitter, David Trevelov of the Maranello SRP team. The very talented German with incredible firepower under his right foot. He didn't quite get the win in yesterday's race, but he did get the win this morning. So he still only has 4 points accumulated, looking good for third at the moment in the overall rankings, and that would put him on the front row of the grid for the first superheat. But if he can do a better job than Lulette and Kayak this afternoon, then there's every chance he could still bag a super pole for either the first or second race. But let's hear from one of the drivers that's making a bit of a play for it as they battle around the course here in KZ2. Yannick Himmels. We spoke to him on Thursday.
I'm feeling good. We did a few tests and I'm confident that we can achieve a good result. I think it's a very tough competition and they are the best drivers in Europe, and yeah, I think we can just learn from it, and yeah, hopefully we have a good result. The change between the categories is always hard, I think, but it's my 4th season, I think, and so now I'm okay with it. I think the mix between the low speed and high speed corners is very good here, and I think so it's a good track for shifter classes. I think, yeah, like I said, the mix of corners is good for overtaking here, and I think we can see great races and hopefully, yeah, a great event.
It's important to focus on every part of the starting grid, not just at the front end. Yannick Himmels and the Falcon Racing team making good progress and developing the kart every time they come out. This is a big challenge for them in the European Championship, and good to see that their spirits are high and they are still making as steady progress as can be made. David Trevelov of Germany and Daniel Vasil of Romania on the front row of the starting grid. Maranello versus DR. A fabulous story with these two. Great contenders, both men. And they both have just as strong a claim to the sharp end of the grid as each other. Trefelov, podium in the International Super Cup last year at Kristianstad. Daniel Vasil getting better all the time, the Romanian, and really starting to take some names while he goes racing out there on the course. Second row of the grid, David Lewinsky, the Polish star for the Sony kart on the CBB Sports squad. Great to see him there in third position and really proving that he has the raw pace to keep it there. Fourth position for the other talented German in the Maranello fold, that is Tim Troger. And Tim Troger obviously wanting to emulate his teammate David Trevelov and see if he can get the two karts up at the sharp end of the field. Danilo Albanese still working very hard indeed with the Kart Republic Motorsport team and making, again, steady progress. So close to a European title last year. He really wants to put it beyond doubt in 2022. Jorge Pescador for the CRG factory outfit. Third row of the grid for him in P6 of the start. Seventh on the grid for the Frenchman Arthur Carbonel in the CPB Sport Sodi. Alongside him on the grid is the Leclerc by Lennox driver Ivan Ekelchik, one of the handful of wildcards this weekend. Ninth on the grid, it is the Parolin driver Marco Torman, the Italian, who lines up ninth on the grid. And then in P10, it is Celian Galassine, the Frenchman, on the CPB Sports Sodi. Some great challenges ahead for the KZ2 contenders. Some excellent performances, but now we come into KZ2 qualifying heat A versus D. Let's see what happens as a result of the battles ahead of us. So the contenders out on the circuit then for 12 more laps. It's going to be a great battle. David Trevelov ahead of Daniel Vasil, David Lewinsky and Tim Troga ahead of Danilo Albanese and Jorge Pescador from Arthur Carbonel and Ivan Ekelchik, then Marco Torman and Celian Galassin, Alexander Schmitz and Paul Lussier from Andrea Dali and Flint Schuring, Karl Lukashevsky and Fabrizio Rosati, Michael Paparo and Alexandru Iancu, Pavel Tonteri, Sim Liedmar, Ivan Klimenko and Mattia Simonini, Brandon Nilsson, Antoine Babarou, Salvatore Toscano, Albin Carson, Adrian Janicki, Nathan Sharp, Yannick Himmels and Christian Bertucca taking up his place at the back of the grid. So Trevelov will obviously want to get a win under his belt. He knows that the other two drivers, Tom Lulette and Marcus Kayak, have gone unbeaten over the course of the weekend. So Trevelov could really do with another solid finish. He doesn't want to lose any more points than he has already dropped. He's dropped 4 points for his third place finish yesterday evening. Came out of the blocks perfectly this morning. But obviously, as far as pole position for the Superheats is concerned tomorrow, that could already be damage done because he's got 4 points compared to Kayak and Trevelov, who haven't dropped a single point yet, so they're both on a 0 score. It's like the world of golf in the qualifying heats. The object is to score as few points as possible rather than as many points as possible. Oh, and running off the road there on the formation lap. That's a big, big problem. That's one of the Tony karts going off the road, and that is game over, I think, for Alexandru Iancu. So Alexandru Iancu, the Romanian, disastrous, and it all falls apart before the race even begins. Always heartbreaking when that happens. So I don't have a massive amount of experience in myself, but many years ago in the British Stocks Kart Championship, I was a guest driver at Skegness, and the kart broke down on the formation lap, so I know exactly how irritating and annoying it can be when you're sat there watching everybody else go around, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to sit, fester, and let it all just soak you up. It's very, very tricky to keep on top of your nerves and emotions in those incidents. But for Alexandru Iancu, very unfortunate that he breaks down before the race even gets underway. So David Trevelov and Daniel Vasil together on the front row of the grid, then David Lewinsky and Tim Troga, Albanese, Pescador, Carbonel, Ekelchik, Torman, Galassin, Schmitz and Lussier. Dali, Schuring, Lukashevsky and Rosati. It is indeed Alexandru Iancu who will not start the race. Very unfortunate for the Romanian as the drivers get into their grid positions. And we are ready for a start once again in KZ2. And at the end of this race, every driver out there will have done 3 qualifying heats. So near to the end of the day for them. Just 2 races to come from the KZ2 squabble. Trevelov, Vasil, Lewinsky, Troga, Albanese, Pescador. Green flag at the back of the field. This is good start. A good opportunity to go racing now as the lights come on. When they go out, we will charge to turn 1. Oh, it's a false start. It's a false start. The repeater light comes on and Lewinsky plows into the back of David Trevelov. There was a kart off in the background. That's the reason why we had a false start. And I'm afraid it's Nathan Sharp of the Leclerc by Lennox team. Now, big drama because Lewinsky, trying to avoid David Trevelov, went straight into the back of his kart. Now, this could be a real problem for David Lewinsky. He's just got to try and hope that his kart is raceable, but also because it went in with the front fairing, he's got to hope that the front fairing isn't loose. But there's not a lot he can do about it because obviously he's clattered into the back of the other car. So the repeater light came on and he assumed that the change of lights was a light going out. It wasn't. It was a light coming on. But obviously as a race driver you just react to whatever change you see on the board. So he felt we were starting and we weren't. And the start was aborted. So David Trevelov has got to hope that his kart, particularly on the left rear, is perfectly okay. On the right rear as well, actually, for that matter. He's taken a little bit of contact, but has that damaged the bumper any? Looks like it's okay to me. So I think David Trevelov's got away with that. I would have assumed, actually, looking at David Lewinsky's kart, I think he's got away with it as well, you know. I think he's been very, very lucky. But I'm looking at his front fairing. That doesn't look loose to me. So Lewinsky, I think, has got away with that one. Yeah, as he comes to the grid, that looks like it's in position. So that is an absolute get-out-of-jail-free card for David Lewinsky. And because the race is going to restart, I think he's all right. Well, wonders will never cease. Trevelov and Vasil, Lewinsky and Troga, Albanese and Pescador, Carbonell and Ekelchik, Torman and Galassin. The only non-starter is going to be Alexandru Ianco. He must be even more disappointed because that race was going to get restarted. Green flag again. And let's see how things go in qualifying Heat A versus D. We are ready to race again. Lights come on. And they're out. Perfect start from Vasil. He jumps ahead of David Trevelov. Much better. Lewinsky into third. And as they go through to the first hairpin, everybody getting through cleanly. They just about keep each other out of harm's way as the field jockeys for position. And everybody's still in touch. A couple of the drivers running onto the grass on the far side, but that's about it. Lewinsky struggling to hold on to third place. He's got Jorge Pescador now getting up alongside. And Pescador is through into third position. Albanese trying to get through on the inside line as well. So the field having an absolute field day with each other as they battle for position now. And David Trevelov is in pursuit of Daniel Vasil. Whilst up to third is Pescador ahead of Albanese and Tim Troga, who has come through to fifth position. Bit of a run wide there from the 322 car of David Lewinsky, who is having all sorts of problems. There is damage. There is damage to his kart. I did wonder. So he didn't have a get-out-of-jail-free card as much as he thought he had. And there is a proper duel on the home straight between Ivan Ekelchik and Alexander Schmitz by the look of it. And that is a devastated David Lewinsky. Damage from the start, the original start. Something's not quite right with the steering by the look of it. So David Trevelov, by the way, has got past Daniel Vasil. I didn't see how that happened. But Trevelov has got through and made the move on Dan Vasil. I think that might have been into turn 5. But David Trevelov has retaken the lead from the Romanian Dan Vasil. And Albanese runs in third position. Up the inside, that is Carbonell trying to get through on Tim Troga. And he's made that one stick. Then it's Marco Torman in front of Ekelchik, Schmitz and Dale. So some great overtaking moves so far. 2 laps completed, 10 to go. And David Trevelov having caught and passed Dan Vasil. Oh, the slide, that's Torman. Torman's gone. Now I couldn't tell whether there was any contact. Oh, and another card pulling off, that's Tim Troga. Tim Troga pulling off as well. Now, did they make contact with each other? Because both of them were on the same bit of racetrack together, Troga and Torman. I didn't quite see, but they were certainly together on the road. I wonder if there was a little bit of contact between them. Well, Torman has got going again. Troga is out, and that is devastating for the Maranello driver from Germany. That's a big, big moment in this weekend, as the number 2 driver in the Maranello fold essentially topples out of the race, and that's going to add a massive point score to his tally. He'll join the ranks of David Lewinsky in the Heartbreak Hotel. They're both in the lobby booking rooms at the moment. David Trevelov and Dan Vasil out in front of Danilo Albanese and Jorge Pescador ahead of Artur Carbonell and Ivan Ekelchik. Alexander Schmitz, Andrea Dale, Chelian Galassin and Pavel Tonteri. Down the back straight, Paul Lucier in front of Sim Liedmar. 13th place for Fabrizio Rosati and Brandon Nilsson. Then Michael Paparo in the Formula K. And then Antoine Babaru and Ivan Klimenko from Lukashevsky, Toscano, Carlson, Bertuca, Schaap, Simonini, Himmels, Janicki, Schuring and Marco Torman, who is at the back of the field after that little incident, we think, with Tim Troga, or as a result of Tim Troga. We're not sure exactly which way round that is. But David Trevelov is pulling clear of Dan Bazile, and Danilo Albanese going into lap 5 is going to try and make his bid on the DR. But the Romanian Daniel Bazile looking very comfortable at the moment out in front. Danilo Albanese, 3rd position, just hungry to make his way forward. Still trying to make some good moves there as they run on lap 5. Down the back straight. We've got another retirement. Marco Torman is deciding to call it a day for the 3rd heat. So Marco Torman falls victim the same way that Tim Troga did. So I'm afraid the Italian Marco Torman of the Paralympic team is out of this race. Clint Schuring sets the fastest lap of the race, a 51.999. But Bazile versus Albanese, that's where things can get pretty spicy for the victory. They are behind Trevelov, who has now opened up the gap even further. I think that's going to be an 0.8 of a second battle, very nearly. But the driver's still battling away. Bazile ahead of Albanese for the moment. But you do get the sense that Danilo Albanese is either just toying with Daniel Bazile or he's just building up to the overtake. Because the DR driver going very well, admittedly, but he just doesn't have the legs on Danilo Albanese as Brandon Nilsson gets a 51.8 out of his latest lap for the CRG Racing team. So an improvement from Brandon Nilsson, the Swedish driver who races under an Italian license. They come through the hairpin up at the top end and up towards Cafe Corner. We're watching now to see if Artur Carbonell can get clear of Ivan Ikelchik. But certainly it's going to be a tough mission for the drivers as they continue to duel for position out there. Dan Bazile ahead of Danilo Albanese for the moment, but we get the half distance mark done. And Trevelov is not actually that far ahead of Bazile and Albanese. They could actually just work together here to close up, to cut through the air more efficiently. And David Trevelov in the Maranello could have a bit of a headache in the last couple of laps. So here they come up to the hairpin once again. This is still Artur Carbonell hanging on in front of Ivan Ikelchik, Andrea Dale and Alexander Schmidt. And it's becoming a bit of a freight train at the moment, queuing up behind. Not far away, you've got Selian Galassin and Paolo Tonteri. In terms of the hard charges, by the way, the man on the move is Christian Brotuka. He's made up 13 places to 17th on the grid from dead last. And Brandon Nilsson has made up 10 places. Paolo Tonteri has made up 9. So some good comebacks in KZ2. 7 laps completed now for David Trevelov. Dan Bazile is in second ahead of Danilo Albanese, but for how much longer? And this battle is going to get interesting. Carbonell, Ikelchik, Dale, Schmitz. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Some great dueling from these 4 drivers. And you do get the sense that Ivan Ikelchik is just waiting for the gap to open up to Artur Carbonell in front. But Carbonell is not being very cooperative. So it's very tricky out there at the moment. But David Trevelov just increases his lead with a 51.569. The Maranello star, fastest in time qualifying. Really showcasing that he is the favourite for the European Championship this year. Mind you, Tom Lillette and Marcus Kayak will have something to say about that because Trevelov has already dropped a heat and finished up in 4th place. Those two have yet to drop a point. So Trevelov, 0.6 of a second ahead of Bazile. Oh, goodness me. Problems in the final bend. Liedmar and Paparo getting too close together. And Paul Lussier is involved in that one as well. So Paul Lussier, along with Liedmar and Paparo, going off the road at the final turn, and that is a very fed-up Paul Lussier. He did not want his race to come to the end at the final turn. And I note that Michael Paparo in the Formula K and Siim Liedmar have also come off their carts and walked away. So that's 3 drivers out in the final bend. It didn't look particularly clear as to what happened there, to be honest. It looked like one lost it and then the other 2 just kind of spun off in sympathy. I didn't see if there was any contact or not, but certainly a very frustrating end for Paparo, Liedmar and Lussier. And that means that the drivers behind them all move up a few places. Paolo Tonteri now finds himself in 9th. Brandon Nilsson has climbed all the way to 10th from 23rd on the grid. That is pretty impressive. And we've got I think we've got a yellow flag at turn 1 as well. Now, I'm not sure what's happened there. It's a temporary yellow flag, but certainly somebody seems to have had an issue at turn 1. I didn't make out who that was, I'm afraid. Sorry, I wasn't quite quick enough on the uptake of that one. But certainly David Trevelov out in front of Vazil and Albanese, Pescador, Gabonel, Schmitz, Dale, Ekelchik, Tonteri and Nielsen. And there is Paparo's Formula K being moved away by the marshals. Amazing work again from the Orange Army. They always keep us safe and sound. An amazing team here at Karting Genk. A team of volunteers, men and women around the circuit, making sure that the best racing you're going to see this weekend is safe, sound, but as good quality as ever. Now, Danilo Albanese is on the penultimate lap, riding behind Daniel Vazil, the Romanian. And this is not going to be an easy overtake, let's put it that way, because Vazil is going to keep that kart incredibly wide in the last lap and a half. I'm surprised that Albanese didn't see that as an opportunity to banzai in on Dan Vazil. They've got 2 seconds back to Pescador in 4th position, so if ever there was a chance to go tally-ho on the inside and just see what happens, that was the moment. But Danilo Albanese clearly wanting to bet on a surefire winner rather than an underdog of a move. So there they continue. Vazil pushing hard here to get away from Danilo Albanese. Last lap of the heat, and David Trevelov continuing the day as he started it. Qualifying pole yesterday, a 4th place in his first heat. That was not quite the desired result, but he had a win this morning, and a win is incoming in the next 45 seconds or so. If he just keeps this together, then he is still very much a contender for the win this weekend at Karting Genk in the first round of the European Championship for KZ2. Out of 6 through 7 and 8. And Vazil is just doing as much as he needs to keep in front of Danilo Albanese. But Albanese still has one final trick up his sleeve. He's going to need to play it, and he needs to play it now, because Dan Vazil has got 2nd place almost sewn up here. Up to the final corner, and he has managed to pull out a decent gap in 2nd place, the Romanian Dan Vazil. So David Trevelov, for the 2nd time today, out of 3 attempts, is going to get the win. David Trevelov takes the victory in front of Dan Vazil and Danilo Albanese. So only 4 drivers have won races in KZ2 up to this point. Tom Lulette, all 3 of his. Marcus Kayak, all 3 of his. David Trevelov has scored 2. And then the other race winner, of course, yesterday evening was Thomas Imborg. So a fascinating battle in KZ2 in the European Championship thus far. And David Trevelov has triumphed for the 2nd time this weekend, and the 2nd time today. So the German for the Maranello Motorsport team still very much a contender for the European Championship. His pace yesterday just 14 thousandths of a second quicker on the qualifying lap than Tom Lulette, but he will be wanting to prove that this is still his European title to lose. He'll be working hard to achieve that. So as the drivers come in after a very busy race morning, we go into the 2nd half later this afternoon after our lunch break, but what a performance from David Trevelov in that race. He takes the win ahead of Daniel Vazil and Danilo Albanese. Jorge Pescador in 4th ahead of Artur Carbonell, then 6th for Alexander Schmitz ahead of Andrea Dale. Ivan Ekelchik is ahead of the hard chargers for CRG. Paavo Tonteri and Brando Nilsson, take a bow, you two. Back in the top 10, that's phenomenal. Celian Galassin from Christian Bertuka from the back of the grid to 12th. Fabrizio Rosati ahead of Ivan Klimenko, Karl Lukashevsky, Antoine Babarou, Adrian Janicki and Flint Schuring. 19th place behind them, it is Salvatore Toscano ahead of Nathan Schaap and Yannick Himmels, with Matthias Simonini and Albin Carlsen coming home at the back. Paul Lucier, Sim Liedmar and Michael Paparo all dropped out 5 laps from the end. Marco Torman was out of the race as well after an incident with Tim Troga, and we lost David Lewinsky and Alexandru Iancu on the opening lap of the race. David Lewinsky, a big retirement, and that is not good news for the Polish driver. So we have another great afternoon of great action to come this afternoon. We'll have 6 more races from KZ2, 2 from the Academy, and the 3rd and final heat from the KZ European Championship. Before that, here are the highlights from the best bits of 2021. The day that the European Championship was crowned at Adria, and of course, all 3 titles in the Gearbox weekend were crowned at Kristianstad in fantastic style. See you after the break. The finale of the FIA Karting European Championship for gearbox racers comes from Adria in Italy, the scene of last year's season opener. And in the intense Venetian heat, nobody will be able to take things easy in this bubbling cauldron of a race weekend. With both KZ and KZ2 categories reaching their climax and the Academy Trophy continuing its 2021 story, there's plenty of action on the horizon and many battles to be won. Matteo Vigano will be our guide around the Adria Karting Raceway. Flat down the home straight, flipping the throttle through turn 1 to get the ultimate driving line, then an open apex for the second corner that tightens aggressively. Once back on the power, you're approaching a tight turn 3. The exit is crucial. Cut the course and you're either penalised or compromised. Most drivers keep a tight approach to the hairpin as it's a critical overtaking point, but a fast exit on a hot lap can make a massive difference. You need to maintain speed and control through the next right-hander as the circuit carries you further on that trajectory into the braking zone for turn 6. Line up the car well and you can nip up the inside of turn 7 and gain a cheeky place. Still accelerating through 8 and then into 9 with a big stop and a tricky exit point to master. You need to be strong into turn 10 and carry a lot of curb before a gradual deceleration in the final turn. It's one of the fastest circuits in the sport, taking place on one of the hottest weekends the drivers will ever face. The Academy Trophy is looking likely to be the most open and competitive the category has ever been, with drivers gathering from all over the world to claim victory. With multiple race winners so far across the heats, the battle will be very close in the final, and nobody is certain as to who will take advantage. The stage is set for an epic showdown, with the title contest heating up. Maciej Gledizh led Alexander Bondarev away at the start of the final, whilst Ivan David and the fast-starting Riccardo Iannello put themselves into a strong position, and Renaud Franco fell back down the field to begin a tough fight back. Bondarev wasn't hesitating and took the lead from Gledizh into turn 3, and as the two duelled into the braking zone for the hairpin, David sensed his chance to claim the lead from both of them. He dived for the inside line and drew level, but didn't quite have the space to finish the move and elected to consolidate third position. After all, there was plenty of laps still to run. By the end of the lap, Gledizh was leading, and David and Iannello had both made their move to rise to second and third positions. The pole's lead was brief, however, as Ivan David picked his moment and soared ahead, having worked his way back from the 7th row of every heat during the weekend. Heading into the third lap, Gledizh decided to fight back and found the overtaking move into turn 3. But having taken so long to make his way back to the front, Ivan David wasn't prepared to give up so easily and fought back valiantly. He tried an identical move to his previous attempt, and predictably, it resulted in the same outcome. Iannello was stepping up to the plate on home soil and made his move instead, moving up to second in turn 4, a chance to score a podium in Italy too tempting to resist. It wasn't the only battle on track, as Luca Neuenschwander of Brazil and Denmark's David Walter pushed each other intensely for the place. But no matter how hard Walter forced his hand, the Brazilian wasn't prepared to concede. It was fairly inevitable that the move would occur soon, and as the Danes surged ahead, Leo Robinson behind them also moved forward. And that was just the start for the plucky Algerian. He soon made his bid for the manoeuvre on Neuenschwander, and it worked out through turn 2. That motivated the Brazilian yet further. He returned the favour within an instant. Behind them, the battle would continue between Slovenia and South Africa, as Mark Kastelic and Nicolas Roos were locked in a similar scrap. But it was game over for Argentine star Stefano Cagnolo, who joined France's Augustin Bernier on the sidelines. Gledizh was keeping his lead constant ahead of Iannello and David, with Alexander Bondarev still safe in P4. But David was now under investigation for jumping the start. If guilty, he'd receive a 3-second penalty. Neuenschwander was still up against it, this time trying to fend off from Leon Zelenko of Croatia. And into turn 9, not only did Zelenko make the move, but on the exit, he ensured that there would be no retaliation. There was one last bid to close in on Gledizh, as the home fans were hoping to see an Italian driver on the top step of the podium. Iannello was giving it everything he had. David wasn't far away, just in case something happened. The three drivers were so easily matched that they were trading fastest sector times to close up or pull clear, and it became a race of stalemate between the three young stars. It was at this point that it became apparent that David would inevitably face a penalty, as the report was already well underway, which would eventually drop the Sri Lankan to 5th position. Into the final lap, and Gladys had made it clear he wasn't going to make any mistakes. And as the Sauber Academy driver closed out the race for a deserving victory, there would be more trouble elsewhere. In the intensity of the midfield battle, Federico Al-Rifai and Leon Ochai would retire in the same place on turn 9 and end their chances of a strong points finish. With the Japanese fuming and unhappy at the side of the road, the marshals were desperate to clear the circuit before the leaders came through. They managed it with seconds to spare, allowing Maciej Gladys, the Polish youngster in the lead, to taste victory in fantastic fashion, to move to the top of the points standings with 1 round to go, and to become the first Polish driver to win a final in the FIA Karting Academy trophy in the current format. The joy was clear for all to see, and with a solid advantage heading to Sweden, there were plenty of reasons to celebrate. Riccardo Iannello claimed second at home, and David's penalty would indeed demote him behind Bondarev and Walter, with Robinson ahead of Zelenko and Neuenschwander, whilst Mark Kastelic and Romania's Darius Babiawana would complete the top 10. David would climb the podium before handing his trophy to Bondarev, Iannello would celebrate in front of his family and home crowd, and Gladys would savour the spoils of Poland's first Academy win.
The first few laps was very hard for me because two drivers passed me, and after I stay calm, I overtake these two drivers, and I'm looking forward, and yeah, I will do my best in Kristianstad to win the championship.
The final is so hard because I'm starting in the P7, and the first corner I am in the second position behind the Maciej, and the last is 3 laps. I'm trying to do aggressive, but I'm not going to very well. I'm finished second, and I'm really happy.
In the final, I had a great start. I was in P2, but then I made a really early move on Maciej, and then he came back on me. Then Ricardo and Jevan came past me, and then in P4 I couldn't be faster. I was just trying to catch the top 3, but it wasn't just enough.
KZ2 will be a difficult battle to the final lap, as Senna van Wallstein hopes to claim his first European title, and his opponents are hoping to close down the gap. The Italian heroes Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese have been the dominant men of the weekend so far, and coming into the final, their rivalry could upset the balance in the European Championship. From here on, anything could happen. Giuseppe Palomba led Danilo Albanese into turn 1 as the Italian pair renewed their rivalry. Senna van Wallstein had made a smooth getaway ahead of Giacomo Bellini and Pablo Tonteri, with the Dutchman looking good for the title. But there was mayhem behind, as a couple of touches turned into a pile-up. Maximilian Paul, Marco Torman, Juho Valtonen, David Trevelov and Nikita Otomanov were eliminated on the spot. Slick work from the marshals ensured that the race could continue without a yellow flag period, but the 5 retirees were going no further. The duel between the Italians had ended in the Kart Republic driver Albanese's favour in the heats, and the Virolat star Palomba was in no mood to repeat the scenario. On lap 2, he defended with pure conviction, almost crashing in the effort to stay in front. Behind them, the CRG pairing of Bellini and Tonteri had passed Van Wallstein, and as the dueling leaders went into turn 6, they actually did crash into each other. Palomba continued, but Albanese was out, and suddenly Van Wallstein's dreams of the title had taken a huge hammer blow. Then Kaja Sixnelis had to dodge a pair of warring Birolats as David Levinsky and Alessio Piccini traded paint. With the CRGs first and second, Van Walstein was looking unlikely to be able to score enough points over Pellini to maintain his advantage. Pellini was set for victory, and Van Walstein was set for a long race catching Tonteri. Hubert Petit and Arthur Carbonell were catching Van Walstein too, and they almost managed to slide past their teammate. Petit grew tired of staying behind his teammate, and it was clear there was no love lost between the Frenchman and the Dutchman. Carbonell eventually assisted Van Walstein by passing Petit and giving Laurens van Hopen his chance of staying in the title fight. This didn't please Petit, who was clearly riled up. Marcus Funder ended his season off the road to join an ever-growing list of spectators. But Giacomo Pellini was living out a fairy tale. Not even his teammate Paavo Tonteri could keep up, and it was looking like this could finally be Pellini's first FIA crown after several near misses. Behind them, Van Hopen and Petit were still at each other's throats, and the Dutchman was currently in front, but he needed to make more progress. Staying behind his rivals up ahead wouldn't be enough to win the European title. And he certainly didn't want to spend his race defending instead of attacking, as the season finale turned out to be a long race for Van Hopen. For whatever reason, he just couldn't find the pace to pull away, a fact that Petit capitalised on with ruthless efficiency on lap 11. Behind them at this point was Palomba, who after his contact with Albanese was hoping for a miracle to save his race. 2 years after his last World Championship title in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto was now getting into the swing of gearbox racing, as the Paralin driver was moving through the field, smoothly and swiftly. Carbonell was soon caught again by Petit, who clearly wasn't feeling a team player vibe. He had sensed the podium finish might be possible, and so he stormed ahead of his CPB Sport teammate. But as Van Hopen struggled for grip, he would then lose out to Travasanuto, and it looked like the former OK driver's championship hopes were slowly dying out. Travasanuto wasn't done yet, as he too managed to overtake Carbonell in the closing stages. But with only a couple of laps to go, the only way for Van Walstein to win the European Championship was to catch and pass Tonteri. Catching was one thing, passing was quite another. On the final lap, he knew he had one last chance, and a dive up the inside would be a huge gamble. He took his chance and just hit the brake pedal a split second too late, and as he and Tonteri drifted wide, Petit and Travasanuto sailed by. It was over. So as Van Walstein accepted defeat, Giacomo Pellini became the 6th Italian to win the KZ2 European Championship, and in flamboyant fashion. 3rd in the KZ2 Super Cup last year, 2nd in the European Championship 3 years ago. But now at last, he was the winner, and a very popular one too, as his rivals queued up to congratulate him, including Van Walstein, a very worthy adversary. Petit and Travasanuto returned to the FIA Karting podium ahead of Carbonell, Van Walstein and Tonteri. Van Hopen held off a disappointed Palomba, and Romania's Daniel Vazil would finish ahead of Switzerland's Samuel Louye for the Tony Kart factory team. It was a particularly happy podium. Travasanuto had scored his first KZ2 success, Petit was back to his formidable best, and Pellini was a champion at last.
I don't start so good. I recover my position, and then Albanese and Palomba crashes. They help to win my race and the championship. I'm really happy for this championship, and in three weeks we try to win also the International Super Cup.
Yes, the weekend started very well with a good quali. It was also good. I make a good position to be on the front for the final. I was P5 on the first lap. After, it was a really good speed. I have a good feeling with my chassis, with my engine, so I can come back on the front and finish P2 on the last lap. So I'm very happy.
At the beginning, I thought I couldn't catch up and have
I knew we had the pace, but I didn't believe we could get such a good result. Then of course luck plays also a role into it. We went from 17th to 3rd in the finals. Honestly, yeah, I must say the speed was amazing and everything worked really well.
For us, this gives the team a huge satisfaction. Particularly in this race, we prepared very well. Let's also say performance was good from the start, and so we were pretty confident for the race as a result in the final. The KZ form book has completely changed since Wackersdorf. Riccardo Longhi is near the back of the field, Emilion Denner is frustrated, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli is making his KZ debut and is immediately fast. Matteo Vigano and Stan Pex have emerged as potential European champions after amazing speed and pace through the weekend, and CRG have made massive gains with Paolo Ippolito and Jeremy Iglesias. The only thing for certain is that the championship showdown will be a nail-biting spectacle. In a dramatic start, Matteo Vigano and Victor Gustafsson banged wheels, allowing Paolo Ippolito clear passage to the lead of the race. Pedro Hiltbrand placed his kart in 3rd around the outside of turn 2, whilst sadly Mirko Tozzolini and Lorenzo Camplese were spat off the circuit. Camplese continued, Tozzolini did not. Stan Pex and Adrien Renaudin followed the top 4 drivers as championship contender Emilion Denner was boxed in. But he was ahead of Riccardo Longhi and Vigano wasn't leading, so for now he was safe and still looking good to become European champion. But Hiltbrand had a chance to become champion too, and when a gap emerged beside his teammate, he made his move. Vigano resisted, and so Hiltbrand tried a classic undercut. Despite a valiant effort, Vigano couldn't keep him back, and the Spaniard was ahead, with Vigano struggling for pace. Gustafsson was ready to line him up, and the man who won here last year in KZ2 put on an excellent display. There was nothing Vigano could do to thwart his challenge. Stan Pex was alongside too, and it took all his determination to stay in front. Renaudin and reigning world champion Jeremy Iglesias were hunting them both down, so nobody could afford a single mistake. The jostling of the pack almost cost Denner a position to Simo Puhaka, and whilst it was no time to panic, he certainly couldn't afford to take things easy. Into lap 4, and with a chance to win the title still within Stan Pex's grasp, he too was eager to take chances and hurled the Kart Republic past Vigano. For the 3rd year running, it looked as though Vigano would be denied. Renaudin added insult to injury later in the lap, but Iglesias and Denner would have to wait their turn as far as Vigano was concerned. But as soon as the Leclerc chassis drifted slightly wide, Iglesias didn't need asking twice. Frustratingly, Denner couldn't pass just yet, and he needed to. The man behind him was now Longhi, his main opposition. He needed to take a chance, diving up the inside and then chopping across Vigano on the next left. It was a great move, but it gave Longhi the overtake as well. Marijn Kramers was acting as Longhi's wingman, and he added to Vigano's woes with a strong run into the first corner. He couldn't win the title today, but his team manager could, so it was a valiant team effort. The tactics then became clear. Give Longhi space to get away. This didn't exactly please the Leclerc by Lennox driver, who was now in danger of losing another place. This time to Noah Milel, and into turn 6, he was passed. The nightmare just continued on, as Puhaka then made an easy sweep ahead into turn 1. Douglas Lundberg then decided to grab another place into turn 2, and as the door remained open, European OK champion Andrea Kimi Antonelli made a bid, but Francesco Salenta passed him instead. Even so, it wasn't a bad effort from the youngest man in the field. Denner and Longhi were now together, battling for the title, hoping their rivals wouldn't outscore them and keeping their duel clean, fair, but firm. Gustafsson was now under pressure from Pex, and into the first corner, the deed was done. If things went his way, Pex could win the title, driving in KZ in his own team's colours for the first time.
Was this the year that Stan would finally emulate his brother Jorrit? Denner versus Longhi continued, a game of patience and control. Longhi thought his chances were over after qualifying near the back of the grid, but Longhi never gives up. Up ahead, Ippolito was looking good for his first win in an FIA final after his incredible perseverance with CRG. The team finally looked like it would return to winning ways. His advantage over Hiltbrand and Pex was staying fairly constant. The young Italian was on course for the greatest result of his career so far. Second was still up for debate, and both Pedro Hiltbrand and Stan Pex could still mathematically become European champion. But alas, the leaders were behind them, and they would need a little bit of luck from the midfield race behind them to unfold in their favour. For the talented young German Louis Speck, it had been a tough but character-building year. But his retirement was nowhere near as spectacular as the next two. Emilion Denner was out after an incident on track, and his title hopes were shattered. It was all too much for the popular Frenchman. Then dramatically, Stan Pex went for Hiltbrand, and it failed. He too was out of the race and out of the championship. Denner and Pex's demise had put Longhi back in the lead, and all he had to do was finish to become champion. So as Denner and Pex walked away in disbelief, a heartwarming story was written up ahead, as Paolo Ippolito was cruising home to a worthy victory. The Leclerc by Lennox teammates would come close to winning the title themselves, but not quite close enough. For CRG and Ippolito, it was a fantastic win at home, and a return to the glory days of Paolo De Conto, Jorrit Pex and Max Verstappen, after many people had doubted their ability to win again. But down in P6, the Birolart team manager Riccardo Longhi had become European champion, the first Italian to do so for 4 years. Triumph for Longhi, heartbreak for Denner. Behind Ippolito, Hiltbrand and Gustafsson on the podium, Renaudin and Iglesias would lead home Longhi, with Francesco Celenta in 7th ahead of Noah Milel, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on his KZ debut, and Simo Puhaka. Gustafsson had returned to the podium a year on from his KZ2 win, Hiltbrand had shown his hand for a world title effort, and Ippolito had returned CRG to the top step of the rostrum.
Well, since the free practice we were quite fast. Even my teammates, as we see on the qualifying practice, while Matteo was in the top 5, also Victor. I struggled a bit more than them into the heats from the qualifying, because on the free practice I was quite fast, but then the final, let's be honest, Paolo was a bit faster than me, and I tried my best, but at the end I will push, and we are in a good moment, I'm in a good moment, but you never know, but we will push so hard.
Not easy to win this race. We start in the beginning of this weekend with a few problems, but with my team we worked really hard, and we arrived to achieve this victory. I'm really happy about that. We are sure that we have the potential to do another race similar or like this one. So we will see in 3 weeks what will happen.
It has been a very difficult weekend and amazing, of course. Congratulations to all parts of the team. We are working very hard, improved in every session. So we try to do our best and keep this way, good way for us.
It's incredible for me, no? It's my dream. The weekend for me started very bad because in qualifying I had a very big problem with the tires. I think I lost the championship, no? But all the team, my teammate, Marin, this week helped me too much. In the final, when I start the race, I think only push. I want to arrive in the front. I made a good start. I overtake so many drivers. When I arrive behind Denner, okay, now it's my moment. When I arrive last lap, I look my team. Oh, You are first, you are first. Now I'm European champion in KZ. I won't arrive in Kristianstad for fight for the world champion.
Winning a European Championship is an incredible reward after a season-long battle, and standing on the top step of the podium as an Academy Trophy winner takes great courage and passion. But if you thought the drivers could rest easy and celebrate the moment, you'd be wrong. In just 3 weeks' time, the next challenge will be upon us as we head to Kristianstad in Sweden, as 3 amazing drivers will claim the KZ2 International Super Cup, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy title, and the KZ World Championship. Join us then as the drivers quest to join the Karting Hall of Fame. This year's FIA Karting World Championship sees the paddock return to Kristianstad Karting Club at the Asumring in Sweden. 3 years ago, the World Championship for the OK categories were held on this challenging track. But now it's the turn of the gearbox competitors and the Academy Trophy to end their season in balmy breezes and the cool Scandinavian sunshine. With the world's best gearbox racers competing for the World Championship and the KZ2 International Super Cup, the racing will be as tough and intense as ever. And with only 1 weekend to get it right, the pressure is higher than ever before. And after the absence from Kristianstad on last year's calendar due to the world pandemic, it's wonderful to return to one of the sport's most cherished venues.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the 3rd World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track who's very technical, and that combined with all the high speed straights and the high speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right, for sure, I think. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Victor Gustafsson will guide us around the Asumring. KZ racers drop a gear into turn 1 to carry the speed, then another gear through the chicane, and with the kart already on the limit, then you can brake for turn 4. Once at the apex, you'll get back on the power and prepare for liftoff as the kart leaves the ground for a few millimeters over the crest. Into 5 and the corner opens on exit, so you can accelerate again up to turn 6. Another obvious overtaking point completed, now you head up to the S's, where only the brave will try and overtake into the left, as it leaves you vulnerable on the right, and you're upshifting between corners to hold speed. Now into the final section, and as you dart through the right, you change camber again. Treat the final 2 lefts as one flowing hairpin staying off the curbs, and then into a tight final turn, which actually opens out, so a move or two is more than likely. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits in the world, and offers a unique and exciting challenge to all. The Academy Trophy will see some incredible talents duel for the victory and the title, and with Maciek Ledij, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter best placed to go for the win at Kristianstad, it could have major ramifications for the championship. Dion Gouda and Yvan David have outside chances to win the final, and there's plenty more stars who could steal it all away. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, as anything can happen. On the rolling start, Maciej Gladisz swept across to seal second position behind pole sitter Dion Gauda. And as the field swept through the first few corners, Caleb Gafrara and David Walter drifted onto the grass. But fortunately, both men were able to recover without losing time. So Gauda led from Gladisz, Bondarev, Gafrara and Walter, with Ivan David snapping at his heels. Sadly, Oscar Wirtz would spin out as the field congested, and his season was over, much to the talented Monegasque's frustration. Next time around, Bondarev was now second ahead of Gladisz, but he led them both past Gauda, dropping the Singaporean down to third place. Bondarev was now leading, but Gladisz was in a perfect position to seal the title. Gafrara was eager to make his way past as well, and heading into turn 6, he tried to repeat the overtake. But as his car touched the inside curb, he drifted wide, and now Walter was closer than ever. Walter had been fastest in qualifying and showed his speed again with a beautiful move on Gafrara into turn 1, but the leaders were already well clear. The race then became about the fight for third, and despite resistance from Gauda, the Danish star Walter was able to move up, and so was Gafrara. The loss of momentum from Gauda also allowed Renaud Franco through into 5th position, and Darius Babiawana made his way into 6th. Ivan David was next, as the Sri Lankan tried his hardest to move into winning contention. Franco made his bid on Gafrara and ended up hitting the American and spinning out of the race. The man who won at Wackersdorf was now out of the title fight, and despite his best efforts to rejoin, it was a sad end for the talented Dutchman. David was now locked in combat with Gauda, Leon Ochai and Nicolas Ambiado, but their squabble allowed local star Ludwig Fransen to throw himself into the mix. It was a sensational battle, and one of many in the 2021 season where the drivers were racing with great skill and agility. It resulted in a scary moment for Riccardo Iannello, who somehow managed to keep going despite contact with Gauda. Bondarev and Gladisz were now being caught by Walter, who had his heart firmly set on ending 2021 with a win. But the Pole in second had no pressure at all. He just needed to stay where he was to be crowned champion. Stefano Cagnolo and Sal de Colombres were not so lucky, as their days ended together. Walter was the first to pounce, and Gladisz decided to let him through, knowing that the title could still be his. But Walter wasn't finished yet. A lap later, he saw an opening in the final hairpin and made his bid for the lead, and Bondarev was beaten. So Walter was now leading the race, with Gladisz still looking strong for the Academy Trophy. Bondarev fought back in turn 1, but to no avail, and it gave Gladisz his second place back again. With Bondarev down to third, Walter was now looking good for the runner-up spot in the season standings. As Bondarev's tyres started to wear, Babiawana became his nearest challenger as he desperately tried to hang on to the final place on the podium, and he began his defensive tactics to try to hold on to his position. It certainly wasn't going to be easy. With 4 laps remaining, Babiawana found his moment and seized third position in turn 4, but it was brief. Bondarev had anticipated the move and claimed it back instantly. A lap later, and the Romanian tried again. And this time, it worked. But Bondarev wasn't giving up, and he dived again into the S's. But on the exit, Babiawana returned the favour and took back his place on the rostrum. Then, as he pushed to try and recover the place, Bondarev spun out of 4th position in dramatic fashion. And it was all too much for the young Ukrainian. So as the race came to its conclusion, there were 2 jubilant men at the finish, David Walter for the win and Maciej Gladisz for the title. They had both ended the season on their terms, and as the top 2 men in the standings, with the pole a very popular winner. After the race, Babiawana was excluded for replacing his front fairing, which elevated Leo Robinson to the podium. David would be 4th ahead of Bart Harrison and Dion Gauda, with Iannello, Ochai, Ambiado and Gafrara completing the top 10. It had been a phenomenal race to end the season, and nothing could wipe the smiles from the faces of Maciej Ledij and David Walter as the celebrations began.
For the heats, we didn't do so well. We were starting 21st. But then for the final, we managed to make my way through everybody. And then I managed to get to the front, and I really realised I was P4 when I was going on to the last lap. So hopefully in the 2022 season we can do a bit better.
For sure, I'm so happy because second in the round and win the championship. So I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, the final was really hard for me because in the start I was P2. Bondarev passed me after David caught us and passed me, and after Oleg. After I overtook Bondarev and I was second.
The race starts and I get a bad start, but I just focus and I just took one position after one. I was P1 and I was so happy with it. I need to get 10 laps more. I saw the time. I was just focusing and make the lap done. For sure, it's nice, but I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
KZ2 has been dominated by Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov through the heats, but Senna van Waalstein was the fastest in timed qualifying. A crash in his opening heat means he's now on the comeback trail, but starting the final from 11th will make it harder than ever. Samuel Luye is also looking strong for the Tony Kart factory team and could spring a real surprise. Expect the unexpected. KZ2 always delivers action by the bucketful. At the start of the KZ2 Super Cup, Travasanuto, Trevelov and Luye held their positions into turn 1 as the field swarmed into the first sector, trying to stay out of trouble. But one driver would have a dramatic exit from the race. Following a tangle with an opponent in turn 4, Jean Nomblot would scramble from his kart after a roll. He was a little shaken, but was able to walk away. Senna van Waalstein was already storming through the field as he overtook Paavo Tonteri to move up to 6th. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese were the two Italians up ahead, but Trevelov fancied his chances for the win. He dived for the lead on Travasanuto and all looked well, but on the exit he couldn't quite hold on to the advantage. He now had to protect second to avoid losing out to Samuel Luye. Luye wasn't about to wait around, and he soon made his bid for second, as behind them Van Waalstein moved ahead of Albanese. But resistance from both Trevelov and Albanese tightened up the pack, and in the ensuing fracas, Paavo Tonteri picked up a position on the latter. Then Tonteri tapped the back of Van Waalstein's kart and spun. Albanese hit the brakes and Thomas Imborg launched over the back of him. And yet miraculously, they all carried on. There would be front-fairing penalties for Imborg and Albanese, whilst Tonteri rejoined last. Giacomo Polini, however, was out after the new European champion collided with Paralin driver Angelo Lombardo, with both karts too damaged to continue. His teammate Travasanuto was oblivious to it all out in front as he started to pull a gap over Luye. It's a happy hunting ground for the Italian after he won his first world title here in the OK category 3 years ago. Having worked his way masterfully through the field, Van Waalstein then staked his claim on a podium charge with a move on Palomba. But the Birolart driver was refusing to cooperate, and no matter how hard the Dutchman tried, there would be no straightforward manoeuvre, and he was losing valuable time. Eventually Van Waalstein made the move, and without retaliation, but it was now going to be tougher to close on the 3 men ahead. Jean Luye wanted to join his brother on the podium and made his own pass on Palomba into the final hairpin. It allowed Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati to overtake Palomba as well, which didn't please last year's runner-up. He made his way back past Rosati instantly, but the damage was already done. James Wharton was on the prowl as well, and the Australian was pushing hard. Lorenzo Giannone was the next driver on the sidelines, and as he walked away, that was one less CRG in the running. His teammate, Jorge Pescador, was scrapping closely with Joey van Spunteren, but fortunately, they kept it fair. Hubert Petit took advantage of Danilo Albanese, whose fairing was clearly loose, but the Frenchman would later suffer the same fate. The race for second truly began, and as Luye defended from Trefilov, Van Waalstein had a genuine look on the inside, and that was enough to increase the urgency for Trefilov. He dived in the next bend once more, but Luye just wouldn't move over. Sadly, he would have no choice on the next lap as his Tony kart spluttered to a halt. It was cruel luck for the young Swiss driver, who was denied his best result in his karting career so far. This was all the motivation that Van Waalstein needed, and he made his move on Trefilov, from 11th to 2nd. Not a bad run at all. But would he have time to catch Travasanuto? The answer looked fairly blatant. The Parolin was a country mile ahead. Van Waalstein was doing everything he could to catch up, but second would have to do, as Trefilov held off the resurgence of Jean Luye in his brother's absence. Heading into the final lap, and James Wharton sealed a positive day for Parolin by storming past Pacini to grab a 5th place finish after a tough season in KZ2. As Travasanuto himself said after the race, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. It was a glorious win for Travasanuto, as he claimed the highest prize for a KZ2 driver. Behind Van Waalstein and Trefilov, Jean Luye headed home Wharton and Rosati after a penalty for Pacini dropped him behind Victor Auberg and Artur Carbonell, whilst Jorge Pescador ran home in 10th. 3 young stars finally fulfilled their potential in KZ2, and it appears we'll likely see all 3 of them step up to KZ in 2022. And who knows how many titles they'll score between them, as the future looks very promising.
Definitely this track is a special place for me. I mean, it's been my first FIA success here actually in 2014. I was driving with PCR, so it's always been in my heart, this track. And my schedule as a driver coach is also very crowded, very busy, so I try to make up time when I had to train. Finally, I managed after Vakersdorf, I managed to get a little bit more training. I started to get more confident with the material, and then everything unfolded. So, and when we put all together, it finally paid off. The drivers in KZ are all super good, so, but it's going to be exciting for me. There's many drivers that I aspired to in the past, and also drivers that I've been racing with, so I'm looking forward to that, and I'll try to be there.
Obviously, coming out of qualifying, we were really happy with the results. I think putting on pole position in the World Cup is really something you always wanted to do. Coming into the final in 11th place, it's always difficult to come back to the front, but the pace was good, the overtaking was good, so we made it to 2nd place at the end. There are some conversations going on, yeah, of course, but nothing is confirmed yet. Probably going into KZ1 for next year.
Well, the qualify was really good. I was like P7 in total. The heats were very strong, and yeah, I think we lose a bit of pace in the final, but P3, it's a good result for me and the team. 2022, I think I will be driving in KZ1 to replace Fabian Federer.
It's obviously a fantastic feeling to win the International Super Cup. It's the first year in KZ class after some time we were off the class, and to conclude it on the top, it's really amazing for all the team and all the efforts that mechanics, tuners and drivers have put into this season. We have 3 drivers in the top 7 at the end of the event, and it's really a great satisfaction for all of us.
There is no greater accolade in the sport than the World Championship, and the KZ category is the toughest race in the world for a kart racer to win. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel are best placed to challenge for the win, whilst Fabian Federer and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are next in line to challenge. But with this being the longest and toughest race for the win, victory is a fairy tale and a dream that can only come true for one fortunate driver. Noah Milel made the perfect start to beat Vigano to the first corner, whilst Antonelli fell through the field after a poor getaway. Lorenzo Camplese made his way into third ahead of Fabian Federer, with Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin igniting the chase behind. All was not well up front, however, and in controversial and dramatic circumstances, the dream ended for Vigano yet again, as his kart gave up the ghost on the opening lap. After dominating the heats, it was cruel luck, not for the first time either, and his heartbreak was felt worldwide with team and fans alike. On the next lap, Federer lost out to Gustafsson as they chased after Camplese. But with the apparent pace of Milel up front, it looked like the win was already gone, and so both Gustafsson and Pohaka elected to increase their defensive strategies. Overtaking moves would be difficult, but not impossible. Former world champion Jorrit Peks would be the man on the move as he started to gain his competitive edge. But his big move came on the second lap in the final bend as he made an audacious pass on Pohaka and left the door wide open for Renaudin to join him, but the ferocious Finn was not willing to comply. Alexei Orlando was also out of the World Championship and he was happy to put it behind him. And he wouldn't be the only man on the sidelines. Emilion Denner would spin out on his debut for Kart Republic. It had been a frustrating return to karting in 2021 for the Frenchman. Peks versus Pohaka became an interesting spectacle as the Finn pulled off one of the moves of the race. Could he help Tony Kart to another clean sweep of the podium? For Milel up front, he was on course to become the first Swedish gearbox world champion for 33 years, and on the circuit he grew up on. But Peks wanted to join him on the rostrum, and he swept back ahead of Pohaka before the Finn realised what had happened. But there was even more to come as he launched an overtake inside Federer in the S's, and somehow he made it work without contact. Pohaka still had good pace and was able to move ahead of Federer as well, but Federer was still giving SRP and Maranello plenty to smile about. Gustafsson was on the podium at home until Peks caught him. The Dutchman spoiled the party and moved ahead with his signature move. Then came one of the duels of the weekend. Pohaka tried his own special move on Gustafsson, but the Swede wasn't so willing to lose the place to Pohaka as he had been to Peks. It was tough, but despite a slight brush of the Tony Kart's front fairing, he just held on. Jorrit Peks had driven beautifully to fight through for third position, but he had run out of time to catch Camplese, who had driven his best race yet. But there wasn't a dry eye in sight, as Noah Milel emulated his uncle 25 years before to become world champion. Having literally been born and raised as a part of the Kristianstad Karting Club, the fairy tale couldn't have been sweeter. He hadn't just won at home, he had dominated, and the reception he received was breathtaking. Behind Camplese and Peks, Gustafsson narrowly missed out on his own podium finish ahead of Pohaka and Federer. Paolo Ippolito beat Stan Peks home, with the Birolats of Marijn Kramers and Riccardo Longhi not far behind. The party went long into the night as Milel became the first homegrown KZ world champion since Marco Ardigo won at Sarno in 2014. Noah Milel was nothing short of a hero.
I cannot describe the emotions and feelings. I maybe look like similar neutral, but inside I am very happy and grateful for what we achieve, and to win here in my home with all my friends, supporters, family. It's another level of happiness. I'm not sure what will brings me next. But it will open many doors and for the future. And if I can, I am very happy with where I am with Tony Kart and Vortex, and we worked hard for this, and finally
receive the result that we should have.
Yes, fantastic job of the team. I start very good and then overtake Matteo, maybe have the problem. I won't catch Noah, but it's impossible because Noah is very fast. At time, I won't manage my position, don't lose the time with the driver behind me.
It was a really good final for me. I had a good start, take some place in the first lap, and then in the beginning I was not really fast, but after a few laps I took really good pace, and then I could drive very fast to the front and overtake the drivers in front of me really quickly. The end of the race was quite easy for me because I was on third position and behind me was nobody, and the gap to the front was a little bit too big, so the last 9 laps were kind of easy.
Yeah, honestly here the level of the competition is really high. All the drivers are really fast and all together. It was really tough in the end because finally it's really long race, 25 laps. It's good work for the team. We find a really good setup for the final, and we are really happy that finish first and second and fifth. It's great for the team. Great job.
So, Maciek Ledij becomes the new Academy Trophy winner and Poland's latest rising star of karting. Lorenzo Travasanuto wins the International KZ2 Super Cup for his 4th FIA Karting title. And the hometown hero, Noah Milel, becomes the first Swedish world champion since his uncle, Johnny Mistievich, in 1996. It's the beginning of a new era for the sport, and next season we could see yet more exciting races from the new kings of gearbox karting and the new cast of elite talent in the Academy Trophy. Join us in 2022, when the next generation of racing talents will return to fight for glory once again. We return to the action in the FIA Karting European Championship here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. It's been a fabulous day of racing so far. The sun is baking over the circuit. It is cooking the top surface of the tarmac to a crisp, and it means that everything's going to be that little bit harder in terms of tyre management as we get ourselves ready for the action. You can see just how much the temperature has risen since the start of the day. Now at 21 degrees Celsius, the wind is still at about 3 kilometers per hour in terms of average wind speed, but the humidity has dropped somewhat to make things a little bit more intense as the drivers prepare for action. So we go into the afternoon session with plenty of great racing drivers to talk about, and certainly as the KZ2 Championship is about to get back underway again with the fourth rotation of qualifying heats. The plot thickens. It's currently Tom Lulet and Marcus Kayak who have an unbeaten run of 3 race wins out of 3 in front of David Trevelov, who currently has 4 points, Thomas Imborg, who has 7 along with Jenis Savico. Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, has 10 points as well as the Dutchman Chris Harnen, and Sam Luyet, the Swiss driver, is currently in 8th position on an accumulated 14 points. Still a long way to go in the weekend. It's going to be mighty close as the drivers battle away for procedure. But let's hear from one of the new boys getting theirself into the European Championship for the first time here this weekend, British contender Tom Adams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's my first ever time competing in a CIK event. Compared to what I'm used to, it's definitely a big step up. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it's the biggest grid I've ever competed against. It's going to be tough. All the drivers are all very good. And yeah, so got to do my best at all times. It's definitely a lot harder. You're constantly having to do stuff compared to other categories. Like, it's a lot more physical around the bends and you have to be at your fittest, especially for the final, which is 23 laps, I think. There's a lot of long straights, so you're able to get in the slipstream, but also the hairpins at the end give a good overtaking possibilities to overtake. I think it's going to be tough to overtake due to the racing line being very, very hard to go past other drivers, but overall I think the racing should be good.
So Tom Adams, who is the teammate of the pole position sitter from the weekend so far, David Trevelov. Looking forward to a great race battle. Isn't it wonderful in 2022 that we can have the crowds back again for the FIA Karting Championship? It always pulls a crowd, this place, Karting Genk, and this is the first time we have been able to welcome the fans back to the sport again since the worldwide pandemic. It hasn't exactly died the death, the pandemic, but at least we can manage it in a more sustainable manner now, which means that we can return to the entertainment, we can return to the pleasures that we enjoyed beforehand. And it's wonderful to welcome back the spectators to the world of FIA karting after 2 long years in closed doors. Now we are back as a spectacle once again, and we can't wait to get the afternoon's activities underway once more. And certainly here at Karting Genk, it has been a very tough battle so far. And now that we come into the hottest part of the weekend up to this point, this is where tyre management and brake management is definitely going to be under scrutiny from the KZ2 drivers for the remainder of the race weekend, as the drivers are definitely going to be stretched to their limits. The 1 minute board goes up. So as all of the drivers get themselves ready for the start again, it is that man on pole position once more, Tom Lulet, who will lead them out, hoping to have a really solid afternoon's work again. This is his 4th heat of the weekend so far, and definitely now in a strong position to do some damage out there on the circuit for the rest of his opponents, to take pole position for the superheat clean out of everybody else's reach. If he wins his 2 heats, he is guaranteed to be the pole position. But obviously he's got a lot of hard work to do before then. Alongside him on the grid for this one, the leading wildcard from time qualifying, Dominic Reuters of Germany. He'll be there on the front row of the starting grid. Chris Harnen, once more doing a great job in 3rd position for the Standpex Motorsport team, and 4th place for Thomas Imborg, who won his heat yesterday. So there's a few interesting dynamics coming into this one, but how will it all play out? This is where we find out. So Tom Lulet and Dominic Reuters on the front row from Chris Harnen and Thomas Imborg, Alessio Piccini and Arthur Lehuc, Jean Liet and Linus Lagerström from Christian Habulin and Oscar Target, Felix Arnold and Norton Andreasen from Corentin Rousseau and Andrea Bossetto, Lucas Schecker and Leonardo Marcellia, Carlos Martinez and Alex Marigliano, Robin Glerum and Kasper Nadolski from Dylan Davies and Sivert Molant, Jacob Wojcik, Ronnie Tabakovic, Lucas Raybock, Tom Adams, Jeremy Potain, Natalia Balbo, Nicholas Schefter and Henry Johnstone. So the drivers are out there on the circuit in their positions as they get themselves warmed up once again. Their one lap and their one formation lap, of course, as well. So obviously some strong performances still to come through the course of the day. And the contenders getting themselves ready and very clear about their objectives in this one. So the contenders are working very hard and flat out as they continue in their battle. They obviously have to weave from side to side to get the temperatures into the tyres and brakes in order to get them to their optimum position. But it's been an interesting day at the races so far. A lot of interesting challenges for the drivers out there. So it's obviously going to be an interesting continuation of the race meeting. So the battles are definitely going to be very interesting from here on out. Now I noted that from the previous event, Lucas Raybock was excluded from the previous race for non-respect of the black flag, but I notice he's not out on the circuit for this one either. So I'm not entirely sure what the situation is for that one, because I think it would be mentioned if he was excluded from the meeting, but he certainly hasn't been, at least that hasn't been declared on the official results, but maybe they have another technical problem that has caused them to not be in position on the grid. So the drivers getting themselves up to speed on the course, and now they are getting themselves into position once more. The battles are going to be very exciting all the way throughout. Fans are starting to occupy the edges of the circuit now. We had an absolute plethora of spectators the last time the World Championships were here back in 2018. But now we're going to see how it all plays out with the fantastic battles still to come. That front row of the grid occupied once again by Tom Lulette, with alongside him Dominic Reuters, Chris Harnan and Thomas Imborg, Alessio Pacini and Arthur Lehuc. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Here we go, green flag at the back of the field. Out, we are going to go racing as soon as those lights come on and go out. All four lights on, let's race! Oh, no start at all from Dominic Reuters. He finally gets away, but that's perfect for Tom Lulette. And there's a problem for one of the Sodi karts further back. I'm afraid that's a disastrous start for one of the CBB Sodi karts. I've got a feeling that's Thomas Imborg, who is now down at the very back of the field. So that is an absolute heartbreaker, if that is the case. Certainly one of the top drivers within the CBB Sport fold, and I think it is certainly, oh, it's not, I think that might actually be Corentin Rousseau who had the problem initially. Well, certainly the drivers are continuing on their way. We'll try and figure out who it was that had that problem on the start and has fallen to the back of the grid. I think it might be Corentin Rousseau, actually. So the drivers still working their way through on the opening lap. On the 386, he's right up there in position. That's Arthur Lehuc, having worked his way forward. A terrible start from Dominic Reuters, but out in front, Tom Lulette is not only leading, but stretching away from Chris Harden and Alessio Pacini. Then Lehuc, Jean-Lier, Lagerstrom, Imborg, Andreasen, Reuters, Abulin and Target. So already a very tricky start to proceedings. It was Nicholas Schefter, I think, that went off the road initially. So a couple of drivers battling away then on the opening courses of the lap. So they come through the sectors and up the inside, Jean-Lier diving in. Now we're going to see some big moves in the second half of the day as drivers realise that they have to get on with this now. There are no second chances after these two heats. You've got to make sure you're not one of the drivers in the bottom 17 of the rankings. Pacini dives in on Chris Harnan. So Pacini up at his second place, Harnan is third, Lulette is fourth, and in fifth place is Arthur Lehuc. And here comes Thomas Imborg. Imborg's going to get his move then on the inside line. And also diving up the inside as they go along the straight. It is Linus Lagerstrom who has to give best to Norton Andreasen, but the door is still open. How did they manage to get that shut before Dominic Reuters and Christina Bulin came through? Wow, that was tight. And they're still jostling for position. There is the Maranello kart of Tim Troga. So still they battle away. Tim Troga, it's not that one actually. Oh, that's Louier on the inside of Chris Harnan. Louier gets through on Chris Harnan then. So some tough battles in the way through the field. It was actually Felix Arnold that we were looking at there, the other Maranello kart. We've obviously had battles so far through the day from Trevalov and Troga, and that was Felix Arnold we were watching go through. So the battles continue as up the inside. Oh, some nice little manoeuvres there. I think that was Carlos Martinez getting through on the inside of Felix Arnold there out of Cafe Corner to dive up the inside in the left-hander. So some good battles all the way through. The Praga's trying to make some progress as Chris Harnan holds on to 4th position, but they are really struggling to look after the tyres in the SP Motorsport team by the look of it. Certainly Chris Harnan's finding it difficult. But Lulette is 2.6 seconds clear of Alessio Piccini. So Piccini is long gone in terms of the battle for 2nd place. And there's a little bit of a hurry up now from Thomas Imborg trying to get past Chris Harnan. Get out of the way, says Thomas Imborg. No, you don't, says Chris Harnan. I'm holding on to this. And you can see that the cork in the bottle effect is becoming a big issue. So Imborg is going to try and dive on the inside of Harnan. They run wide, and that's the move from not only Imborg, but also Lehuc. So Chris Harnan has had a couple of opportunities. Now Lehuc is going to drive on the inside of his teammate, Thomas Imborg. He has to bail out of it in the end. But this has allowed Lulette, Piccini and Louier to disappear up front. As Oscar Target's now going to have Christian Abulin alongside him. So Christian Abulin gets through and takes over the position. So Oscar Target falls to 11th position as a result of all of that. Look at the train that's starting to develop now behind Chris Harnan, and a spit out. Oh, 2 Birolats coming together. And I'm afraid that's big damage for the 308 of Leonardo Marcellia. So Marcellia gets spat out. The leaders working their way through. But that has not gone according to plan at all for Leonardo Marcellia. And Chris Harnan still trying to keep the rest of the field back as much as possible. Holding it through Cafe Corner. Just backing up the pack, essentially. Oh, and that's a problem for the Praga. Praga just coming to a stop in terms of its speed through the corner there. That was the 362 losing ground. That's Carlos Martinez, the Spanish driver. Manages to get going again, but that's cost him a place. 2 places at least, because he's lost out now to Alex Marigliano and Leonardo Marcellia. So Chris Harnan still trying to keep his 6th position. So difficult. Norton Andreasen is lining him up. Then Abulin. Then it is Reuters, Target. And essentially Chris Harnan is desperately trying to stay in as high a position as he can, 6th position. But the only way he can do that is to defend. He hasn't got any straight line speed. So this is not going well for Chris Harnan at all. He will have wanted to be a lot further up the road than this, but he's just got to try and keep the rest of the field back. There is Tom Lulette, who has got 2.4 seconds clear of Alessio Piccini. There is Piccini in the background, and Jean Louier in 3rd place. And still this train is building. Big frustrations for the drivers caught up in it. As there go Imborg and Lehuc. And now at the front of the train is Andreasen. So Harnan is going to try and keep them back. But there is a big train piling up. And you've got to feel for Chris Harnan. He's just got no speed at all. So not entirely sure what the situation is there, but certainly looking a little bit the worse for wear. As we watch the man in 2nd place going through, that is Alessio Piccini. Having a very solid run in 2nd place in front of Jean Louier. Then Imborg and Lehuc. Andreasen has managed to get into 6th position and work his way forward. But Chris Harnan and Christian Abulin are absolutely at loggerheads now as they work their way through to the chicane. A long queue of karts here, and Abulin is desperately trying to get past Chris Harnan. Look back, there's Andreasen. The door is absolutely massive now, the gap between Andreasen in 6th and Chris Harnan in P7th, who is just trying his best to keep the position for now. Here's Piccini and Louier. Thomas Imborg sets the fastest lap of the race, 5 seconds back from the race leader, Tom Lulette. But certainly Piccini and Louier are together on the circuit as they run 2nd and 3rd. It's all going beautifully for the race leader, Tom Lulette, who has 4.5 laps to go. But he couldn't really be in a better position right now. And that is a retirement, I'm afraid, for Kasper Nadolski. So that's Tom Lulette's teammate, Kasper Nadolski, and he's had a spin on the exit of turn 5. He's trying to get the kart going again. Whether or not he will, Well, that remains to be seen. He is moving, he is circulating, he's got the kart going again, but that's obviously any chance of a top 10 finish long gone. Well, Habulin's got past Chris Harnan. Target is up to 9th, Reuters is in 10th. And then you've got Pozzetto, Glerum, Maligliano, Lagerström, Marcellia and Felix Arnold. So some tough battles. A long, big swing into the lead of that particular battle for Jean Louillet. Into second place past Alessio Piccini. He's so good into turn 6. He can come from so far back. Stab on the brakes. No, he's got traction on the inside line. That is absolutely extraordinary again from Jean Louillet. Not the first time he's pulled off that move this weekend. So Jean Louillet is doing the very best he can here and has managed to move up into second place. And they're chipping away little by little at Tom Louillet. This is getting extraordinarily tough now as Chris Harnan still holds the gaggle to ransom in the final turn. 8th position downwards is an absolute freight train. And that is from 8th all the way to 27th, Henry Johnstone at the back of the field. Absolutely extraordinary. 20 karts, line astern, with all sorts of battles likely to be played out between them. So still they battle on and rage as they continue on in formation. But there are going to be some overtaking moves for sure as drivers get impatient with each other. And still they squabble away for position. There's Louillet in front of Louillet and Piccini, 2nd and 3rd. So still they tangle together and on to the main straight once again. Now, Louillet has got 2 laps to try and close up on Louillet, but I can tell you for now, it's not going to happen. 2 laps to go with 2.5 seconds gap between them. That is pretty much already done and dusted. Now, Chris Harnan has had to let 4 of the karts go by this time. Target, Reuters, Pozzetti and Marigliano. So Chris Harnan is down to 12th place now. But he is really struggling to get that kart pointed in the right direction. A very frustrating race for the Standpex Motorsport driver. But this man is having anything but a frustrating race. He's having a stroll in the park by all rights. He could set up a sun lounger, put his towel down, have a little bit of a sunbathe, get back in the kart again and still be leading. 2.3 seconds is the gap between Louillet and Jean Louillet. In karting terms, that is absolutely massive. There is the kart behind Jean Louillet. So, with 2.4 seconds in hand, Tom Louillet is looking absolutely invincible in KZ2. He has got this one on a silver plate, having an amazing time of it. And he just controls the pace, cruising round, having a wonderful race of it here at Genk on the back straight. No concerns really at the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. His pace seems to be pretty consistent and has been throughout the whole weekend. So the Frenchman is going to add another victory to his tally. 3 races, 1 out of the 3 started thus far. Only Marcus Kayak can say he's done that. And in the last heat of the day, for these 2 drivers, they're going to meet each other on track. One of them's going to have to beat the other. For now, though, Tom Louillet makes it 4 out of 4. Perfect start to the weekend for the Leclerc by Lennox driver. And now it's a case of hang on to it for dear life in the last race of the day for him. Certainly he's made good use of the opportunities and been able to get himself into a very solid position. So Louillet in the victory from Jean Louillet and Alessio Piccini. Great racing. It really has been close proximity all the way. Great racing throughout. So, fantastic battles so far. And now it's been a fantastic battle for him. So now we'll get to see how the competitors continue on their way forward. But Tom Louillet taking the victory in fine style ahead of Jean Louillet and Alessio Piccini. It's been quite extraordinary how these karts continue on their way. But Tom Louillet, 4 wins out of 4. Dominant so far. Jean Louillet in second from Alessio Piccini. Thomas Imborg and Art de Lehuc from Norton Andreasen and Christian Habulin. Oscar Target, Dominic Reuters and Alex Marigliano. Andrea Bossetto in front of Leonardo Marcellia and Chris Harnan from Linus Lagerstrom and Ronnie Tabakovic. Robin Gledham came home in 16th position, the Dutchman ahead of Dylan Davies. And Tom Adams, the new boy, coming home in the top end of the grid. 19th position for Lucas Schecher in front of Sivert Moilant. Then Nicholas Schefter in front of Felix Arnold and Henry Johnstone. Natalia Balbo unable to make the progress she has done before. And then Corentin Rousseau ahead of Jacob Wojcik, Jeremy Potain, and the last driver home, Kasper Nodolski. Carlos Martinez ended up retiring from the race. Lucas Rybok was not able to start it. So interesting battles continuing here in the KZ2 European Championship. Tom Loulet maintains his winning streak. 4 races, 4 wins, not a single point drop. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as we continue the day's battles. Pole position for this one, though, is the Romanian talent for the DR Kart squad, Daniel Vasile. And what a performance it has been for the Romanians so far. We caught up with him after his pole position run yesterday afternoon.
To be honest, it was one of my best laps, to be honest. Like, I never felt so good on this track, especially. Never felt the grip in the sessions, never felt the speed, but let's say that everything was put together in the qualifying, and that's the important thing. It's true that we did see so many hits for the left for only 1.5 sets of tires, but I think also if we look at that side, we have a really good pace on all tires, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Daniel Vasile, the Romanian driver for the DR Kart squad. Great to see him on pole position, having had a very intensive battle in qualifying yesterday. And he's been making steady progress over the course of proceedings. It's good to see that he continues to improve the DR development program, and they are now serious contenders for the win in the European Championship in 2022. They have plenty to do, and they have a long way to go. But Daniel Vasile is still in 5th position overall in the rankings at the moment with 10 points accumulated. Loulet and Kayak both have 0. Trefilov has 4. Civico has 7 and Vasile has 10. In front of Thomas Imborg on 11, Sam Luyet on 14, and Arvid Lindblad is in the top 8 now. He's on 15 points. So still very exciting in the early stages of the weekend, but consistency is very much the name of the game at this level. Trying to stay as close to the top 5 as humanly possible. So Tom Loulet and Jean Liet in front of Alessio Piccini for the previous heat, ahead of Thomas Imborg and Arthur Lehuc. But what's going to happen this time as the drivers get ready for action? Daniel Vasile is alongside Arvid Lindblad on the grid for this one. Be fascinating to see how these two drivers get on against each other. And Tim Troga will be there in 3rd position. Alongside him on the starting grid is going to be the Spanish driver Genis Civico. And then we will have Jorge Pescador, the CRG driver, in 5th on the grid alongside Samuel Louet, the Swiss ace, the brother of Jean. So those two are going to be fascinating to keep an eye on as they battle for position. The 4th row of the grid will see Ivan Ekelchik alongside the Argentinian Giorgio Carrara. So there'll be some very great battles from them. And on the 5th row of the grid, we'll have Celian Galasin alongside Jesper Sjoberg. So the 1-minute board goes up, and it's all about the 2 men on the front row of the starting grid once again. Very difficult to get this right in KZ, but both drivers have kept it very even and consistent. Despite their difficulties, both men are still in the top 10, and that's where they need to be. But a very tough battle for all of the contenders as they compete for supremacy up at the sharp end of the dais. But Daniel Vasile, the Romanian for the DR Kart squad, alongside Arvid Lindblad, the British driver for the Red Bull Junior program in the Kart Republic Motorsport chassis for Stan Pex Motorsport. 2 very talented drivers on the front row of the starting grid. Let's see what the Romanian can do alongside the Englishman. It'll be an interesting battle in KZ2, whatever happens. But these guys really are putting on a bit of a display for us as we get ourselves ready once again. So we continue on again in the incredible battles for position. And the drivers are getting themselves up to speed once again. On the grid here at Karting Genk. A couple of drivers going a bit late, but they should all get out Daniel Vasile and Arvid Lindblad from Tim Troga and Jenis Civico. Jorge Pescador and Samuel Luyet from Ivan Ikelcik and Giorgio Carrara. Celian Galisin and Jesper Sjoberg from Paul Lussier and Michael Rosina. Flint Schuring and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Fabrizio Rosati and Kevin Stahauer. Alexandro Iancu and Tim Gerhards from Sim Liedmar and Renzo Alibax. Matthias Simonini and Lucas Vladic from Antoine Babarou and David Yadomin. Albin Carlsen, Florian Kibel, Nathan Schaap, Luigi De Lorenzo and Christian Bertucca. The drivers giving themselves up for another exciting battle out on the circuit. For Daniel Vasile, it could be a very interesting one as the Romanian lines himself up for an interesting battle ahead. So now, of course, it's been a fascinating battle leading up to where we currently are. But over the course of the last few seasons in the KZ2 European Championship, there have been some amazing drivers coming through to take the title since its inaugural season in 2007. Thomas Knopper, Tony Lavanol, Angelo Lombardo, Paolo De Conto, Fabian Federer, Simas Jodversis, Emil Antonsen, Andrea Dale, Joel Johansson, Fabian Federer, Leon Köhler, Adrian Renaudin, Emil Skaras, Victor Gustafsson and the reigning European champion Giacomo Bellini, who sadly is not racing with us in 2022. He is currently working in Sicily on a sports car program. So we wish Giacomo Bellini all the best. We miss you and we hope you return to the FIA Karting paddock sooner rather than later. And that just goes to show you the two front men on the starting grid, neither nation that they are representing, either Romania or Great Britain, has been able to produce a European champion in KZ2 since the category first started in 2007. There have been just one Dutchman, Thomas Knopper, three Swedes, Joel Johansson, Emil Skaras and Victor Gustafsson, a string of Italians, Angelo Lombardo, Paolo De Conto, Fabian Federer, Andrea Dale, and of course Giacomo Bellini, the reigning champion. There's been a German, Leon Köhler, and two Frenchmen, Tony Lavanol and Adrien Renaudin, as well as the Norwegian and the Lithuanian, Emil Antonsen and Simas Jodversis. But no Romanians, no British in KZ2. So the two front row men know exactly how tough it's going to be to get the job done. Now, something has happened to the Argentine Giorgio Carrara. Giorgio Carrara is not showing up. So it looks to me as though the Argentine driver Giorgio Carrara might not be starting this race. He's certainly not coming through on the transponder. So that is a big disaster for the Argentine, who was looking, yeah, look, his grid space is empty. So Giorgio Carrara is not going to be starting. That's a real problem. So that's compromising his weekend before it's even continued, well, before this race has even got started. So the green flag is at the back of the field. We're about to get the lights on, and when they go out, we'll be racing again. Daniel Vasile and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the grid. Time to go to battle. Here we go. Much better start from Lindblad, but he's still got Troga alongside him, but he manages to hold on a second as Civico gets through into third place, and around the outside, the fast-starting Samuel Luyet tucks up into fourth position. Much better from Lindblad. He follows in behind Vasile. So Vasile leads the way. The Romanian is leading the charge. Second Lindblad, third Civico, fourth Luyet, and then it is Pescador running in fifth position. A good start from him as he gets ahead of Tim Troga as well. Down into the hairpin, couple of drivers making some moves. But Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, is in the lead. And what a perfect start it was from the DR driver as well. The Romanian going beautifully up at the front end of the field and just taking this one step at a time. Big dive up the inside there from one of the CBB Sodis. I think that might have been the battle going on between the 358. That is Tim Gerhardt working his way forward. So Gerhardt's getting the move there at the end of the lap. Vasile, Lindblad, Luyet, Civico, Pescador and Troga ahead of Sjoberg and Ekelcik. And then Schuring, Julius Bernhardt, Gerhardt, Lussier and Alibax. There's already a bit of a challenge now from Lindblad on the back of Vasile. As they go down the back straight, Lindblad is having a look. Vasile holds the line. Lindblad was looking pretty determined to go for the move for the lead there. Vasile knew he was going to be close. So Daniel Vasile is working hard here to hold on to the lead in the DR with the Kart Republic right on his tail. Oh, we've had two karts come off behind them. As up the inside goes Civico on Luye, and that's let the door open for Pescador as well. Troga's going to be the next one, but we've had two karts come off the road. It's Celian Galasin and Mattias Simonini. So Simonini and Galasin, there they are, out of the race, I'm afraid, and they've come off together. There's no chance they're going to be getting back on by the look of it. I think they've got too much damage between them. So Celian Galasin and Mattias Simonini out of the race, along with Giorgio Carrara, who did not take the start. So this is the battle further back. This is Sjöberg, Ekelczyk, and then it is Flint Schuring. And here comes Lindblad for the lead. Boom! Arvid Lindblad dives in on Daniel Vasile and manages to take the lead. So Arvid Lindblad is now leading officially for the first time all weekend. He took the lead briefly at the start of the heat yesterday, but he did not complete the lap in the lead. So this is a landmark moment for the British driver, as Arvid Lindblad will come through at the end of the lap to lead the KZ2 battle here at Genk for the first time. He leads. No British driver has ever been KZ2 European champion, but there might just be a change as Civico gets up the inside of Vasile, and Vasile is now going to have pressure from Pescador and Luyet. So Sam Luyet is trying to come through. So let's see if it's going to work out, as now Vasile is going to have some big pressure from Pescador, and Vasile tries to dive in on the inside of the apex there to keep Pescador at bay. Was not really a big move for Civico on that one. The yellow flags are still out for the wreckage that they're clearing away of Celian Galasin and Mattias Simonini. So there's no overtaking there, but there is into Cafe Corner. As up the inside, there's the move from Tim Troga. That's perfectly fine and dandy, no worries about that one. And on the inside, there goes the move from the 369. That is Flint Schuring. But he's not going to hold it for long if Jesper Sjöberg's got a good run on him. So Schuring having to be very decisive in keeping that kart as wide as a Buick through the first corner. Now we've got Ekelczyk and Gerhards lining up a move of their own. So Ekelczyk just keeping in touch there with Jesper Sjöberg. But this is the battle for second place behind Civico, as Arvid Lindblad bangs in a 52.2 to try and stretch away out in the lead. But Genis Civico second, Vasile is third, and Pescador is fourth ahead of Luye and Troga. Now this was always going to be a fascinating race, with nobody having previously won a heat in the grid. And Nathan Schaap has been given a warning flag, the Dutchman, as on the inside Pescador goes for Vasile. And Pescador gets through on Daniel Vasile. So Lindblad, Civico, Pescador, Vasile, Luye and Troga. That's the top six for the moment. Then it is Schuring. Schuring ahead of Sjöberg, Ekelczyk and Gerhards, who has made up 8 places. Christian Bertucca has made up 18 places, and this isn't even half over yet. This is the half distance lap, lap 6 of 12. But Christian Bertucca is absolutely storming through, as there goes Tim Troga on the inside of Sam Luyet. So Sam Luyet has to let Tim Troga get through, the German driver, teammate of David Trevelov. A great overtaking move, and now Pescador's going to go for his countryman. Jorge Pescador gets through on Genis Civico. So Jorge Pescador is now the man in P2. He even waves to Genis Civico as he goes by. The cheek of it. The audacity and nerve. It's like Dick Dastardly and Muttley. So Civico tucks in behind Pescador. Daniel Vasile is still there in 4th position. If he's looked after the tyres these last couple of laps, he could still make a comeback in this battle. So still a fair way to go in this race. Half done, 6 completed, 6 to go. But Arvid Lindblad is stretching away, 1.4 seconds now clear of Jorge Pescador. And Civico is now trying to thwart the opposition from Daniel Vasile. But the Romanian still going very well. Vasile hunting down Genis Civico, but he's got pressure of his own from Tim Troga, who is just behind him. So there's definitely going to be some interesting duels between these two if it keeps going. As again, Vasile has a look, but can't quite make the overtaking move on the inside of Genis Civico. Lindblad continues up front. Pescador second. Third is Civico. Fourth is Vasile. And then in 5th place it is Tim Troga ahead of Sam Luyet and Flint Schuring. The leading wild card is currently Ivan Ekelczyk in this one. 8th position for him. And then Gerhards in front of Bertucca, who has managed to get up into the top 10 That's extraordinary. 19th on the grid for Christian Bertucca, 19th and last, and there he is in 10th place. And don't forget, he's in exactly the same boat as Arvid Lindblad, making his debut in KZ2 this weekend in the European Championship. Extraordinary from Christian Bertucca. 19 places made up. Maybe all the bad luck he had in OK is going to be a distant memory in the world of gearbox. So Tim Troga is going to dive in on the inside of Vasile. And Tim Troga moves up into 4th position. The German talent now ahead of the Romanian of Daniel Vasile. Through they go again, 4th and 5th, behind Jenis Savico. But Arvid Lindblad is your leader, 1.6 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. We're used to saying that in OK, and OK Junior. We're certainly not used to saying that in KZ2, as he bangs in the fastest lap at 51.7. Absolutely romping away from the rest of the field now. The Stampex Motorsport team really have given him the tools to get the job done this weekend. So Pescador has stretched away nearly a second. In fact, it is about a second now to Jenis Savico. Then we've got Troga, Vasile, Luye and Schuring following in the wheel tracks. Still a lot that needs to play out here on this course, though, over the course of the next couple of hours, as the drivers are trying to get the most out of their final charges forward. This is their penultimate race before the Superheat tomorrow morning. Don't forget, their last race will be the final rotation of KZ2 later today. So Arvid Lindblad gets another fastest lap in, a 51.581 now. He's just playing with the rest of the field. And here comes the move from Tim Troga on the inside of Jenis Savico. Lovely execution. Let the Spanish driver know he was there. Didn't do anything silly. Found the gap, found the braking zone. Perfect. Textbook. So Tim Troga now into 3rd position ahead of Jenis Savico and Daniel Vasile. But Daniel Vasile is going to get very close in behind Savico once again. Is it going to be enough to go for the position? Well, he's not quite there yet. Still has a bit of work to do. 2 to go. And for Lindblad and Pescador, this race is already sealed as far as 1st and 2nd are concerned. Lindblad having pulled out 2.1 seconds on his colleagues. Extraordinary performance from the Red Bull Junior. So, some good performances. Lindblad, Pescador, Troga, Savico and Vasile. And then in 6th place, Sam Luye in front of Flynn Schuring. So some excellent footwork from the drivers as they continue to pound around. Vasile has still not given up his hopes of getting past Savico again into 4th position. Vasile was, of course, the race leader, but it just looks as though his tyres have started to fall away, Chris Harnan style. As we go into the final lap, Arvid Lindblad is in cruise control mode up front. 2nd place for Pescador, 3rd for Troga. But who would have thought it? 2.5 seconds is the gap between Jorge Pescador, the very seasoned campaigner in the CRG, and the new kid on the block, Arvid Lindblad, who is already on the motorway straight. There he is for the Stampex Motorsport team, and obviously wearing the colours of Red Bull, as he is the youngest member of the Red Bull Academy at the moment. What a performance this is. It's been a few years since we've had another strong Red Bull driver come through in karting and be consistently this quick. But to step into KZ2 for the first time and to be competitive in the top 3 is one thing. To then go and win a heat in KZ2 by 3 seconds, that tells you how good Arvid Lindblad is. For the first time in the European Championships, he wins in KZ2. Arvid Lindblad gets his first gearbox victory in his first weekend of trying and on his 4th KZ2 start. The Magic Man has made it happen. Arvid Lindblad, absolutely delightful. And I'm sure that his mentor and friend, Oliver Rowland, will be watching from Berlin, keeping an eye on his young charge, and will be grinning from ear to ear. This is how good this boy is. Arvid Lindblad just won a KZ2 race at the age of 14 on his first attempt at the home of champions by 3 seconds. Beat that. That is extraordinary. And I think we found the next legendary young Red Bull driver. That is absolutely phenomenal pace from Arvid Lindblad. And I think that's just going to increase his confidence massively the wins will flow from here. And who knows, he could win the whole thing here this weekend. Arvid Lindblad ahead of Jorge Pescador and Tim Troga. From Jenny Savico and Daniel Vasile. Sam Louillet and Tim Gerhards in front of Flint Schuring, Evan Akelchuk and Christian Bertucca. What a drive from the Italian, up from the back to P10. Then Jesper Sjoberg, Antoine Babarou, who made up 11 places. Renzo Alibax made up 7 and Sim Liedmar made up 5. Yannick Julius Bernhardt ahead of Paul Lussier, Michael Rossina and Florian Kibel. Luigi Di Lorenzo is next up from Alexandru Iancu and Fabrizio Rosati. Then Kevin Stahauer, Nathan Sharp, Albin Carlson and David Jaromin ahead of Lucas Vladic. The retirements, well, Celian Galisin and Mattia Simonini, and the one non-starter, Giorgio Carrara. And there you can see a rather frustrated and exhausted Tony Kart pilot. That is Alexandru Iancu, who had his problems earlier on today. But at least this time, Alexandru Iancu able to take it to the finish of the race. But you can see how hot it is out there. They are very exhausted after that 12 laps of racing. You've got to remember that this sport is very much at this level when you're in KZ2s and you're pounding around a couple of millimeters off the ground in these karts that generate so much G-force when you're going wheel to wheel with other drivers at gearbox level. It's like taking a series of punches in the back. It's so physical, so brutal. So there is the recovery of Celian Galisin and Mattia Simonini's karts. Both drivers perfectly okay. The karts not quite as sturdy as they were before. But now we get ourselves ready for the next interesting battle. And as I mentioned before, we're not just focusing on the drivers at the sharp end of the field. We're also focusing on those in the middle of the gaggle. Marcus Kayak lines up on the front row of the grid alongside David Trevelov. But Marcus's teammate is also in the grid for this one. And he's learnt an awful lot from his mentor, Ken Algra.
Yeah, I feel good. We have trained with the team very much, and I think it's going great. I did okay in 2 years back, so it's very much more competitive, and it's like a lot more difficult because you have to change the gears and you have to steer with one wheel like a lot of time. It's a very difficult track. There's a lot of gear changes, and there's like when you have to brake and turn from the same time, and it's a lot for the mechanic to make a good kart, and it's really hard to make a good time lap in here. I expect it to be really intense because there's a lot of drivers, and they're all really fast, and like 90 drivers on the line, then it's really intense. I hope to get to the final, and I hope to not make any crashes.
So both Marcus Kayak and Ken Algra have only just recently stepped into the world of European KZ2 racing. They have obviously come through the junior ranks of the sport, raised their credentials, elevated their profiles, and now they are part of the Ike's racing team at gearbox level. And it is great to see just how much progress both of those young men have made over the last few seasons. Certainly for Marcus Kayak, he is up alongside David Trevelov, a man who everybody recognises as a serial contender in KZ2 for the Maranello squad. And now it looks to me as though Marcus Kayak could have a very profitable 2022 season in the European Championship the way things are currently going. The 1 minute board goes up. So obviously the drivers know that they're going to be signalled to go out onto the circuit. There's Arvid Lindblad, chilling and relaxing. The thing I love about Arvid is that he still looks for perfection. Even when he's taken a race victory, you know, he's still looking for more. He never seems to be satisfied. He's always like, well, I still need to improve this. I still need to fix that. I still need to find a little bit more. And he's a bit of a perfectionist, but that's going to help him in years to come. Even when he's winning or second or third, he'll still come up to me afterwards and I said, you've done a great job. And he'll say, well, we still haven't quite got on top of this. There's still this to fix. There's still that to find. I haven't quite managed to get this done. And I have to remind him, Arvid, you just finished in the top 3 in a gearbox race. He's like, yeah, I know, but there's still more to do. We can still make more progress. That's the kind of racing driver he is, always looking to improve. And that's definitely going to help him in years to come. Very much the attitude of these guys on the front row of the grid as well. David Trevelov and Marcus Kayak, the kind of drivers who never really enjoy the moment until the job is done. David Trevelov and Markus Kayak, the German and the Estonian on the front row of the grid, from David Lewinsky and Robert Kinderwarter, then Danilo Albanese and Thomas Schippers, then Arthur Carbonell and Jean Nomblo from Marco Torman and Giuseppe Palomba, Alexander Schmitz and Matteo Spergel ahead of Andrea Dale and Moritz Ebner, Karl Lukaszewski and Jacob Bergmeister from Michael Paparo and Valentino Fritsch, Barbara Tonteri and Martin van Leuven from Ivan Klimenko and Paul Ribera, Brandon Nilsson and Rasmus Janssen from Salvatore Toscano and Rowan Grinvis, Adrian Janicki, Ken Algre, Yannick Himmels and Axel Bengtsson. So the temperature really is climbing all the time here. 23 degrees Celsius air temperature now. It's getting pretty hot out there. We're predicted that it could get as high as 28 or 29 tomorrow. So it's just getting hotter and hotter all through the weekend. It's a very unusual weather conditions for Belgium, but obviously this time of year it can either be pouring with rain or intensely hot. I was talking to the crew down at Speedway, who obviously know this circuit incredibly well and know this area of the world very well as well. A Speedway company run by all of the Eichmann's Brigade. Sita van Meert is down there this weekend, so are the De Deckers, Douay and Maita. So obviously a very strong following for the Belgian contingents. They've been educating me about just how hot it's going to get over the course of the weekend. It could get an absolute sizzler tomorrow. Into the pits is coming Michael Paparo. Michael Paparo in the Formula K is coming in before the race even begins. So problems for the Formula K chassis. Michael Paparo in trouble. Well, that is not good news at all. And I'm afraid that is the Formula K chassis, part of the Praga group, out of this race before it even starts, unless they can fix the problem and send him out again. There is Michael Paparo. The team are trying to get it sorted. If they can get him back out onto the circuit again, remember, only one mechanic can attend to him. So they've got to do it all with just the one mechanic. They can't have a team of them swarming over the kart. So if they can get him sent out at the back of the grid, that he can give him a pit lane start, essentially. But certainly, Michael Paparo's chances of getting this race started in good stead are completely washed away. So he's now going to have to start the race from the back of the grid. And he'll probably take a pit lane start if he can get the kart started again. So David Trevelov and Markus Kayak will be there on the front row of the grid. Kayak has not lost a race so far this weekend, but he is going to start from the outside of the front row on this occasion. David Trevelov has won all but one of his races. This could be fascinating, as there is Michael Paparo getting ready to go again. Have we got it done? Are we ready to go? Well, hopefully the Formula K driver will be able to join up at the start of the race, but obviously they've got to wait until the whole field goes by, and they've also got to wait until the grid launches away when the lights go out, and then Paparo can get moving. Now, they move the kart backwards and forwards in order to stop the tyres, essentially sticking to the road, because if you're sat there idle for a long time, the tyres get hot, the track surface temperature is warm, so you can almost get stuck to the circuit. You have to rotate out of position. There is a kart in trouble. There is a kart in trouble on the grid. Now, that is the 388. That is one of the Falcons, so they're going to go round again. That is Rowan Grinvis. So Rowan Grinvis, very unhappy. The repeater light comes on. So Rowan Grinvis pulling a Fisichella there. And that is Michael Paparo being instructed that, no, I'm sorry, you can't join the field. You've got to wait for them all to go round again. So a bit of an issue there for the Italian, who was kind of hoping that if the race is going to be sent around for another lap, can I still rejoin? Well, no, the regulation is very clear. If you miss the start, then you're going to have to start from the pit lane, even if the race gets delayed for another formation lap. So very unfortunate that, but that is the rules. So Michael Paparo will have to start this race from the pit lane. Trefilov, Kayak, Lewinsky, Kinderwarter, Albanese, Schippers. So many talented drivers in KZ2 at the sharp end, and this is only one of the three groups of heats. Fascinating to see these guys battle tooth and nail. And anyone who's got even the slightest heartbeat for karting knows that this is absolutely where it's at. The pinnacle of the sport, where the drivers really do put up or shut up. So Trefilov to the starting grid with Markus Kayak alongside. Lewinsky, Kinderwarter, Albanese, Sipers, Carbonell and Nomblo from Tormen and Palomba, just completing the top 10. There they are again in position, just keeping the revs up. You can see them there with their right feet, just trying to keep the engine revs running. Looks like Michael Papardo is going to get started from the pits. And there's a kart almost pulling right off the road there. That's one of the CRGs coming to the grid. That was the number 315 of Brandon Nielsen, almost off on the grass there. Thought he was going to retire, but he has managed to get it going. Here we go. Karts are in position. Now we're going to go racing. The lights come on, and we're racing now. Oh, no start at all nearly for the pole sitter. Trevelov gets a terrible start. Kayak gets through and takes the lead. Kinderwarter through in a second. How's Trevelov? Third. He can't get any more than that. He's going to have to fall in behind Sipers. Terrible start for the German. David Trevelov in dire straits. Papardo gets started from the pits, but that is nightmare scenario for David Trevelov, who now finds himself down in P4. For Kayak, it's glorious. He leads the way. Clear track in front of him. So it's going to be easy peasy from here on in as far as Marcus Kayak is concerned, unless he gets a little bit of pressure early on from Robert Kinderwarter. Then the race really is on. But it's Kayak who leads from Kinderwarter, then Sipers, and then Trevelov. So through they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the two Sodi karts of the CPB squad. Up to Carbonell in front of David Lewinsky. Onto the home straight, and the top four have broken clear of Lewinsky and Carbonell. Nomblo in 7th, Albanese in 8th, and there goes the move from David Trevelov. 3rd position for the German. So he gets up into 3rd place. Trevelov is on the march now. Gets through into 3rd ahead of Thomas Sipers. Sipers trying to hold it together round the hairpin and down the back straight. Kayak leads, Kinderwarter, Trevelov, Sipers, and now side by side. Two Birilots almost tangling. Goodness me, that was close between Moritz Ebner and Valentino Fritsch. They are in different teams, even though they're in the same chassis. But they are in the different squads. Moritz Ebner is for the factory team. As up the inside, lovely move from David Trevelov. Fights his way back into contention. Now he's in 2nd after that lovely move at Cafe. And up the inside for 4th place. That is the move from the Sodi kart of David Lewinsky. He gets past Sipers. Sipers coming back on the brake. Trying to get back through into the first corner. No, you don't, says David Lewinsky. Not going to happen. So the top 5 still together. Kayak, Trevelov, Kinderwarter, Lewinsky, Sipers. And they've broken clear of the rest. 6th place is now Danilo Albanese. He's got past up to Carbonell. And in 8th position, that is Marco Tormen, Jean Nomblo. And in 10th place, it is Giuseppe Palomba from Ebner, Fritsch, Spergel, Schmitz, Bergmeister, Dale, Ribera, and Van Leuven. And now look how quickly Trevelov has caught back up to Marcus Kayak. He could be the first man to break the winning streak of the Estonian. Kayak hasn't lost a single race this weekend, but Trevelov has caught him up. And now they're going to battle for the victory. Up the inside, there goes the move from Lewinsky. Lewinsky gets himself back into P3. Great recovery from the pole, but Kayak is having to defend here. Up the inside, Trevelov takes the lead. Lovely move from the German. Superlative. Lost out in the early stages, fought for every nail, fought for every apex, guided his way back to the front, and David Trevelov is back in contention. Great work from the Maranello driver. 2nd place for Kayak, 3rd for Lewinsky, 4th for Kinderwarter, 5th Sipers, 6th Albanese. There's a big gap back now to Carbonell in 7th place. But this is a very tricky situation now for Marcus Kayak, because he's back in the pack. Oh, up the inside comes Lewinsky. Dives in. Kayak almost losing it as he realised at the last moment that he was going to get overtaken. Now the floodgates could open here because he's got big pressure from behind. Kinderwarter trying to get his move now on Kayak. Here we go again. Diving in. And round the outside now, Albanese trying to squeak in. Thomas Sipers tries to get wheel to wheel with Albanese. Now it's fever pitch. Oh, and a mistake from Kayak. He hit the grass as he came through. So now Kinderwarter, Albanese and Sipers are going to be working so hard to get him. It looks as though Kayak has worked so hard in the early stages that now his tyres are screaming at him. We did so much hard work in the first 3 heats. I can't keep up with this, they're screaming back at him. Tough stuff for Marcus Kayak. And now he's not only not going to win, it looks like he's not going to be 2nd either. Because he's dropping into the clutches of the drivers behind. Look at the cavalry further back. Oh, contact. That's two carts together, I'm afraid, and that's really come off worse there for Andrea Dale, the former European champion. Meanwhile, he's trying to get back on terms with Rowan Brindvis. Brindvis back on the inside. Oh, and into the barriers at Cafe. That is the... Now that, I'm afraid, is Martin van Leuven. Martin van Leuven in the energy course. He's gone off at Cafe. Yellow flags are there. Well, that is devastating. And now that Lewinsky has got past Marcus Kayak, he's going to try and take on David Trevelov. Now, this is interesting because Lewinsky, he obviously retired from one of the races earlier on. So he has got a bit more life in his tyres than some of the others out there. So Lewinsky might actually have the strongest kart come the end of this race. End of lap 6, and he's already right underneath David Trevelov for the win. So Trevelov taking the win does not necessarily mean he's going to win it, because Lewinsky, who hasn't been pushing his tyres quite as hard, now has a chance to charge after the leader. Kayak is still third, Kindervarter in fourth, ahead of Albanese and Schipers. So tough to predict how things are going to work out, because even the mathematics and the science and the theory on paper does not necessarily translate into the way the race itself plays out. But David Lewinsky in the CVV Sodi kart is all over the back of David Trevelov. He wants to take this win just as much as Trevelov does. But Marcus Kayak is looking to leave Lulet on his own up front as the unbeaten force. So this is a very tricky situation now for Marcus Kayak. He's just got to take it easy and keep his focus. But if it stays like this, then Tom Lulet wouldn't even need to win the last race of the day. He'd only need to finish in the top 3, and that would get the job done. So across the line, and still Kindervarter hustling Marcus Kayak, who makes the mistake, and Kindervarter goes through. Oh, Marcus Kayak trying to fight back, gets it back. What a recovery from the Estonian. Any other racing driver, that would have been it. Game over and tumbling down the order. Not Marcus Kayak. He bounces back immediately over the curbs and gets straight back up the inside. Retains his third place. Awesome from Marcus Kayak. That was so difficult. And Kayak managing to hold on to third for just a lap longer. But is he going to be able to hold it all the way through? Because now we know that Kindervarter and Albanese are getting highly motivated behind him on the main straight. And there's Trevelov still in front of Lewinsky. Third place, Kayak, Kindervarter, Albanese and Schipers. We're watching them as they come through. No problem at all for Trevelov, just to keep that half-second consistency pace over Lewinsky. Now the move for third place further back. Kayak and Kindervarter. And Kayak has retaliated again. And this time Albanese's got through. Kindervarter made the move into turn 2. Kayak let it happen, got the better traction off the turn out of the corner. And now Kayak's got Danilo Albanese all over the back of him. This will be interesting. Albanese wants to have a go at Kayak now. Well, Robert, you had to go for 2 consecutive laps. You couldn't get him. My turn. Danilo Albanese in 4th position, trying to get the moves on Marcus Kayak as Trevelov and Lewinsky pull well clear. Kayak is vulnerable here, and he knows it. Albanese wanted to get through. Oh, and that's a problem for Paparo. Paparo had already had his problems in this race, and now it's all come undone again. So Michael Paparo, having fought his way further forward, having had the pit lane start, now he is off the road at Cafe. All that hard work for Michael Paparo, and it's all gone again. He had done such a good job, actually. He had climbed as high as 16th at one point. But now I'm afraid it's all come undone for Paparo. Albanese all over the back of Kayak again. They dropped to 3 seconds adrift of Trevelov and Lewinsky. So now, oh! Albanese gets very close behind Kayak. He just misses his braking point a little bit there, Albanese. I don't think he was expecting Kayak to brake a little as early as that. So Albanese, he's got to be careful. He doesn't want to lose front fairing. Kayak protects, protects, protects. And now Kindervarter could get him around the outside. Kayak is making that kart as wide as a bus. Oh, he's going to try and hold it in front of Albanese. Round the outside of both of them. Kindervarter gets past Albanese. He can't quite make it on Kayak, but Kindervarter has the speed. He carries it through and back into 4th position. This is amazing defensive work from Kayak. How has he been able to keep them behind him for as long as he has? This is extraordinary from the Estonian. Mega driving from Marcus Kayak. Holding on to 3rd position. with one finger dangling over the edge of the cliff face. And still, he is there in third position. Trefilov and Lewinsky, still 1 and 2. And in third place, somehow, it's still Marcus Kayak, ahead of Kinderwarter and Albanese. Last lap begins. Trefilov and Lewinsky, way out in front. No problems for them. And the battles continue in KZ2 all the way through the field. Every driver gunning for the moves they can. Kinderwarter still closing up on Kayak, trying one more time. This man, David Lewinsky, has bought himself a decent result here in second place, looking after the tyres well, and obviously having one less race on the tyres than everybody else after his DNF in the previous heat. So that is where he gains his advantage back. But David Trefilov, absolutely impervious to anybody else's problems. Loving life at the front. He may have had his blip yesterday evening, but that was just a blip. David Trefilov running beautifully here on Saturday, and he could make this an absolute whirlwind to the flag. David Trefilov comes through for the checkered. What a drive from the German. Lewinsky in second, and Marcus Kayak crosses the line in third position. He had no business being there, but the fact that he made it to third, that is extraordinary. Great job from Marcus Kayak. That is one of the drives of the weekend. On a kart that clearly didn't have any pace and was struggling for tyre life, Kayak somehow kept that kart as wide as 7 karts and was able to keep the third position he'd held. Truly extraordinary. You would never have predicted that coming into the halfway point of the race. You'd have thought, well, Marcus is going to plummet like a stone. They clearly didn't read the same script as Marcus Kayak. Now, in this episode, I'm the one who hangs on. Thanks very much. Very nicely done from Marcus Kayak. Trefilov, though, flawless up front. Perfect victory. And with Marcus Kayak finishing third, that brings him to within 1 point of his tally. So Kayak saves his second place in the rankings with a third place finish. Trefilov, Lewinsky, Kayak. Brilliant race. Kinderwarter in fourth from Danilo Albanese and Thomas Schippers. Then Jean Nomblot ahead of Valentino Fritsch, Marco Tormen and Matteo Spergel in the top 10. Then it's Paavo Tonteri, who manages to finish ahead of Giuseppe Palomba and Moritz Ebner. Otto Carbonell struggles in 14th ahead of Paul Ribéret and Alexander Schmitz. The former European champion, Andrea Dalle, running in 17th ahead of Jacob Bergmeister. Then Rasmus Janssen and Rowan Grinviz, the two drivers who had problems earlier on, ahead of Adrian Janicki and Brandon Nilsson. Ivan Klimenko and Axel Bengtsson ahead of Salvatore Toscano and Karl Lugashevsky. And then we have Yannick Himmels in front of Ken Algra. The retirements, well, there were just two, Michael Paparo and Martin van Leuven. Well, fascinating racing in KZ2 as it has been right the way through from the get-go. And there's going to be some more excellent battles from the drivers when they come out for their final heat, starting from 4:30 local time. Well, it hasn't always ended well for everybody. Just a little bit of a debrief there at the end of the race for the talented young Falcon driver Yannick Himmels. Just updating his team on what's been happening at the side of the road. It's tough. It's brutal. It's physical. It's KZ2, and we love it. Next up, the Academy Trophy is back out on circuit again. And let's hear from one of their drivers who has been putting on a bit of a show, not just this year, but last year as well. The young man from the United States, Caleb Gafrara.
For me, it's just been that I haven't driven a direct drive all year. So I think once I get back into that, I'll be okay. It's a lot easier for me because like I've already done one season and there's a few returning drivers, so we'll see how we can finish the weekend off. I mean, it's not really big for me because at home we used to race out of our own tent, but like here I quite like it. It's pretty nice. In these karts, it's pretty grippy. If you just have to have the kart setting right, or it's just gonna be overstuck and you just can't get a good lap in. For me, it's just like you have to be perfect. Like you can't make any mistakes, or you're gonna be at least 2/10 off. But if you just get that perfect lap, you'll be quickest by maybe a 1/10, 2/10. For me, is working out just in the kart all the time because I had been in the US. We switched to another team, RPG, and we've just been racing all the time. We've already had 26 races this year, so I think I can win, but not 100% on that. Some people have been here, I haven't been here before, so as long as we can just pull it together, I think we have a good chance.
Fabulous to hear from the young man from the United States, Caleb Gafrara, returning for a second season in the Academy Trophy, representing his nation. But it's been a tough battle in the Academy Trophy so far. Wins for the two French-speaking drivers. For Belgium, Thibaut Ramakers, and for Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard in the first heats earlier on today. So now we'll see if we get a third different winner in this third heat. But for Thibaut Ramakers on the front row of the grid, as far as he's concerned, not likely. Alongside him on the grid, William Go, the Philippine star, is going to want to try and prove him wrong as they will battle there on the front row of the grid together. Two fascinating young racers, and both of them with a great chance to get a decent result out of this one. Third on the starting grid is Jindra Pezel, the young man from the Czech Republic, running in that very distinctive helmet design based on his favourite F1 driver, Lando Norris, with his own little unique touches to it. And then fourth position on the starting grid, the very competitive racing driver who has managed to get himself into that position on the starting grid, who has come all the way from Finland, Joel Pajola, who will be there in the 518. Very much continuing on the great Finnish tradition of exceptional kart racers. Caleb Gafrara, who we just heard from, will go off P5 on the grid on the inside of row 3. Alongside him on the grid will be the young South African Nicolas Roos. And then Augustin Sepulveda, the Chilean, will be in P7 on the starting grid on the 4th row, alongside the ever-impressive Swiss lady Chiara Batig, who has been very impressive over the course of the weekend so far. Nando Weichselbaumer, 9th on the starting grid for Austria. He'll be there on the inside of the 5th row of the grid. And then Megumu Suzuki, the Japanese driver, will line up in P10 of the starting grid. Row 6 will see the Polish driver Ivo Besterda on the inside line. On the outside line, it is the young Canadian Harry Memasi. And then 13th on the grid, Mark Dubnitsky of Estonia. 14th on the starting grid for Latvia, it is Robert Pamalis. For Israel, it is Jan Pinto on the 8th row of the starting grid. And alongside him, the young man from Jordan, that is Hamza Al-Fayez. We go racing in qualifying heat, B versus C. The drivers head out onto the circuit. And it's time to see what's what. So Thibaut Ramakers and William Go from Jindra Pezel and Joel Pajola, Caleb Gafrara and Nicolas Roos from Augustin Sepulveda and Chiara Batig, Nando Weichselbaumer and Megumu Suzuki, Ivo Besterda and Harry Memasi, Mark Dubnitsky and Robert Pamalis, Jan Pinto and Hamza Al-Fayez, Adrien Ferrer and Aditya Webowo, Ishan Madesh and Gabriel Sano, Christian Jorgensen and Sol de Colombres, Ethan Thorne, Oliver Kinmark, Mira Alzabi, Matus Reiber. At the back of the grid, it's the New Zealander, Lochiel McGregor. Now, what can the Kiwi do from the tail of the grid? To be fair, the only reason he is back there is because qualifying went absolutely appallingly. He didn't get the lap at all. He had a mechanical problem in qualifying instead. So that's the only reason that Lochiel McGregor is down at the back. Through his practice sessions, he was knocking on the door of the top 10 every single time. So if he gets a decent run today, then Lochiel McGregor will be able to fight back. But of course, there's only 36 spaces available on the grid for the final tomorrow afternoon. And there are 54 drivers here in total in the Academy, 27 per race, hoping to make sure that they can get into the final instead. So it's a very tough situation for the drivers. They know just how hard they're going to have to work to get themselves into a strong situation. But Thibaut Ramakers is in a very precious position here as he leads the field around, with William Go alongside him, who got a second place earlier on. Jindra Pezel got a second earlier on as well, so he's right up behind Thibaut Ramakers. And Joel Pajola, the Finnish driver, who managed to place the kart in the top 10 earlier in his race. So some tricky battles to come in the Academy Trophy. Always wonderful to see these young men and women as they develop their craft. So it's going to be a fascinating task for the competitors. We're going to see just how well these drivers go. Thibaut Ramakers getting himself in position, and the competitors really starting to give us a bit of an excitement out there on the course. I see some terrific competitors as they run in formation. So now we'll see just how well things continue. Out of the final turn. Now the drivers are getting themselves ready for the battle to begin. The competitors are getting dialed up, and we are waiting another lap. that's what we're doing. We're not racing this time. We're going to race through another lap. So the contenders will continue on their way. There have been some fantastic contenders in this incredible competition over the years. Nicolas Tihonen was the winner in 2010. Charles Leclerc got the job done in 2011. Then in the years following, we had Jonas Lapalainen, Maxime Botti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Xavier Hansheim, Mari Boyer, Gaius Sixnellis, Conor Zilic, and Maciej Gladish have all managed to get the trophy won over the past few years in what has been a truly sensational battle over the course of the years. So now the drivers getting themselves dialed up and ready for what promises to be a truly spectacular battle. And we'll see just how well the competitors have been able to be dialed in for this race start. Thibaut Ramekes of Belgium, William Go of the Philippines on the front row. Second row, Jindro Pezel and Joel Pajola. Third row, Caleb Gafrara and Nicolas Roos. Fourth row, Augustin Sepulveda and Chiara Batig. And then Nando Wechselbeimer and Megumu Suzuki rounding out the top 10. So let's see how it all plays out for the drivers as they come off the final turn. The engine revs will rise. They'll balance out the throttle as they come onto the main straight. Are we going to get a start this time? Yes, we do! Racing for the first corner, and Thibaut Ramekes is going to have pressure from William Go right for the start. William Go trying to hold it and ends up going off the road. So does Ramekes. But they both rejoin. And the 512 has made a terrific start. That's Nicolas Roos, I think, into second position as the rest of the field squabbles away. Pezel in third, Go in fourth, and in fifth position, that looked to me like Joel Pajola. As they ran through a position again, and Pezel's having a look for second place. Oh, they jockey for position. Hadi Mamasi trying to fend off from Mark Dubnitsky. But out in front it is still Thibaut Ramekes, who ran off the road and manages to continue on in the lead despite that. Jindro Pezel now in second. So as the field continues, they charge their way through to Cafe Corner once again. Wheel-to-wheel battles all the way. Some great tussles as the competitors get close to each other all the way through. And here in the Academy Trophy, no holds barred, no second chances. You've got to give it a go. On the inside comes Augustin Sepulveda. He comes through and makes the pass on Caleb Gafrara, and the door is still open, but the American holds off before allowing his rival to get through. That was very nearly a move from Joel Pajola, but Pajola not able to get through. Oh, bit of a battle. As through to the lead comes Pezel. Pezel gets through in the lead. So Jindro Pezel takes the lead away, and Nicolas Roos is now in a second. So the Czech in front of the South African. Third is Thibaut Ramekes. And in fourth position is William Go. Now we've got game on in the Academy. Pezel, Roos, Ramekes, Go, Sepulveda, Pajola, Gafrara, Batig. Although Pajola has now dropped behind Chiara Batig and Adrien Ferrer. So Chiara Batig is up to 7th position. She's making good progress in this race. As up the inside, there goes William Go. He gets through on Thibaut Ramekes. So the front row men, Go and Ramekes, are now battling for third position as they continue their quest. But up front, it's still Pezel from Roos. Gafrara getting close to Sepulveda, the Chilean and the American, 5th and 6th, and Chiara Batig has caught them. So she is there in P7. Defensive tactics from Jindro Pezel to back the second place man, Nicolas Roos, into the pack, but Roos is going to draw level and still commit to the overtake into 6th. Pezel tries to hold him off. No, you don't. And now William Go gets through past Pezel. So Roos gets the lead and Go gets into second. Pezel down to third. Fourth for Ramekes. Fifth for Sepulveda in front of Gafrara and Batig. Very close racing in Academy, and now the gaggle is just getting bigger. Ferrer, Pajola, Mimasi, Dubnitsky, they're all getting involved. And now Mimasi trying to get in there on the inside of Pajola. Mimasi trying to squirt through on the inside. Oh, 3 carts together. That's Medesh. Medesh has come off the road. So has Jorgensen. And I think that's Hamza Al-Fayez in there as well. Well, that's all gone terribly badly wrong. As Fayez, Medesh and Jorgensen have all come together there. Oh no, wait, that's Thorne and McGregor along with Medesh. I do apologise. They've had 2 other incidents further up that's got Fayez and Jorgensen off the road. So 5 drivers in 1 lap on 2 separate corners, and there's still battles going on. Mark Dubnitsky sets the fastest lap of the race, as Adrian Ferrer moves his way through to 7th position. So some strong battles. There's the 5.35 of Chiara Batik dropping in behind the Canadian Hadi Mamassi. Double waved yellows, so no overtaking at Cafe Corner. But Nicolas Roos, the South African, is now the race leader. Wow, this is fascinating. Roos, Go, Basil, Sepulveda, Ramakers, Ferrer, Gafrara, Mamassi, Batik and Dubnitsky. That's your top 10 at the moment. Excellent racecraft from Basil, who gets back on terms with William Go. But we have 5 drivers off the racetrack in one fell swoop, sadly. We've lost Alfayez and Jorgensen to one incident, and the second incident has seen Thorne, McGregor and Madesh. Oh, off the road. Oh, on the back straight. We've got a kart going on the grass there. I think that might have been Hadi Mamassi. It was either Mamassi or Pajola. Couldn't quite see which one it was. It is Mamassi. What a shame. Oh, the Canadian was so strong in the first race, and he ends up now falling to the back of the field. Well, that's bitter disappointment for Hadi Mamassi. He was going beautifully up until that point. Just got squeezed there on the exit of the hairpin, ran on the grass and then spun it up at turn 6 because he had reduced grip on the tyres. Roos, Go, Basil, Sepulveda in 4th. Still they battle down the main straight. That's Chiara Batik trying to hold off Mark Dubnitsky in the first turn. So Chiara Batik is fighting for every last apex as they go around the course. And whoops, a couple of the drivers battling away there in the lower end of the top 10. A couple of the drivers kicking up the grass. You can see the dirt that's been kicked up on the back straight. William Go and Jindra Basil, look, they're struggling for grip because there's a heck of a lot of dust that's been kicked up onto the circuit. The driver's actually running a little bit wide there. That wasn't just a problem for one driver, that's now become a problem for everybody. Lap 6, and Roos leads Go and Basil. Ramakers is down in 4th now in front of Sepulveda, who is under pressure here from the Spaniard Adrian Ferrer. Ferrer's going to dive in at the final turn, and Adrian Ferrer gets into 5th position. A good run from the Spanish driver, but Sepulveda comes back at him on the exit. And Basil round the outside of William Go. Can he hold it? He runs off the road, slots back in. William Go's going to try and get him on the switchback, and they lock wheels, and that's not quite enough for Jindra Basil. I don't think there was any contact there between the two, but William Go gets the move, and now Thibaut Ramakers is trying to get past Jindra Basil. But Basil holds the kart in the middle of the road. Thibaut Ramakers will be quite frustrated here. The Belgian wanting to win on home soil, but it's going to be very tricky to maintain his points advantage after this race. Go in second is well clear, Basil and Ramakers. Then Ferrer, Sepulveda, Gafrara, Pajola, Besterda. And then the battles further back, getting very intense. So some tough racing going on, and it's not done yet. 1 lap to go, and Nicolas Roos looks like he's going to become the 3rd different winner from the 3 heats so far in the Academy Trophy. Some strong battles from our contenders. They are still giving it everything. Several maneuvers likely to come up in this last lap as drivers are still pushing the envelope and going for every apex they can find. Nicolas Roos leads William Go, then Jindra Basil and Thibaut Ramakers, who nearly loses it on the exit of turn 5. That's how hard he's pushing. He wants to get back into the lead, but that's going to cause him all sorts of issues as he comes through. And we've had some problems in the middle of the pack. 2-3 karts coming together on the end of the back straight, and that is Megumi Suzuki. Megumi Suzuki, the Japanese driver, has gone around. And it looks to me as though Aditya Wibowo has also got caught up in it, but Nicolas Roos is going to take the flag. Great drive from the South African. Nicolas Roos gets the win. 2nd for William Go, 3rd for Jindra Basil ahead of Thibaut Ramakers and Adrian Ferrer. And there's a problem there. That is the Indonesian. That is Aditya Wibowo. So Aditya Wibowo, unfortunately, having his problem on the last lap. So it's all come unstuck there, I'm afraid. Well, a tricky race. There was always going to be some difficult races in that particular Academy Trophy field, but now, as the heat gets to some of the drivers out there, it's getting quite intense. So some great performances out there, but Nicolas Roos using his steely nerve and great foresight to good experience and good use there. So Nicolas Roos comes through to take the victory, the young South African. A great drive. Jindra Pazel in second place. In third place, I should say. In front of him was the Philippines star William Go. Wow, what a tough race. There were a lot of great drivers that made that one look very tough out there. And look at all the drivers coming in. Nicolas Roos and William Go ahead of Jindra Pazel. Thibaut Ramakas in fourth ahead of Adrian Ferrer and Caleb Gefrara. Ivo Besterda and Augustin Sepulveda from Mark Dubnitsky and Joel Pojola. Then Nando Wechselbaumer and Robert Pemalis from Oliver Kinmark and Chiara Batig. Sol de Colombres and Yam Pinto ahead of Gabriel Sano and Hadi Mamasi. 19th position was Matus Reiber, and the only other finisher was the Emirati Mira Alzabi. Everyone else failed to finish. Megumi Suzuki and Aditya Wibowo had their problem on the last lap. And on the same lap, we lost Ethan Thorne, Ishan Madesh, Lockyer McGregor, Christian Jorgensen, and Hamza Al-Fayez. Tough racing in the Academy Trophy. It was to be expected. As the weekend wears on, the desperation and the urgency to make overtaking moves will increase and intensify. And at this level, drivers are still learning. Some of them are even learning about the difference in the surface of the track compared to their own circuits back home. So it's a big learning curve. And a very unhappy Christian Jorgensen, just watching his kart being recovered. The Danish driver not quite having the start to his Academy Trophy that he wanted. And several other drivers in a similar situation. Suzuki, Wibowo, Al-Fayez, Jorgensen, Thorne, McGregor and Madesh all involved in incidents in that race. Very tough. So the challenge will continue and the battles will obviously still be fever pitch as the temperatures skyrocket here at a scorching karting Genk. But the man we get to speak to comes all the way from Thailand, another very hot country, and it could suit him well, this. Vongsapat Ketsari.
Well, honestly, the track here is just really grippy. My hometown track doesn't have a lot of grip, so it's really hard to try to change the conditions here and really try to adapt and push to the very limit. Well, I mean, I've got a great coach and a great team behind my back, always supporting me. And my family has always been supporting me, so it's really given me the confidence and the power to really push the kart. It's such an honor to be representing Thailand, and I'll do my best, whether what result I get. I'll just do my best to really get ahead of all the countries. Well, honestly, kind of want to run in the front pack if possible and just get a good fight. We've been doing gym exercises, some core muscle workout, and a little bit of cardio. And I've also used the sim to practice at this track. Yeah, we're pretty confident. Of course, both of those drivers are really, really awesome. And if we can get in the rankings, that would be really nice.
So Vongsapat Ketsari of Thailand, his friends call him Rio, and we'll be looking out to see what he can do as he makes progress in this race. We are now halfway through the Academy qualifying heats journey. 3 races done out of the 6 that will happen before the final tomorrow. Of course, the 3rd rotation of Academy Trophy heats will be tomorrow morning. So this is the last Academy race of the day. And it's the 2nd race of the weekend that these drivers in the Academy Trophy will have had. A very different condition compared to what we saw in the race earlier on, because obviously it's now a lot hotter than it was in the earlier race this morning. Fascinating battle for the drivers coming up. The 1-minute board will go up, and obviously they just need to wait for the final clearance of the karts from the previous race. And once they are removed from the circuit, we are going to be back in operation once again. But what a challenge it's been in the battle so far. Now we get to see what Guillaume Bouzard and Alexander Bogunovic will do on the front row of the starting grid. The young man from Luxembourg in pole position, and the young man from Slovenia in 2nd position. 3rd on the grid for the Frenchman Art de Dorisson. 4th on the grid for the young man from Bahrain, Luca Horton. Then 5th for Dino Stroescu. 6th for Marcus Silkunas. Romania and Lithuania represented on row 3. Row 4 sees Matthias Orjuela, the Colombian, and he will line up alongside Riccardo Cirelli of Italy. P9 is Tiziano Cugnini of Switzerland, and he will go alongside Jack Buckley from the Republic of Ireland. Then Matilda Patz of Germany and Henry Jocelyn of Great Britain on row 6. Mies Huben of the Netherlands in P13, and the Armenian Daniel Dalakian in 14th. From Elina Rolfsen, the Norwegian, alongside Alexander Deshkov of Bulgaria. And then on row 9, it is Malaysia's Timofey Mikhailov alongside the Argentine Santino Panetta. And then the row 10 of the grid, it is the Turkish driver Fatih Yildirim alongside the Portuguese Pedro Cajara. Row 11 sees Georgios Kafontaris, the Greek driver, alongside Australia's Harry Arnett. And then for Korea, it's Kyoho Lee alongside Rio Ketsari, the young man from Thailand. Kian Gauchi of Malta, Ruben Dovalle of Mozambique. And then at the back of the grid for the Dominican Republic, it is Luis Sedeno. The drivers all neatly in position. Looks like only one of them opting to push start his own kart by the look of it. And that looks to me to be the Italian driver Riccardo Cirelli, who wants to push himself out onto the starting grid. Everybody else is just relying on the spirited work of the mechanics. It's always an interesting indicator of the dedication and commitment of these drivers at this level. If they want to push start themselves, they know that there's a chance that something might happen out on the circuit, and they need to know how to push start their own kart to get racing again. So, always interesting to see the drivers choose to do so in these circumstances, in these situations. That's exactly what Riccardo Cirelli, the Italian, is choosing to do. Everybody else just taking up their seat in position. So we're just waiting for the recovery crews to get back to their positions in their starting line on the circuit, because obviously once the circuit has recovery jobs to do, the recovery vehicles obviously have to be reset to their original positions for safety reasons, and once that has been accomplished, then the Academy Trophy drivers can go racing once again. But the battles are going to be very intense from the get-go. The drivers get their call and their command, so let's take it out onto the circuit once again. A tough battle in the offing for the Academy Trophy. Qualifying heat A versus D. This is their last race of the day, but definitely not their last race of the weekend. It's not even their last qualifying heat of the weekend. Guillaume Bouzard and Alexander Bogdanovic on the front row from Arte Dorisson and Luca Horton. Dino Stroescu and Marcus Silkunas from Matthias Alruela and Riccardo Cirelli. Tiziano Kuznini and Jack Buckley. Matilda Pats and Henry Jocelyn. Mies Huben and Daniel Dalakian. Elina Rolfsen and Alexander Deshkov. Timofey Mikhailov and Santino Panetta. Fatih Yildirim and Pedro Cajara. Georgios Kafontaris and Harry Arnett. From Kyoho Lee, Rio Ketsari, Kian Gauchi, Ruben Dovalle and Luis Sedeno. So once again, 27 drivers, the most we've ever had in an Academy Trophy heat. That is the new record, 27, because we have a new record amount of participants in the Academy Trophy in 2022, 54. It is the most we have ever had in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. It's great to welcome 53 different nations to the circuit. The doubling up nation is Switzerland, with Chiara Batig, who we saw in the previous race, running under the banner of the FIA Women in Motorsport program, the Girls on Track movement. And great to see Chiara Batig out there on the circuit. The only dual nation, Switzerland. But we have a Swiss driver in this race as well, Tiziano Kuznini, who will be starting from P9 on the grid. So Guillaume Bouzard and Alexander Bogdanovic on the front row of the grid. Arte Dorisson and Luca Horton, Dino Stroescu and Marcus Silkunas, Matthias Alruela and Riccardo Cirelli, Tiziano Kuznini, and the young man from the Republic of Ireland, Jack Buckley. So it's going to be a fascinating duel in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Race 4 of the weekend, out of the 6 that are going to be happening before we get to the final. And these youngsters getting themselves into their 2 tram lines once again. They will obviously come off the final turn in rolling start sequence in 2 rows. They cannot leave their tram lines before the race begins. If they do, they will receive a penalty. Obviously, they need to run in close proximity and in good formation off the start. There's a sense of urgency from the drivers on the sharp end of the field. Are we going racing this time? Yes, we are! Let's race again at Genk. And a good start from Bouzard and Dorisson. Is Bogdanovic going to be able to hold things around the outside? He gets squeezed and goes off onto the runoff area, but he does get back into second place on the way inside of the Dorisson. So Dorisson alongside Bogdanovic, diving into the hairpin and getting back onto the straight again along the back straight. There's a lot of drivers jockeying for position. Bit of a dive up the inside. Oh, that was close for Dino Stroescu. Stroescu, I'm afraid, very nearly ended up spinning off the road. Meanwhile, there are karts in the barriers up at turn 6. So we have got a couple of karts that have come off there in the background, I'm afraid. Yellow flags on the back straight. It's 2 of them that have gone together there. And that looks like Matilda Pats and Henry Joslin. So the British driver and the German, I'm afraid, are out of this race. Matilda Pats and Henry Joslin are out. What a shame. So down the main straight, Buzar, Begonovic and Dorisson, who dives into second. Arthur Dorisson leaves his braking so late into turn 1, manages to hold the kart through the slide, and now moves up into second position in front of Begonovic. So Arthur Dorisson, the Frenchman, moves his way forward, and he's now going to try and get after Guillaume Buzar. Meanwhile, the drivers are obviously approaching the scene. Double waved yellows down there at turn 6. So they've got to make sure there are no overtaking moves into that corner. A couple of drivers obviously looking for an overtaking move now that they've passed that zone. Dorisson, Begonovic, and that is Luca Horton trying to get through. And Luca Horton is there in the 3rd position. So he makes the move stick, but he runs wide on the exit. And Horton has no choice but to let Begonovic go. He holds his line on the inside to try and stop Stroescu. Oh, it's getting a little bit hectic on the final turn. Down the straight, you've got Stroescu and Cirelli having a little bit of a squabble. Down into turn 1, Kuznini's getting in there, so is Daniel Dalakian. And Matthias Ordweiler was able to pick up some places in all of that. I think he's now up to P6. So a proper squabble in the Academy Trophy on the end of lap 2. But there's still a long way to go. But Guillaume Buzar is loving life in the lead of the race. Arthur Dorisson is going after him. A warning flag comes out for Alexander Begonovic, this man in 3rd position. And now you've got Horton, Sidkunas, Ordweiler, Stroescu and Cirelli all battling away for 4th place. So Begonovic, even a little bit of a ticking off there from the officials. Don't do that again, they say. What a fed-up Henry Joslin. So disappointed. Had a great chance to go for a decent result in this one. Head on helmet. I'm fed up. Lap 3 completed. 5 laps to go. Buzar, Dorisson, Begonovic, Horton, Sidkunas and Ordweiler. So Matthias Ordweiler looking really solid here in the 506. He's in P6 at the moment, trying to get after the Lithuanian Markus Sidkunas. So Sidkunas just dropping it in a little bit there off the final turn of that sector and down the back straight. Now watch for the move from Ordweiler. He's not going to make it into the turn 6 hairpin. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer for that. Buzar, Dorisson, Begonovic, Horton, Sidkunas and Ordweiler. So down to the corner once again at Cafe. Turning in for the right-hander. Balance the curve. You don't want to use too much curve because that'll kick the kart out and it can lose you a little bit of momentum. Keep just digging in and hope that there's going to be some more solid work to come in these races. 4 laps done and 4 to go. Dorisson has not given up hope on catching Guillaume Buzar, who really does seem to have the measure of this kart on this circuit here at Genk. And he's just seen Thibaut Ramekers fail to win his 2nd heat. So Guillaume Buzar knows perfectly well that he could put Luxembourg on the top of the standings outright. If he keeps it together here, even a 2nd place would put him in that position. Got to be very careful all the way through. And certainly for Guillaume Buzar, this is a very sturdy job. A very solid effort now from Guillaume Buzar, just keeping himself in touch and very much in the hunt for the race victory in this one. So Dorisson is never more than about 0.6 of a second back, unless Guillaume Buzar's got a little bit more reserved in the tank to try and charge his way further forward. Down the main straight. Buzar, Dorisson, Begonovic, then Luca Horton ahead of Sidkunas and Ordweiler. Stroescu, Cirelli, Kuznini, Dalakian, Buckley and Panetta. Deshkov, Kachada and Huben are the other point scorers if we were in the final. Luca Horton sets the fastest lap of the race. That's the first lap in under 55 seconds, although Markus Sidkunas was very close to that same mark, as was Alexander Begonovic. But certainly Luca Horton gets the 54.927. He gets the credit for being the fastest one out there. There is the leader, Guillaume Buzar, on lap 6 out of 8. It looks pretty neat and tidy for him at the moment. Doesn't have to move too hard here. He's still got about 0.4 of a second on Arthur Dorisson. So not too big a concern for him at this moment in time as they run into the final corner. And on the main straight, still keeping that 0.4 of a second maintained as we watch a little bit of a battle going on there between Bati Yildirim and Luis Sedeno, the young man from the Dominican Republic. But out in front, Guillaume Bouzard has 0.3 of a second on Dorisson. Dorisson really pushing hard though. He really isn't letting Guillaume Bouzard rest easy. There might just be one final effort here from Arthur Dorisson, and he knows that there's a chance. He knows he's got 2 laps to go, so he needs to make this work out for him. Bogdanovic is in front of Horton, Silkunas and Orjuela. This is the battle to defend for Riccardo Cirelli. He's got Kuznini, Dalakian and Buckley lining him up. He's desperately trying to keep position. Tiziano Kuznini is really pushing him. Kuznini throwing all of his weight into this battle here to try and get through on the inside of Cirelli. And a spin! Oh dear, Dalakian just got caught out there by Kuznini turning into the corner. He thought there was enough space to make a move, and there wasn't. Oh, what a shame for Daniel Dalakian. And he was very lucky not to get caught out by the other drivers in the field. Their reactions were pretty good. Final lap. Arthur Dorisson hasn't given up on Guillaume Bouzard. Arthur Dorisson, a big lunge on the last lap. And Dorisson takes the lead from Bouzard. That came out of nowhere. And Arthur Dorisson could become the 4th different winner from 4 Academy races. Game on. Arthur Dorisson slices into the lead at turn 5. I don't think Bouzard saw that one coming. I certainly didn't. Arthur Dorisson now has just a few corners left to bring it home in fine style. The last gasp hero, Arthur Dorisson, will come through to take the victory. He's the 4th different winner in 4 Academy races. Arthur Dorisson gets the job done. Well, just when we thought it was going to be 2 out of 2 for Guillaume Bouzard, not on your Nelly. What a drive from Arthur Dorisson. The last lap of dreams from the Frenchman. He suddenly saw, do you know what? He was hesitant through turn 4. I could go for it. And he did. Brilliant from Arthur Dorisson. And he steals the win. Absolutely superb from the Frenchman. So now we have an open book. 4 different winners from 4 races. Bouzard still leads the intermediate classification. 2 points for him. Dorisson has 3 now. He's up to 2nd. Ramekis is on 4. Go is on 4. Pazel is on 5. Roos is on 6. Bogdanovic is on 7. And Horton is on 9. It's still anybody's contest as Henry Jocelyn slams his visor shut, walks in. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. Bitter disappointment for the British driver. So frustrating when you know you've got a good kart underneath you, when things feel good and it all falls apart. Arthur Dorisson steals the win from Guillaume Bouzard ahead of Alexander Bogdanovic and Luca Horton. Marcus Silkunas in front of Matthias Orjuela and Dino Stroescu. Riccardo Cirelli ahead of Tiziano Kuznini. Then Jack Buckley rounds out the top 10 in front of Pedro Cacciara and Santino Panetta. Harry Arnett in front of Mies Huben and Timofey Mikhailov. Rio Ketseri in front of Alexander Deshkov. And then the young man from Greece, Georgios Kafantaris. 19th place for the Norwegian driver, Elina Rolfsson. She was in front of Kyoho Lee and Bati Yildirim. Then Luis Sedeno and Ruben Dovale ahead of Kian Gauchi. The retirements, well, we had Daniel Dalakian. And then on the very first lap, we had Matilda Patz and Henry Jocelyn, who tangled at turn 6. Well, 4 races done then in the Academy and 4 different winners. Who knows how it's going to go out tomorrow? We could end up with 2 more, and that really would make for a sizzling final, as we now have no idea who's going to have the dominant edge going into the final tomorrow. I love it when it's like this. 4 different winners from 4 heats. It's going to be great tomorrow. So that's it for the Academy until tomorrow morning. They'll have their qualifying heats to start the broadcast on Sunday's transmission. But now, for the 3rd and final time, the qualifying heat for the KZ category. Unfortunately, their first race yesterday wasn't televised, but now we get to have it in spades. Let's hear from last year's 2021 champions, the European champion Riccardo Longhi and the world champion Noah Millel. How's it going to go this year?
In KZ2, I have a lot fast driver, but when I arrived the race, the difference for me from KZ2 and KZ is the experience in the race. For gestion the tires, when push or no push, I think this is the big difference. No, a lot the speed, but the experience during the weekend, for the weekend in the race. In KZ, I told you before, it's very important the mental in the race, because it's not important only the speed, but a lot of race when the driver don't have a more speed compared to the other, no? It's more slow than 1/10, 2/10, but win the race, because look the race before the other driver. When change the track, change the style during the race, when it's good to push or no push, understand a lot of things. This is the difference for KZ driver and KZ2 driver. And this arrive only after here to drive in the category. And when you pass in KZ, also for me was same. When I made the step in KZ, I have immediately the speed to stay in the top, because my first race arrived second in the World Championship. I made the fastest lap in the race, but was the approaching in the race was different. I lost the race for this, because the experience is the big difference in KZ. For sure will be hard. Will be hard for sure 100%, but I repeat, if I'm here, I want to try again, to show again my speed, my quality in the race, and I'm here with my driver in the team, but for arrive me and my driver in the top for bring the victory in KZ2, KZ for the team. No, it's very nice this track for KZ category. Have a lot of points when it's possible to make the overtake, compare a lot of track. Have a beautiful corner for me. I like this track. For me, it's the 2-3 track best now for the race KZ.
Yeah, it's been a really nice adventure after the championship, and it's nice that my team put the trust in me, and I put the trust in my team. There will always come new fast drivers from the KZ2, like the winners from last year, and I see this year was they already been fast in the previous races, so it will be tough. And I see the grid is we are almost 34 drivers, so this year will be tough. You need to work on the physics, the mental bit every day. Like when I am at home, when I don't have the races, it's only the training to the physics. You go running and all these sorts to not left something behind when you then go out and race. So far, we are aiming for the title on the European Championship and to receive a good result here in the first round. And I mean, the previous years we always been fast here, and last time I drove I take pole here, so I have a good feeling on this track, and I think we can do something good here.
Great to hear from last year's champions in the KZ category, Riccardo Longhi, the European champion, and Noah Milel, the world champion. What a battle it's going to be for them as they quest for glory again in 2022. With the form book very much still open as the competition continues. But the man who's been on the top spot so far from time qualifying yesterday through to the heats yesterday evening and this morning, Emilien Denner has the chance to steal pole position for the superheat tomorrow morning. And he knows just what's at stake here. It's going to be a fascinating battle. The fans have gathered again as they want to see how this race plays out. The KZ European Championship, it is the big show. And everybody wants to see how it all goes. Love that guy's t-shirt. Everything louder than everything else. KZ really does turn the dial up to 11, to coin the phrase from Spinal Tap. This is so extreme. This is as close to Formula One as you can get without being in the Grand Prix paddock. And these guys really do sing around this circuit in full falsetto. The battle is going to be raging. If motorsport and karting could be a soundtrack, this one would be played by AC/DC. These guys are the loudest, the noisiest, and definitely the most brutal out there in the world of karting. We love KZ. We love the battles it gives us. And this is very much the champion of champions as the competitors will come out onto the circuit again. For Emilian Denner in pole position and Francesco Salenta on the front row beside him. It's game on for the third time this weekend. What can Matteo Vigano do? What can Tuukka Tarponen, the reigning OK champion in the World Championship last year, do? So many questions to answer. Emilian Denner and Francesco Salenta on the front row from Matteo Vigano and Tuukka Tarponen. Simo Pohaka and Paolo Epelito from Noah Milel and Senna van Walstein. Jorrit Pex and Lorenzo Travasanuto from Victor Gustafsson and Riccardo Longhi. Juho Valtonen and Adrien Renaudin from Stan Pex and Pedro Hilbrand. Jeremy Iglesias and Davide Fore from Alex Orlando and Maran Kramers. Gavin Lulet, Johan Sogel, Lorenzo Camplese and Douglas Lundberg. Luis Speck, Simon Prim, Gianni Andrezzani, Ben Dur, Nicolo Cogato, Mario Lubic, Luis Ponsardo, Tim Metz and Sandro Holze. Now, interestingly, there appears to be one driver missing, and that driver appears to be the European champion, Riccardo Longhi. So, last year's winner of the European title does not appear to have made it out onto the circuit. Now, I would suspect there is a story behind that we don't know, but certainly a bit of an interesting situation now for a couple of the drivers as, now I have gone back to qualifying Heat 2, and I'm sorry to say that looking at the results, it would appear that Riccardo Longhi has been disqualified from the competition for replacing the front fairing to its original position. Well, what a shame. The heat of the moment, the intensity of the occasion, the fight for the European Championship. Well, we now know that there is no way that Riccardo Longhi is going to retain his European Championship in 2022. Such a shame. So, the race will go on without him, I'm afraid, as we continue the charge to find the new European champion. But what a battle it has been leading up to this point. So we're going to have to wait for the next back-to-back European champion. The last man to do it, of course, was Jorrit Pex, who got the job done in 2018 and 2019. But it's definitely fascinating to see how the pressure of the situation has bubbled over for Riccardo Longhi. But this man, Emilian Denner, is questing to become the first ever Frenchman to win the Gearbox Championship of Europe. Nobody's ever done it from France before. It's been a very interesting plight all the way through. There have been drivers from Belgium, the likes of Rick Driesen and Jonathan Tonon, as well as Mark Goossens. We've had drivers from various other places. Oh, sorry, there has been one French champion from Europe. I do apologise, that one French European champion. That was back in 1986. So, is Emilian Denner going to become the first European champion in gearbox racing since 1986, when the legendary touring car star Ivan Muller won for Calicart way back in 1986 in the Formula K days? We will find out. Certainly Emilian Denner is looking very strong this weekend. He will want to add his name to the FIA Karting Hall of Fame. Definitely has a good chance of it. He wants to put on a bit of a show here. So we'll see if the former International Super Cup winner can continue his plight in the FIA Karting category. But this is going to be a fascinating challenge for the third time. We wait for the green flag to come up. It gets the signal, so we can race for the third time this weekend. Let's see if we will go racing in full song. Lights out, let's race. A great start. Oh, there's a car getting out of the back of the field, but we still start the race regardless. A couple of drivers battling on the way to the first corner. There's a spin in the middle of the field. We had a spin up. It's one of the Stan Pex carts, I believe. Spinning down at the back of the field. Is that Stan Pex himself? Yes, it is. So Stan Pex has fallen to dead last, and that's game over, I'm afraid, for Sandro Holzem. So Stan Pex has now dropped to the back of the field. There he is at the back, and up to second place, Matteo Vigano. What a move on the inside of Salenta, and he almost gets no power at all out of the car through the hairpin, but manages to retain second place. So now Matteo Vigano back in a second position, charging after the race leader, Emilian Denner. It's this battle once again. And Salenta is parking it on the apex. He does not want to lose any more positions. With 11 laps to go, he's trying to hang on to third place, but he seems to have no pace at all. There goes Simo Puhakka on the inside line. He takes away the position. Tuukka Tarponen is lining it up to go through as well. So with Sandro Holtzem out of the race and Riccardo Longhi out of the weekend, it's already a big challenge for some of the other drivers to march their way forward. So, big battles. Paolo Ippolito in behind Tuukka Tarponen. They duel away for position. Emilian Denner leads the way. Matteo Vigano in second position. Simo Puhakka, then Salenta, Tarponen, Ippolito, Van Walstein. Big dive on the inside from Ippolito. He gets through on Tarponen, but he doesn't let Senna Van Walstein come by. And Noah Milel trying to get through. They're all parking it on the inside apex. Nobody wants to let anybody through. Jorrit Pex going wheel to wheel with Adrien Renaudin, and now lining up an attack on Victor Gustafsson. Jorrit Pex tries to go over the inside. Everyone's hugging it on the way through as they follow in behind the Parolin of Lorenzo Traversanuto. Terrific dueling here at Genk. The European Championship coming alive once again as the battles rage here at Karting Genk. So we battle away for position once more. Denner, Vigano, Puhakka, Salenta, Ippolito and Tarponen. That's the top six at the moment. Salenta's doing everything he can to hold on to fourth place. But Paolo Ippolito's going to dive in. No, you don't, says Salenta, as Van Walstein gets through on Tuukka Tarponen. He and Simo Puhakka are desperate to get a decent finish under their belt after retiring in the second heat. Look at the marks that have been left on the circuit. Down on the start line there, the tyre marks that have been left. You can see that on the grid in the background. Shows you how much rubber they lay down. But Denner leads the race. Vigano's second from Puhakka. And then a bit of a gap back to Salenta as Puhakka sets the fastest lap of the race. So Simo Puhakka charging after Vigano. A very disappointed Sandro Holtzem, unable to complete the race distance. It's the biggest championship in karting, the KZ category. It's the toughest to win, but it's also the toughest to walk away from. Salenta, Ippolito, Van Walstein. This is the battle for fourth place. Big lunge on the inside. Traversanuto versus Gustafsson. Two former winners in KZ2, and now they're battling wheel to wheel here in the KZ category. Jorrit Pex and Adrien Renaudin lining up their own battles. Hiltbrand and Iglesias, former world champions, joining the fray. Ippolito all over the back of Salenta now. Francesco Salenta's really going to need to take a deep breath and hang on for it for dear life, because Ippolito and Van Walstein are going to throw everything at it. In through the hairpin. Still they duel for position. Not easy, this category at all. It is the toughest of the toughest. Milel tries to go through on Tarponen. Can't make it happen. They come through again, up towards the hairpin. In through 5. Tarponen holding off Milel and Traversanuto. 2 world champions, 3 world champions, all on track together. Tarponen, Milel, Traversanuto. They have all won world championship titles in the last 3 seasons. Big dive from Ippolito on the inside of Salenta. And he gets through on Senna Van Walstein, lining up the move as well. Senna Van Walstein trying to go for it on the inside of Salenta. Salenta's already blocked him. Look at Puhakka all over the back of Vigano. So Vigano in the 17, the Leclerc kart, in front of Simo Puhakka, the fastest man on track, the 51.07. So there's your leader, Denner. Then Vigano and Puhakka. So Vigano in second, Puhakka in third. Fastest man on track. And then up to fourth comes Paolo Ippolito. 5th position for Salenta. 6th place for Van Walstein, ahead of Tuukka Tarponen and Noah Milel. Then a little way back to Traversanuto and Jorrit Pex. Here's a big lunge from Van Walstein! Oh, he just about got away with that. He loses the place to Tarponen. But I tell you what, Van Walstein very nearly took himself out of the race there. He bailed out at the last possible moment. He was so lucky, the Dutchman. Tarponen all over the back of Salenta now. And he tries again to make the move. That is Traversanuto having got past Noah Milel into the first corner. So Traversanuto making light work of the world champion, the reigning world champion at that. Tuukka Tarponen closing up again on Salenta. He wants to get through. Ippolito long gone. Van Walstein trying to hold off Traversanuto now. So many championship winning talents in this KZ field. It really is the best of the best of the best. Denner out in front of Vigano and Pohaka. Fourth place Ippolito, bit of a gap back to Salenta. There's Tarpanen in the number 8, the Tony Kart, the reigning world champion in OK, giving it big guns in KZ. And definitely handling it with the legends of the sport, Tuukka Tarpanen. He looks like he's absolutely at home in KZ. Running in behind Francesco Salenta and ahead of Senna van Waalstein, who also steps up, but not from direct drive, from KZ2. So Vigano, 50.937. Working his craft here. Pushing hard. Down to the braking zone. It's so hard to get these karts around. This is so difficult. Emilion Denner leads the race. Vigano second. Pohaka third. Ippolito fourth. Salenta, Tarpanen, Van Waalstein, Travasanuto, Pex and Gustafsson. Hiltbrand is there in 11th place from Renaudin, Iglesias and Noah Milel. Juho Valtonen in 15th position ahead of Davide Fore and Lorenzo Camblese. Then Lundberg, Kramers, Orlando and Stan Pex. And into the pits to retire. We've got a retirement. I'm afraid it's Mario Lubick. So Mario Lubick has decided to come into the pits to retire the kart. He's not going to continue. That's very unfortunate, but the German driver has gone as far as he can go. Travasanuto now dialing in Senna van Waalstein. This is the guy he raced against at Kristianstad last year for the KZ2 International Super Cup. Now they're both in KZ and racing against each other again. Van Waalstein hanging on in front of Travasanuto. Travasanuto hungry for the overtake. Just waiting for his opportune moment. Genk hasn't been the most sensational track for Travasanuto over the past few years, but he's certainly making as much out of it as he can this weekend. Denner is now just 0.8 of a second in front of Vigano and 1.1 ahead of Pohaka. He's controlling the pace. He doesn't need to push too hard here. He's got to think about the superheat tomorrow as well. You don't want to overwork the tyres. No need for lap records. Just bring it home. Tarpanen still biting and chomping away at the rear bumper of Francesco Salenta in the hope that he can storm by. 50.8 for Paolo Ippolito, now the fastest lap of the race. That is very comparable with their qualifying pace. Through the hairpin again, down the straight, up to Cafe Corner. Tarpanen just trying to lean in on Salenta, see if he can get a gap opening up. Nothing yet. He's just got to take his time about this. He doesn't want to launch in when it's doubtful. Denner, Vigano, Pohaka. The top three remains unchanged. They stay within 7/10. Denner just eking out enough of a gap when he has to. Not a lot of pressure on the Sony kart driver's shoulders here. But this is going to be extraordinary. A fascinating battle for the contenders as Matteo Vigano hangs on in front of Simo Pohaka. This is going to be one heck of a battle tomorrow. You can just sense that there's already a lot of intrigue building up here. So we're definitely going to see some really exciting battles from the continuation of this battle as they continue to move forward. Absolutely extraordinary just how much there has been in terms of pressure. So they continue to make good work of it. The final lap begins. And I think for the first time all weekend, Emilion Denner now suddenly realises how close he is to winning the first round of the European Championship. In the entirety of the KZ journey at this level, Sony Kart has never won a European title since the first KZ1 category in 2007. And even prior to that, Sony Kart never got a European title. They won world titles and World Cups, but they never won the European Championship. This is turning into quite an astonishing opportunity for Emilion Denner, who could go on to become the first Frenchman to win the European title at this level since Ivan Muller in 1986. 36 years ago, Emilion Denner crosses the line. 3 out of 3 for the Frenchman for Sony Kart. The dream is just about to become reality. It's not there yet. They've got a superheat and a final to do, but it's definitely going about it the right way. We won't know, of course, until Cremona, but certainly if it keeps going like this, Sony Kart may be about to make history. Their first European gearbox title. is definitely looking like a potential possibility now. 3 wins from 3 starts and the pole position in time qualifying. You'd be a fool to bet against them in their current form. But can they maintain that form? Emilion Denner in front of Matteo Vigano and Simo Pohaka. 0.6 of a second between them all at the flag. So it's not done yet. There's still more to do. And in KZ in particular, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. And she hasn't even taken centre stage yet. Awesome work from Emilion Denner. 3 from 3. Second for Matteo Vigano. Third for Simo Pohaka. Then Paolo Ippolito, Francesco Salenta, and Tukka Tapanen. Senna van Walstein from Lorenzo Travasanuto. Jorrit Pex and Victor Gustafsson. Pedro Hilbrand ahead of Adrien Renaudin and Jeremy Iglesias. Noah Milel ahead of Lorenzo Camplese and Juho Valtonen. Davide Fore in 17th place ahead of Alessandro Irlando. Then Douglas Lundberg in 19th place ahead of Marijn Kramers. And then Stan Pex in front of Simon Connor Prim and Louis Speck. Gianni Andresani, Johan Sogel, Gavin Lulette and Ben Doer from Nicolo Cogato. Tim Metz and Louis Bonsaudo. Just the 2 retirements from the race, Mario Lubick and Sandro Holzem, with of course the news that Riccardo Longhi is disqualified from the competition for removing and replacing his front fairing back to its original position at the end of qualifying Heat 2. Big drama. So we're guaranteed a new European champion, that's for sure. And whatever happens, we're definitely going to have an exciting battle when we get to Cremona, but we have to finish off the battle in Genk first. The KZ drivers will be back for their super heats tomorrow morning, for their super heat, I should say. But now we know it's going to be Emilion Denner that will start from pole position for that race. Now comes the KZ2 for their 5th and final race per driver. And let's hear from one of the drivers who's been giving us plenty of entertainment through the course of the weekend for Switzerland and for the Tony Kart Racing Factory team, Jean Louillet.
I'm feeling good. I do a lot of tests with my brother Samuel and all the team. We work really hard, and this season I like the track. Every race is difficult because all drivers are strong, and but everyone do his best, and we see what happens. Yeah, KZ2 is more harder because we have a lot of weight on the kart and the gearbox. We need to change the gear all the time. And the race is more competitive, I think, because you can go straight, go outside. It's really different than the other category. Genk is a perfect track, I like, for KZ. For me, it's one of the best tracks of this season for KZ. Because some tracks are too little. Too straight, it's difficult to overtake. But there we have a lot of possibility, and for me we can do a good thing. Yeah. I see a lot of new drivers who come from OK, and for me they can go really fast there because it's a large track and a lot of different lines you can take here. And brake harder, brake before. Me, I want a really competitive race. I don't want one driver go very fast and the other one. I want to do race. I love racing. So yeah, I want to overtake, to do overtaking. I want a lot of move.
Excellent to hear from Jean Louillet, and what a performance he's been giving us over the course of the weekend thus far. Plenty of drama still to come from them. So we're going to see how things will continue. The battles are going to be very interesting indeed as the competition continues in KZ2. 1 minute board goes up, and for the man on pole position, this is the chance to get the clean sweep. Tom Louillet knows that if he can beat Marcus Kayak and the other drivers behind him, then he is guaranteed the first pole position of the first super heat. So this is definitely an important opportunity for him. He wants to tie all of those little opportunities up in a neat little bow and finish it off in fine style. But it's easier said than done. That's the problem. There's always going to be so many battles to take into consideration in this very close field. So Tom Louillet knows that it's very easy to talk about winning 5 in a row. It's much harder to actually get the job done. He has the flawless clean sheet at the moment, not a single point dropped. 4 wins from 4 starts. To make it 5, he's got to beat Marcus Kayak, who's only dropped 1 race all weekend. 3rd position for him in the previous heat. But can he get the job done? And what can Chris Harnan do from 3rd position alongside Robert Kindervater? Where will they end up? How will it all play out? Time to find out. So for qualifying Heat B versus C, it's Tom Lulette and Marcus Kayak from Chris Harnan and Robert Kindervater, Alessio Piccini and Thomas Schippers from Jean Luyet and Jean Nomblot, from Christian Habulin and Giuseppe Palomba, Felix Arnold and Matteo Spergel from Corentin Rousseau and Moritz Ebner, Luca Schecker and Jacob Bergmeister from Carles Martinez and Valentino Fritsch, Robin Glerum and Martin van Leuven from Dylan Davies and Paul Ribera, Jakob Wojcik and Rasmus Janssen, Lucas Reybok and Rowan Grinviz from Jeremy Potain, Ken Algrup, Nicholas Schefter and Axel Bengtsson. Now once again we don't seem to have Lucas Reybok out on the circuit. I wonder if he's had a problem or something not quite worked out for Lucas Reybok over the course of the day. We'll have a look at that and investigate a little bit later, I gather, but that's obviously really going to impede his chances of a decent grid position for the Superheat, if he indeed makes it that far, because let's not forget that there are only 72 places available to get through to the Superheats. 36 drivers will compete in each, and then only 36 drivers total will make it through to the final on Sunday afternoon. But for Tom Lulette, if he can win this race, he will get the perfect 5, and that will put him in pole position for the Superheat, guaranteed. But even if he doesn't get the win, he can still finish in the top 3 and have it done for him. So even if Marcus Kayak beats him, it's not a panic for Tom Lulette. If he finishes 3rd, then he can get the job done. Consequently, if Marcus Kayak can win this heat, he is guaranteed to be in the Super Pole for one of the 2 Super Heats. So Tom Lulette and Marcus Kayak are bidding to clinch pole position. But if Kayak finishes 2nd or lower, then it could be David Trevelov that gets the job done if he wins his heat a little later on. So there's a lot at stake, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Lulette and Kayak in this one. Trevelov will be hoping that something happens to not just one, but both of them in this race to improve his chances of getting the pole position. It's a tough situation, a very tough battle. And that's KZ2. Such a competitive form of racing this. It is brutal, it is physically demanding, it is ruthless, it is high octane pressure. And it doesn't get a lot better than this. Lulette and Kayak on the front row of the grid. Harnan and Kindervater, Piccini and Sipers. Lulette, Nomblot, Habulin, Palomba, Arnold, Spergel, Rousseau and Ebner. Schecher, who is one of the leading wildcards, although the leading wildcard in this grid is Thomas Sipers. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, in position on the starting gantry. It's up to him when we go racing, as the competitors get themselves into position. And the drivers are there in position, just getting themselves dialed into the last couple of grid spots. There is the green flag from the back of the grid. Now we'll go racing. The race director queuing them up with the lights coming on. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes! And it's a tough start, but it's Kayak who beats Lulette off the line. Perfect start for Marcus Kayak. So Tom Lulette is going to have to work with it. We've got a spinner already at turn 1. One of the Birolats goes around. That is Leonardo Marcelli, I do believe. No, that's Palomba. That is Palomba. Giuseppe Palomba again in trouble. This time he goes around to the back. There's always one heat in a weekend that Palomba gets spat out of. Oh, and there's a problem there for one of the Energy Course carts. That is Rasmus Janssen. So Janssen goes clean off at turn 5. And I thought we saw a bit of an issue there for one of the Maranello carts having an issue there as well. I think Felix Arnold was having a little bit of a cross-up coming out of the hairpin. So the drivers skate through on the first lap. They know this is their last chance. They know it's now or never. Tom Lulette going for the lead in the final turn on Kayak, and he gets through. Well, just a slight blip then for Tom Lulette. That's all it was, as he gets back past Marcus Kayak to take the lead. Now, can Kayak get back on terms with him? Or is Tom Lulette going to bang in a couple of qualifying laps now and disappear? Well, that's the only mistake Tom Lulette has made all weekend. Yellow flags flying at turn 5 for Rasmus Janssen's machine. But what an opportunity that was for Marcus Kayak, and it's just slipped through the fingers. Tom Lulette has already got it done. Meanwhile, That's Chris Haanen getting past Robert Kinderwater. So Chris Haanen up in a third position now, the Dutchman chasing after Lulet and Kayak. And here comes Piccini, having a look on the inside. Oh, so nearly a collision. They just got away with it. Kinderwater and Piccini side by side down to the final turn. Piccini trying to get the switcheroo out of the final hairpin. Down the straight, side by side. And again, he has to hang back. Can he go for it into turn one? Yes, he can. The much more conventional overtaking move works out for Piccini. So, Alessio Piccini gets through past Robert Kinderwater. That's more like it. That was always going to be a very brutal battle between those two. But Robert Kinderwater has to let Alessio Piccini go. Sixth place for Sipers, then Luyet, Abulin, Nomblo and Ebner in the top 10 in front of Jacob Bergmeister and Valentino Fritsch. Some extraordinary racing in the midfield. They all know this is their last chance to come up with a decent result before the super heats. As up the inside, Jean Luyet gets through now on Thomas Sipers. So Thomas Sipers has to let Jean Luyet into the position. 72 drivers gunning 4 positions out on the circuit for the super heat tomorrow. There's going to be 17 drivers that will be dropped out of the competition by the time we get there. Up the inside. That's a wonderful move from Moritz Ebner. He dives in on Jean Nomblo, and it looks as though we're going to have a move from Jacob Bergmeister up next. Bergmeister's having his look for the inside line there, but there's still a stationary yellow flag, I do believe, on the run for Rasmus Janssen's car. They're trying to move it, I think. Either that or they've just left it to the side. I think it should be okay for the rest of the race now. So the battle's still very tight in the midfield. That's Valentino Fritsch trying to keep in front of Corentin Rousseau. So Corentin Rousseau trying to get through on the inside line. A big lunge to hold the inside line from Valentino Fritsch, the German star. Based out of Wackersdorf in Germany. That's his home circuit. Sadly, he doesn't get to race on home turf in 2022 for the European Championship. Bit of a gesture there from Christian Abulin to Thomas Sipers. Come on, stop racing me. Let's battle, but let's go forward. And a late move there from Jacob Bergmeister as he gets through on Jean Nomblo to get into the top 10. Solid work from Bergmeister. Took his time, picked his moment, got the job done. Now Valentino Fritsch trying to drop away as there is Chris Haanen closing up with Piccini on Kayak. So they are dropping the field behind them. Chris Haanen in third and Alessio Piccini in fourth are trying their best to catch up to Marcus Kayak, but Piccini has caught up to the Dutchman pretty quickly. And that looks to me like they've tried to put the fresh spares onto Chris Haanen's car after what happened in the previous heat. That would not at all surprise me. He seems to have a lot more grip and a lot more speed than he had before. So up to the first corner, can Piccini still get through regardless? Dives in, that'll do. Nice move from the Italian. And Chris Haanen just has to sit back in fourth position essentially and let it all happen. So Lulet, Kayak, Haanen, Piccini. But it's now Piccini ahead of Chris Haanen as they go onto the motorway straight. Hopping over the curbs and getting himself tight through the apexes. Excellent work all the way through so far. So this is definitely turning into an interesting battle. But what this does mean now, of course, is that Marcus Kayak in second position is going to drop behind David Trefilov in the rankings. He's going to drop to third position. That's going to put him second on the grid for the Superheat tomorrow, which is going to be on the wrong side of the grid as far as the Estonian is concerned. So he won't be too happy about that. And it's definitely going to be tough work for him as he continues on his way through. But Lulet in front of Kayak and Piccini, Haanen and Jean Luyet. Christian Abulin is going to have his bid to get through on the inside of Kinderwater. Oh, and, oh my goodness, that's 3 karts together there up at turn 1. That is the Ike's Racing Machine of Ken Alger, I think, who's got tangled up there with... now that's going to be Giuseppe Palomba out of it this time. And he's in there with Robin Glirum. So this time Giuseppe Palomba is out of the race for good. And that is absolutely catastrophic for the Italian. One of the leading contenders in KZ2. He's had the race from hell as up the inside. Abulin gets the run and makes the bid there to get through past Kinderwater. So the Croatian is into 6th position ahead of Robert Kinderwater. They pass the scene of the wreckage. The yellow flag's no longer required. But what a tough break this is for Giuseppe Palomba. Out of the race and very much down at the back of the field. He's going to have a very tough job qualifying high in the superheat tomorrow. That's, of course, providing he makes it there. He should do in terms of his consistency. He's been reasonable, but still, it's not a guarantee. So Tom Lulette in front of, well, that's going to be the move from Jean Luyet to get past Chris Harnan. Piccini having already got through. I didn't see where he did that, but Jean Luyet's got through to 4th place in front of the Flying Dutchman. But Chris Harnan now finds himself in P5, and we've got 4 laps to go. So it's not done yet, but Piccini is closing up on Kayak. Now Piccini could really set the Estonian heartstrings to their boots, because Piccini could send things from bad to worse for Marcus Kayak, and that would take the pressure off Trefilov just a little bit more as well. So he's got to hope that he's not going to make the bid, but Piccini slides in! Lovely overtake into turn 6. Alessio Piccini now in 2nd position. Superb. That really was magnificent. So Piccini now gets through in front of Marcus Kayak, and he's going to have to try and set off after the race leader up front, but surely with 1.9 seconds deficit, with 3 laps to go, I think it's fair to say that Tom Lulette is going to take it all, and he will get the pole position for the first superheat tomorrow, but it'll be between David Trevelov and Marcus Kayak as to who gets the second, and that'll all come down to what Trevelov does in his heat. So the battles will continue, and they will be tight, as always. But now we're going to get to see just how tough it's going to be for all of the drivers out there as they continue to make good work of things here at Genk. There is Chris Harnan falling into the clutches now of the Croatian Christian Habulin. It's still very competitive from Chris Harnan, but it's not quite the pace he wanted. There he is. Christian Habulin might make a good move on him very shortly. He's got to try and hold this together as long as possible. He doesn't want to plummet like a stone in the way he did in the previous heat, but Abulin's going to make it easy. No, he's not. Chris Harnan dives across. Try again, my friend. Come up with something better, because I'm not going to let you go, especially now we've got 2 laps to go. I'm just going to go as far wide, as far left, as far right as I possibly can. So Chris Harnan hoping to hold on to at least 5th position. He's so good at placing the kart where it needs to go. He's cutting across on Abulin. He'll want to get the kart moved over. There you go. Just blocks the inside trajectory. Abulin is wise to it. Doesn't go for the overtake, but he hopes to get the undercut across. But Harnan is again able to place his kart right in the wrong place for Abulin to take advantage. So again, will he dive into Cafe? No, because Harnan's already dived. Oh, and side by side behind them, that's Kindervarter dueling away with Moritz Ebner. Moritz Ebner trying to get through. Round the outside comes Ebner. Can he tuck in for the exit of the final turn? He's going to get side by side. No, Kindervarter chops across the nose. Final lap begins. And for this man up front, for Tom Lulette, it's perfect. Absolutely, absolutely flawless. How on earth do you give him more superlatives than we've already given? Another fastest lap from Tom Lulette. The Leclerc by Lennox driver is making it very clear. Unless your name is Tom, you're not going to get a race victory this weekend against me. Absolutely extraordinary. Tom Lulette is going to be so delighted with the way this weekend has gone. 5 races, 5 heat wins. It doesn't happen often in KZ2 because it's ultra competitive. But Tom Lulette has danced his way to the victory 5 times over the weekend. And Tom Lulette is now, without a doubt, the favourite to get the job done in the superheat tomorrow morning and even in the final tomorrow afternoon. So it is now guaranteed Tom Lulette will end up with the pole for the first superheat. Excellent work. And that really does give him something to smile about going into the evening. So now we know 2 drivers are going to be in pole for their superheats, and they're both French. Emilien Denner in KZ and Tom Lulette in KZ2. So the tricolore is having an absolute rout at Belgium for the first round of the European Championship. Tom Lulette can really enjoy the moment tonight. The pressure's off. He's got 5 wins out of 5. And that really couldn't have gone any better if he tried to do it again. Second place for Piccini, third place for Kayak, and that will drop Kayak to 6 points accumulated. So he now falls behind David Trevelov. If Trevelov can finish first or second in his heat, it'll be the German for Marinello that gets the pole for the second superheat. Tom Lulette gets the win from Alessio Piccini and Marcus Kayak, from Jean Lier and Chris Harnan. Christian Abulin is ahead of Robert Kinderwarter and Moritz Ebner. Jacob Bergmeister ahead of Martin van Leuven. Valentino Fritsch is 11th in front of Matteo Spergel. Corentin Rousseau and Dylan Davies from Paul Ribera and Thomas Schippers. Then Rowan Grinviz ahead of Carlos Martinez. 19th place goes the way of Jeremy Potain, who made up 8 places. Axel Bengtsson made up 10 places. Good work from him. Jacob Wojcik, Lukas Schecher, Nicholas Schefter, Felix Arnold and Jean Nomblo at the back after a very unfortunate race. But the retirements, there were some big ones. Giuseppe Palomba, Robin Gledham and Ken Algra all coming together at turn 1. Rasmus Janssen off on the first lap. And so too was Lucas Rybok out of the race before it even began. Well, there are only 2 races left here this weekend for the KZ2s in the build-up to the Super Heats. 2 more qualifying heats for KZ2 on this fabulous karting Genk circuit, and it really is a wonderful venue. You can see that the humidity's dropped just a little bit more now. The air temperature has actually remained the same, 23 degrees Celsius on this 1.36 kilometer clockwise configuration of a circuit. Pretty legendary here. They call it the home of champions, and with good reason. It's where the likes of Michael Schumacher, Jenson Button, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Sebastian Vettel and Charles Leclerc all honed their craft in the past. They really do call this place the home of champions with good reason. It has garnered some incredible talent over the years. And of course, it was only a couple of years ago, back in 2018, when Patrick Hayek won the World Championship on this very circuit in the World Championship running. And of course, that same day, that was when Matteo Vigano came through to win the KZ2 International Super Cup at the same time that the Spanish talent Mari Boya came through to win the Academy Trophy. It's had a great history, this place, and a great affinity with FIA Karting. So let's go around the circuit on an onboard lap. And we ride on board with Senna van Walstein, the Dutchman, for the Sodi Kart Factory team. Ploughing down the straight, flat on the throttle. Turn 1 is open initially, then it tightens as you go in through the hairpin. You've got to control the back of the car. Tyre wear can be heavy here. Through turn 2 and 3, stay off the curb on the first. On the second, you can bag a little. Then through turn 4 again, just a little bit of edge on the curb. Tighten in for the inside for turn 5 to hold the line. Then down the runway along the motorway straight. Big braking into turn 6, but you can carry a little bit of speed as it opens on the exit. Through the curb and then out through the double right apex, hugging the curb on the inside line as you go through. Then very tight through the hairpin. It goes on and on and on. Then back onto the short stretch. Big stop for Cafe. You've really got to tighten up the kart as it accelerates through. Try to stay off the curb on the inside apex as you go through the left-hander. You can catch a little. Then into the final turn. Central for the kart. Tighten in on the exit. Good traction means good speed. And that's the lap here at Karting Genk. And what a place to go racing it is. KZ2 has already demonstrated just how exciting this place is. Now, David Trevelov has a bit of pressure on his shoulders here. If he finishes first or second, David Trevelov will come through for pole position in the second superheat with Tom Lulette already booked to take his. But the man alongside him is creating a bit of a sensation and a bit of a whirl here this weekend. Arvid Lindblad, the Red Bull youngster for the SP Motorsport team. He's been one of the most impressive debutants I have ever seen in KZ2. He is currently ranked 6th overall, looking good to get a 3rd position on the starting grid for his second superheat, for the second superheat. That would be an amazing achievement for the British driver, and that would put him right in the hunt for the KZ2 final tomorrow. So he's got plenty of opportunities to make this one work, but there's a lot that can still happen in these 12 laps. And this is the penultimate race of the day, don't forget. There is one more race after this one for groups D versus E. And that's going to put Daniel Vasile alongside Dominic Reuters on the front row of that starting grid. So 12 laps of the circuit once again here in qualifying heat A versus F. And it'll be fascinating to see what David Trevelov and Arvid Lindblad will do on the run to the first corner. 2 very young, highly motivated contenders in KZ2. evenly matched in terms of one-lap pace, I would say, although Trevelov was the fastest in time qualifying. Lindblad was not far away from that at all. So it'll be fascinating. Lewinsky and Savico will be on the second row of the starting grid. Albanese could be strong from P5. Sam Luyet has been very impressive over the weekend. Otto Carbonell and Giorgio Carrara get another attempt to fight their way forward. It's going to be a fascinating race battle. It ain't done yet, folks. Qualifying Heat A versus F could seal the deal for David Trevelov or hand the Super Pole back to Marcus Kayak. It's definitely going to be one of those two that gets the second one. David Trevelov and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the grid from David Lewinsky and Jenis Savico. Then Danilo Albanese and Sam Luyet from Otto Carbonell and Giorgio Carrara. Marco Torman and Jesper Sjoberg from Alex Schmitz and Michael Rosina. Andrea Dalle and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Karl Lugashevsky and Kevin Stahauer from Michael Paparo and Tim Gerhards. Paavo Tonteri and Renzo Alibax from Ivan Klimenko and Lucas Vladic. Brandon Nilsson and David Jaramin from Salvatore Toscano and Florian Kibel. Adrian Janicki, Luigi Di Lorenzo and Yannick Himmels. 29 drivers, 12 laps, 1 out lap and 1 formation lap of this 1.36 kilometre course just to get them bedded in. And then, of course, it is up to the race director, Nigel Edwards, once they're all in position and they are gunning for the pole position in the superheat tomorrow. David Trevelov is the only driver in this field who can take it away from Marcus Kayak. No one else is going to be able to do so. Mathematically, Trevelov can get this done if he finishes first or second. He can lose to Arvid Lindblad or anyone else for that matter and still get the pole for the second superheat if he finishes in second place. First or second will do for Trevelov. But for everybody else, this is a chance to raise the stakes. As it stands at the moment, Kayak and Imborg would be on the front row of the heat for their superheats. Jenis Savico is looking likely to be third on the grid for his superheat tomorrow. But then so too is Arvid Lindblad. If Lindblad can beat Savico, he might just elevate himself up a little higher. Because at the moment, Savico has 11 points, as does Thomas Imborg. But Imborg is currently fourth ahead of Savico based on how much stronger he was in time qualifying. Lindblad has accumulated 15 points, Pescador has 17 and Sam Luyet has 19. So it's looking really good for the Red Bull youngster. He could very much be top 6. And top 6 on the grid is about as good as it gets for the young 14-year-old. He was only cleared to race on Thursday this week after the earlier concerns from the doctors that his injuries sustained at Franciacorta might not be good to risk. But he was given the all clear on Thursday. And I'm sure Papa Lindblad is very, very proud of what Arvid Lindblad has created so far this weekend. He is right there in the hunt. Even when things were looking pretty negative, he's bounced back in style. And he's right there in the top 6 with a chance to get on the podium yet again. But this time in KZ2. What a story that would be. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, getting himself ready for the battle ahead. All he has to do is command them all to get going, and then they will charge forward to turn 1 once more for the penultimate time this weekend. So the drivers are in position, battling away, and the contenders are ready. The green flag at the back of the field. Now we can get the lights on and go out racing. Here we go! Great start from Trevelov. Not a fantastic start from Lindblad. Oh, and off the road goes one of the Sodis. Just a little bit of contact between 2 or 3 cars there as they get to position, but fortunately, everybody gets through. That could end up being a bit of a warning. We've got a slight slide in the back of the field, but everybody's still pointing in the right direction. But David Trevelov is your leader. Second place for Lewinsky. Third is Albanese. Fourth is Sam Luyet. Where's Arvid Lindblad? He's down in about 10th position, so at least it's still a race on for him, but it definitely didn't start the way he wanted to. Just a little bit sluggish on the start again. So easy for that to fall apart in KZ2 racing. And look at Trevelov. He's already defending from Lewinsky as Albanese and Sam Luyet are trying to crowd him as they come through. But Trevelov is just trying to dial himself into a rhythm, and then he'll start to push. But for the moment, that means he needs to be defensive. He doesn't want Lewinsky to come through. So Lewinsky, oh, run wide for Trevelov. Trevelov runs incredibly wide. He's lost out to first Lewinsky and Albanese. That's a rare mistake from Trevelov. Maybe just the pressure and the intensity of the occasion has got to the German. Either that or something's not quite right. He dives back again for Albanese. Back in a second position. Wow, what a comeback. Oh, and there's 2 cots off the road. 2 cots off the road, that's a big one. That is one of the LGKs, I'm afraid. That is the 371 off the road, and that is Kevin Stahauer. Pavel Tonteri in trouble as well. So Pavel Tonteri's gone off the road in the first corner. So Tonteri's out of it. And there's a couple more involved. Brandon Nilsson's not come through. Oh, and that is the 350 parked up. That, I'm afraid, is game over for Yannick Julius Bernhardt. So, crazy KZ2 heat, this one. As David Trevelov sets off in pursuit of David Lewinsky. And that's Albanese trying to squeeze back past Giorgio Carrara. And that's worked out, but my goodness, it's got pretty tricky out there for all concerned. As into the pits comes one of the CRGs. I think that is game over for Brandon Nilsson, or is that Kevin Stahauer coming into the pits? Certainly Stahauer has come through after a very lackluster second sector, and I think he's parked it for the day. So Lewinsky in front of Trevelov. Looks like Kevin Stahauer has actually recovered the kart, but it's Marco Torman who's out. Yannick Julius Bernhardt is out as Lindblad gets past Savico. So Arvid Lindblad fighting his way back into contention. He's 5th place now, and that's going to put him 7th in the interim rankings. So Lindblad, despite dropping back earlier on, he's fighting back. He's not done yet. He's got 9 laps to go, and Lindblad is just going for it. This is great driving from Lindblad. Yes, he had the problem on the start, but he is bouncing back in style. So Sam Luyet now running in 3rd position behind David Trevelov, who is closing up on David Lewinsky. The race leader is Lewinsky, then Trevelov, Luyet, Albanese, Lindblad, Savico, and then it is Carrara in front of Rosina. Still the battles rage out on track. We've lost Nilsson, Tonteri, Julius Bernhardt and Torman. Those are the retirements so far. But Lindblad is closing up again now on his teammate Danilo Albanese. Well, I say teammate, he's actually in the satellite team, whereas Danilo Albanese is in the Factory Car Republic Motorsport team, but that's the slight difference. They're both using the same chassis and same engine, so to a certain degree there will be a little bit of potential sportsmanship, I guess, but perhaps not. Because Albanese wants to win just as much as Lindblad does. He needs to salvage his weekend a little bit here. So Lindblad looking for an opportunity here to close up again on Albanese. He's still got time, don't panic. Plenty of time to get this back. 8 laps to go. Lindblad running in 5th position, looking at 7th place at the moment. Just getting 1 point less than Daniel Vasile, but he dives in on Albanese at Cafe Corner. Arvid Lindblad into 4th position. He's not done yet, folks. He's still pushing. This is why Red Bull have backed him. This is why he is Britain's best chance of a KZ2 European champion. This is how good he really is. Mega, absolutely mega. So he's into 4th position, and that now puts him 6th in the interim rankings. That's going to put him 3rd on the grid for the 2nd superheat. He sets the fastest lap of the race, and he's not done yet. He's going after Sam Luyet for 3rd now. Arvid Lindblad, where is he getting all of this from? He's even stronger than he was before his accident back in February. He is a different racing driver. He was amazing before. Now he's absolutely extraordinary. Thank you very much. 3rd position. What a showman. Arvid Lindblad storming back, and he's in 3rd position. Wow, this kid knows no limits at all. And he is charging back into contention. 3rd position for Arvid Lindblad. That'll do nicely, thanks very much. Now, David Trevelov is back into contention to get his pole position for the superheat, because there he is in 2nd. He's trying to catch up to Lewinsky, but he doesn't even have to beat him. That's the thing, he can stay in 2nd place, and he is still in a solid position. Lindblad doesn't have to catch the 2 guys in front either. He can stay in 3rd place, and that will put him 6th in the points rankings, which will give him, at very worst, 3rd on the grid for Superheat 2. Very worst. What a performance from Arvid Lindblad. Who would have thought that he could come straight out of the blocks as a rookie in KZ2 and be straight up there in the top 5. Just astonishing. Especially when you consider some of his other OK counterparts that have made the switch and not been able to make the same impact. But that is how good Arvid Lindblad really is. A big battle here. This is Carrara trying to get through on Danilo Albanese. And you've got Michael Rossina really starting to make an impression now. So Carrara and Rossina are starting to make their impression as Lindblad gets another fastest lap under his belt. A 51.5 for him. Carrara trying to keep Rossina behind him. So Rossina is just trying to level his opportunities now. So Rossina gaining ground on Giorgio Carrara, but Carrara is hoping to put the Lenzo car into a solid position as he continues on his way. Oh, Jenny Savico losing ground as Carbonell gets through. Savico, it's all falling apart at the seams for the Modena driver. Round the outside as Schmitz and Dale go wheel to wheel. Dale's trying to get through, but Schmitz is the one who gets ahead first. And that is Rossina trying to get back through on Carbonell, but he hasn't been able to make it work. Well, Carrara holding on in front of Rossina. Carbonell is the man behind, in fact. Lindblad, another fastest lap, 51.4. He clearly doesn't want to be told, I don't have to catch the guys in front. I'm going to make the point. I'm going to. Excellent from Arvid Lindblad. But Lindblad could actually cause an upset here. If he overtakes Trefilov, then Trefilov is going to lose pole for the second superheat. So Lindblad could actually end up becoming the Maranello team's public enemy #1 here. He's closing right up on Trefilov. Trefilov's having to push it now. 3 laps to go. And Lindblad's got a run on him. Lindblad's got a run on Trefilov. Here we go. Turn 1. Will he dive in? Trefilov protects. He has to. He knows he has to. He's got to be first or second if he wants pole for the superheat. So this has become a defensive tactical race now for Trefilov. Holding it in front of Lindblad. What can Lindblad do in response? He gets up alongside. Lindblad's still going for it. Trefilov moves across. The back end steps out. Lindblad gets another fastest lap in. Can the British driver get past the German? No British driver has ever been European champion in KZ2. Can Arvid Lindblad make history? He's working hard at it here. He's definitely looking hungry behind David Trefilov. That's the man who got pole position in qualifying, don't forget. You're not just battling with anyone, Arvid. Down the main straight. Into turn 1 again. 2 to go. Trefilov parks the bus on the inside apex. Not a lot of traction. Lindblad on the inside. Masterful. Such a move from Arvid Lindblad. Where did he pull that from? No conviction, no hesitation, full commitment. And Lindblad gets in a second place. Heartbreak for David Trefilov. There goes the Super Bowl. Because that's going to drop him to 3rd in the rankings behind Marcus Kayak. Kayak's going to be absolutely delighted. But Lindblad storms into second place. He's going to run out of time, I think, before he gets to Lewinsky. But that doesn't mean he isn't going to try. Lindblad is on it. He's got a point to prove. And he's got the gap down to half a second. He's taken 3/10 out of Lewinsky in 1 sector. What if he does that for the next 2 sectors? He'll be on him. The last lap. And Lindblad is still pushing hard. What if he could storm past Lewinsky? He's getting closer and closer and closer. Into the final sectors of the lap then. And Lindblad is just hunting down Lewinsky. He's right on him. What if he makes the bid into Cafe? Lewinsky still thinks he's got the win on a silver plate. But will Lindblad try? Not close enough, but he might just go in the final bend. Can Lindblad steal the moment of glory? He's looking at it. He's going for it! He's got it! Unbelievable! Lindblad takes the win in the final bend! Oh, take a bow! Arvid Lindblad! What a hero! Is that not the single greatest KZ2 qualifying heat drive in the dry that you have ever seen? Oh my goodness! Arvid Lindblad on his KZ2 debut has us stunned, absolutely stunned. I never, ever, ever thought he was going to win that one. I'll be honest. I didn't think he had it in him. I'm delighted to be proven wrong. Extraordinary. Well, it's rare that a British driver can leave you flawless and speechless in KZ2. We've waited years for a KZ2 European champion from Great Britain. Is this the year? Still a long way to go. But Lindblad proving the point, and now he bags 5th in the interims rankings with the drive of the day. Lindblad victorious from David Lewinsky ahead of David Trevelov and Sam Luyer, Giorgio Carrara, Michael Rossina, Artur Carbonell and Alexander Schmitz ahead of Danilo Albanese and Andrea Dale. Jenis Civico is 11th in the end. That's going to hurt. Jesper Sjoberg in 12th from Luigi Di Lorenzo and Michael Paparo. Renzo Alibax ahead of Karl Lukaszewski from Florian Kibel and Tim Gerhards. 19th for Adrian Janicki in front of Salvatore Toscano, Yannick Himmels and Ivan Klimenko. Lukas Vladic in front of David Yarmin and Kevin Stehauer. But there were a lot of retirements in that one. Paavo Tonteri, Marco Toiman, Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Brandon Nilsson all off on the second lap of the race. But that all seems utterly insignificant after what we've just witnessed from the Kart Republic sensation in the Standpex Motorsport squad. The Red Bull youngster, Arvid Lindblad, came to battle, and boy was he showing off out there. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. That means, though, that Marcus Kayak will take the second pole position for the second superheat. So it's Lullier and Kayak that will be pole position in the superheats tomorrow morning in the KZ2 battle. While I catch my breath, we should hear from the other man who's put on a sensational show as a new boy in KZ2, charging his way through in the earlier heat from the back of the grid to make up 19 places. The Italian for Birolart, who may have just found his niche in FIA karting, Christian Bertucca.
I feel really good with my chassis, with my team and all my engineers. And when I drive in OK, Maciek follows me, gives me engines. They're pretty good. And for now, we are having no problems with them. And we are having good performance in the track. We had some issue the last week, but now we solved them and we try to keep up. And now, my first race with KZ is the European Championship here at Genk. And I say thanks to my team to give me this opportunity, and even my engineer VT Racing, I thank to him too, and my sponsor that are following me. It's really difficult to race with 90 people from different countries, all competitive drivers that I know. And everyone wants to win, so everything can happen in the track. You can win, you can lose, you can arrive last. Everything can happen. KZ2 is more difficult from arms or ends because you have to drive more with one end on the wheel and one end on the gear. I think Sector 1 is pretty good because of the first braking point is a bit open, and you have to leave a bit of space because for do the good trajectory you need to take a bit more speed. But even Sector 2 and Sector 3 are pretty good to overtake. It's competitive, this track for KZ. I think the style of KZ, it's a lot difficult to learn at the start, but if you learn it fast, you can really go fast, because for being an OK driver going to KZ, you use as much as trajectory you can because of OK, but it gives you a lot of speed than the other drivers that maybe are years on KZ.
Well, Christian Bertucca has been mightily impressive despite not getting the qualifying lap at all in yesterday's qualifying practice series. He's had to start every race this weekend from the back of the grid, but boy, has he managed to make an impression from there. He certainly hasn't finished any of his races in dead last this weekend. He has charged his way through. In the previous heat, he actually managed to come back to 10th position from 30th on the starting grid. It's absolutely phenomenal. In this KZ2 field, that really does show just how quick Christian Bertucca has the potential to be. So this weekend, it'll almost be a bit of a write-off for him in terms of where he can end up, because it's going to be very difficult to predict where he can actually finish up after all of this. But certainly in terms of his potential to move forward, there's actually a lot to come from Christian Bertucca, and I have a feeling that he could well follow in the footsteps of the likes of Riccardo Longhi and Marijn Kramers in years to come. We could well see Christian Bertucca become part of the KZ factory team in the Birolart outfit. He's certainly, with this debut, singing from all the right notes on all the right hymn sheets at the moment. It looks pretty positive for him at this point. But now, for the last time today, KZ2 will go racing, and it'll be Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, that will go off pole position for the DR Racing Kart squad, and Dominic Reuters of Germany that will be on the front row of the grid from Tim Troger and Thomas Imburg. Jorge Pescador and Arthur Lehuc from Ivan Ekelchik and Linus Lagerstrom. And this is basically for the best of the rest title. Behind the top three, Lulet, Kayak and Trefilov, we've got Thomas Imburg. Now, this is interesting. If Thomas Imburg can finish in the top three, then he is going to stay fourth position. If he doesn't, then Arvid Lindblad could actually move up to fourth in the interim rankings with that second win. So anything's still possible. It all depends on what happens in this qualifying heat. But Daniel Vasile and Dominic Reuters on the front row of the grid from Tim Troger and Thomas Imburg. Then Jorge Pescador and Arthur Lehuc from Ivan Ekelchik and Linus Lagerstrom. Seljan Gelasin and Oscar Target. Paul Lucier and Norton Andreasen from Flint Schuring and Andrea Bossetto. Fabrizio Rosati and Leonardo Marcellia from Alexandru Iancu and Alex Marigliano. Sim Liedmar and Kasper Nadolski from Matthias Simonini and Sived Moilant. Antoine Babarou and Ronnie Tabakovic from Albin Carlson and Tom Adams. Nathan Schaap, Natalia Balbo, Christian Bertucca and Henry Johnstone. So once again, Bertucca will go off the back row of the grid. Just in front of him is another very impressive Italian who has made some good progress over the course of the weekend. Natalia Balbo, she had a horrifying qualifying session. No pace whatsoever, no clear lap, a lot of traffic to deal with. She was very unhappy. And the CRG driver has been fighting back ever since. She made up 12 places in one of her heats, I think. So she's definitely on the fight back into contention. All she wants to do this weekend is make it to the final. And hopefully with a decent race, which she could have in this one, she's got a chance to do that. But all eyes turn to the Romanian, Daniel Vasile, who is still in the top 10 of the rankings at the moment. He has the same number of points accumulated as Jean Luyet, but there's pressure on him here to win this heat. He really does need to get the job done if he's going to stay on the second row of the starting grid for the super heat. Because if he adds any more points to his tally, then he's in jeopardy of falling out of the top 10 of the interim rankings. It's so close from about 7th place downwards. Vasile has 21, so does Jean Luyet, and they've got about 6 or 7 drivers within a handful of points behind them, so it could all unravel in this final qualifying heat. Thomas Imburg is just trying to hang on to 4th position. He has 11 points. The next man in the rankings is Arvid Lindblad on 15 now. So if at all possible, Thomas Imburg can finish in the top 4, and he's currently going to be starting in 4th place, then he has a chance of hanging on to his position. Mind you, actually, no, he's got to be top 3, because if he levels with points for Lindblad, then Lindblad will get the position over him because of how much faster he was in qualifying. So Thomas Imburg has to finish in this race in the top 3 if he wants to maintain 4th position. He can't get better than that, so he'll be second on the starting grid for the second super heat at best, but he's got to be in the top 3 in order to do that. For Vasile, only a win will do now, because he's obviously got a lot of pressure from the likes of Jean Luyet, who's already finished his race. He has to be level with him on points to maintain his 7th in the interim rankings. But Tim Troger, Dominic Reuters, Thomas Imburg, Jorge Pescador and Arthur Lehuc all have their own races and their own agendas to think about. Norton Andreasen's going to be one to watch. He's been charging his way through every time. And Leonardo Marcellia and Fabrizio Rosati are going to be in desperation mode to try and salvage something. Green flag at the back of the grid. Here we go. Into position. Lights come on. For the last time today here at Genk. Let's race! Great start from the pole setter. Vasile launches forward. Perfect start. No problem at all for him. And Troger and Imburg have managed to get through as well. So Imburg into second. And up to third comes Jorge Pescador in front of Tim Troger. So not a great start for Dominic Reuters once again, but this time everybody makes it clean through the first 4 corners. And there's only one pulling off at the back, I'm afraid. There is a retirement on the far part of the hairpin, although they are going to try and get going again by the look of it. That is the 329 of Christian Bertucca. All that hard work has just come undone. What a shame for Christian Bertucca. He's touring in. Well, frustration for Christian Bertucca, but he's proved his point this weekend with some amazing fighting drives earlier on. But this is really going to hamper his chances of getting a decent starting point if he even makes the final. Now Imborg has got pressure from Pescador and Truga. And what about Le Hook, who has managed to get into 5th place in front of Lagerstrom and Andreasen? What's happened to Reuters? He's down behind Ekelchik. In fact, Dominic Reuters actually has an investigation flag, so maybe he jumped the start. And obviously then having to get back on the brakes to stop himself. Maybe he's thwarted his own start there, essentially. As into the pits to retire comes Christian Bertucca. That's so unfortunate. He's had a great race weekend comeback after a bitter qualifying performance, and it really didn't deserve to end like that. Tim Truga sliding in. Very nearly bangs wheels with Jorge Pescador. Just gets off the throttle in time. Meanwhile, further back, he's going to have another go. Oh, he was having to defend there to cover off Leroux, but unfortunately with Le Hook trying to come through, he didn't really have too many options there. As now Linus Lagerstrom is battling away with Norton Andreasen, and I think Andreasen may have got the move. Yes, he did. So Norton Andreasen up to P6 now in front of Linus Lagerstrom, who is trying his best to hold off Ekelchik and Reuters down the back straight. Truga still tucked up behind Pescador. On the inside comes the Kachel kick. So Ekelchik now moves past as Dominic Reuters has his problems. So it looks like Andrea Bassetto has had a problem on the first sector. Didn't quite see what happened to Andrea Bassetto, but he's lost ground as Truga again tries to get past Jorge Pescador, and again is thwarted. Le Hook is going to make the dive on the inside. Thank you very much. You didn't shut the door in time there, I'm afraid, Tim. So now Tim is going to try and get back in on Arthur Le Hook. Meanwhile, up in front, Pescador's trying to get past Imborg. But Thomas Imborg wants to maintain his 4th place in the rankings. He does not want to lose ground. He wants to start from the front row of the grid for the superheat. It's a great position to be in. Anything can happen. It's not quite the same as in OK when you're on the rolling start and you're on the worst side of the grid. KZ, you're actually in a preferential position on that side because that's where all the rubber is. So on the racing line, on the standing start, you can actually get a little bit more grip. Thomas Imborg and Jorge Pescador battling for 2nd place, but Imborg does not want to fall to 3rd place. He wants to guarantee his position in 4th in the rankings here. Pescador wants to get as much as he can out of it. He's currently looking at P6. Daniel Vasile, though, is out in front, charging away. This is what the Romanian needed, and that's a problem. 2 karts have come together there. Now that, I'm afraid, is game over for Sim Liedmar and Alex Marigliano. So there's Liedmar walking away. So Liedmar in trouble. And that's Pescador in front of Imborg. So Pescador's got past Thomas Imborg. Now we're in some difficulty as far as Imborg is concerned. He cannot afford to lose another place to Leroux. So that could be a real problem as Arthur Leroux is right in behind him. And if he loses one more place, then Lindblad is going to go onto the front row of the grid for the superheat. This is going to be tight. Yellow flags flying at Cafe Corner for the incident between Liedmar and Marigliano. So their race is over. Very unfortunate. But now they can go green flag racing again. And that's another retirement. That is the Guard Republic of Fabrizio Rosati. He really has had a nightmare weekend. And yet again, he is left disappointed. As Arthur Lehouk is about to send Thomas Imborg's heart plummeting to his boots if he gets through. Because that's going to put him down in 3rd on the grid. He wants to have a clear path to the front row. He wants to have a clear path to the first corner. And Tim Droga is going to try and get through. He makes it. Well, that helps out Imborg. As Droga gets through, now Norton Andreasen is lining up a charge on Arthur Lehouk. So Andreasen wants a crack at it. That really has saved Thomas Imborg over a little bit longer in 3rd position. As Oscar Target sweeps around the outside of his teammate there. So Oscar Target battling away with Leonardo Marcellia, and Andreasen on the inside of Lehouk. That'll do. The Swedish driver gets by, and now Lehouk has got to hang on in front of Ivan Ikelchik. The door left open there briefly for Dominic Reuters. Oh, and up over the top, a spin from Lussier. Paul Lussier just gets a little bit too close to the back bumper of Dominic Reuters, and it pitches him around. Oh, such a shame for Paul Lussier. He's had a day a bit like that today. But Thomas Imborg is now in full defensive mode, trying to keep Tim Troeger's behind him. So Vasile is on his own out front. The Romanian looking good to seal 7th in the rankings with a win. But now look, Thomas Imborg knows that for these last 5.5 laps, he has to keep 3rd place. He doesn't want to lose this. He doesn't want to fall off the front row of the grid for the superheat, because the lower down you start, the more likely you are to be in the trouble zones when you get to turn 1. Here comes Troeger. No problem at all. Andreasen will get through as well. Oh, for Thomas Imborg, this is so frustrating. But for Arvid Lindblad, this is going to be deep, deep joy, because he's going to be elevated and promoted up to 4th in the rankings. That will be the front row of the grid for the superheat. It couldn't be better for Lindblad. It's heartbreak for Imborg unless he can get back past Troeger and Andreasen. But it looks like the Sony kart just doesn't seem to have the edge it had earlier on. So for Vasile, out in front, the Romanian is having a perfect race. 1.3 seconds in front of Jorge Pescador, with 4 laps to go at the end of this one. There is Lehouk as he tries to shake off Ivan Ikelchik. But Thomas Imborg is the next man that he will try and overtake. But he's got to try and keep Ikelchik at bay. So Ivan Ikelchik is going to try and make his bid to get past the very talented Artur Lehouk. And this race is kind of for the honour of the wildcards as well, because you've got Lehouk in 6th, Ikelchik is 7th, Reuters is 8th, Lagerstrom is 9th. So 4 very talented wildcards there, battling for position. And in a very close proximity to each other as well. Ikelchik tightens right up behind Artur Lehouk. But Artur Lehouk for the CBB Sport team just trying to keep himself neatly in position. Ivan Ikelchik is working hard to try and get one over on him. They battle down to the hairpin. But there's Daniel Vasile. And Daniel Vasile is actually getting caught now by Jorge Pescador. The gap comes down to a second. But there is Tim Troeger versus Norton Andreasen. 2 drivers that we're not going to see in the top 8 no matter what happens. But still, they want to prove a point here. Tim Troeger and Norton Andreasen battling for 3rd position. Norton Andreasen getting very close, having set the fastest lap of the race. Now he wants to get into 3rd position in this heat. He's going to have to work for it. Tim Troeger is not an easy driver to overtake. So just 25 of the 30 drivers that started this race still going. We've lost Christian Brotuca, Fabrizio Rosati, Alex Marigliano, Sim Liedmar and Paul Lussier. There is the battle further back. This is the queue that's forming behind Imborg. This is not looking good for Thomas Imborg at all. There's Jorge Pescador, still steady at a second back from Daniel Vasile. So Pescador looking strong in 2nd place for the CRG team. This will do him every power of good. This will put him 3rd on the grid for the 2nd superheat, which again puts him right in the hunt for victory tomorrow. So Jorge Pescador can be happy with this in 2nd place, but this man, Tim Troeger, under some pressure from Norton Andreasen. Andreasen starting to reel him in a little. Leonardo Marcellia gets the fastest lap of the race down in P9, and he sets a purple 1st sector, so he's finally found his feet. But it's about, but unfortunately the headline there will be too little too late. So Daniel Vasile is coming through to start the final lap, ahead of Jorge Pescador. Then Tim Troeger and Norton Andreasen. There is the leader, Daniel Vasile. He hasn't had a lot of TV coverage in this race, I'm afraid, but that's because everything's been kicking off behind him. But Vasile has been doing a great job out front. This was the race he needed to pull things together. Oh, and we've got a retirement on the last lap by the look of it. That is Tom Adams in the Maranello kart. He's come off at turn 2. There is Tom Adams. A real shame for the British driver. So it's game over for him. So he will not quite emulate his teammate Tim Troeger to run in the top 3, as Oscar Target is having a battle or two on the final lap with Alexandru Iancu. But this man, Daniel Vasile of Romania, has been supreme. Flawless is a word that's bandied around a lot, but in this race, he's never looked back from the start. Daniel Vasile finally gets the heat win he deserved all weekend long, and he wraps it up in style here tonight. Jorge Pescador in second. Tim Troga hangs on for third. And that means that with Thomas Imborg down in fifth position, Arvid Lindblad will join Marcus Kayak on the front row of the starting grid for the second superheat. All of a sudden, it's going to be an electrifying contest tomorrow with four drivers, Tom Lulet, Marcus Kayak, David Trevelov and Arvid Lindblad, the serious contenders for the KZ2 final. In KZ, it's all about Emilian Denner, catch me if you can. In the Academy Trophy, we have no idea. 4 wins from 4 heats. Boy, is it going to be good tomorrow. But Daniel Vasile ends the day in style for the DR kart squad. The Romanian puts the flag on the top spot. And that puts him 7th overall in the rankings. That will put him 4th on the grid for the first superheat. Good job from Daniel Vasile all weekend. His best qualifying lap by his own words and admission. And now he comes through for a heat win ahead of Jorge Pescador and Tim Troga. Norton Andreasen and Thomas Imborg from Arte Le Hugue, Ivan Ikelcik and Leonardo Marcellia, with Dominic Reuters and Linus Lagerström rounding out the top 10. Alexandru Iancu just finishing ahead of Oscar Target. Then Ronnie Tabakovic and Kasper Nadolski. Another brilliant drive from Natalia Balbo to charge through to 15th place ahead of Selan Galassin and Sivet Moilant. Antoine Babarou in 18th place ahead of Andrea Bossetto and Flint Schuring. Henry Johnstone much better in that one ahead of Albin Carlson and Mattia Simonini, with Nathan Schaap retiring on the final lap. Tom Adams the one before that. Paul Lussier out, and we also lost Sim Liedmar, Alex Marigliano and Fabrizio Rosati. And on the very first lap, of course, Christian Bertucca fell from the wayside. What a battle it has been today. Emilian Denner dominant in KZ. It's a 4-way fight for the title in KZ2 this weekend between Tom Lulet, Marcus Kayak, David Trevelov and Arvid Lindblad. They'll be on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's 2 superheats. In the Academy Trophy, 4 different winners from 4 heats. Your guess is as good as mine. And we're in for another great day of race action tomorrow to conclude the first round of the European Championship and Academy Trophy. Join us again when we go to air 9:40 local time as we conclude the weekend's heats for the Academy Trophy, and we'll have the Super Heats for KZ2, the Super Heat for KZ, and then the Battle Royale can commence in the finals. I'm Jake Sanson. Hope you've enjoyed the action at Karting Genk, and guess what? We get to do it all again tomorrow.